점이 너무 많아 Like starlight 넌 너무 멀리 위에 별처럼 달 수 없어 Baby I can be there 사람들이 내게 물어봤어 우리 사귀냐고 너는 눈이 동그래져지 걸어온 게 마저 없어지고 돌아갈 수 없는 지점인 곳 솔직히 말하자면 I don't know 확실한 건 혼자 가야 한다고 혼자 가는 이 길을 feel so lonely 그럴 수밖에 cause I'm here alone 뒤돌아서 I just wanna go home 부르잖아 오늘도 내 약속의 땅으로 내 앞이 컴컴해져 멈출 수 없다는 걸 어두워야지만 별들이 보인다는 네 말 잊지 못하니까 걱정하지는 마 우리 또 만날 테니까 See you at the promised land They keep talking about us but they never run out They just mad cause I got what they need If the cops pull out and you know I'm saying now They get hot and me Roll it out, roll it out, roll it out 독일처럼 편히 못 자 Need a skirt off in a rake Star ceilings 네 꿈에 차 끌고 널 보러 갈게 너가 말한 한국 girls 듣는데 네 친구 노래 외국어로 불러도 쟤네들보단 더 번데 네 말이 맞았어 난 거리 벗어났어 우리가 흙 팔았어 번도 몇십 배는 벌어놨어 눈물도 따라왔어 현금 먹을 셀 때마저 영 우리가 생각났어 I miss my fucking dog but 역시 네 말이 맞았어 내 얘길 동갑바꿨어 근데 너한테 하고 싶은 말만 가득 남았어 사실 나만이 바뀌어 스페셜 느끼지 마라 못할 짓 하며 줬던 돈이 다가 아니란 걸 이제 와서 깨달았어 백열적심에 찼어 벌기도 전에 떠나서 보시는 알아 우린 원해 슬픈 나은 삶을 자랑스러워하지 마라 쟤넨 몰라도 넌 알 거야 나 시작도 안 했단 걸 맨 아까라 You know I don't stop The fuck are you even talking about? Well, I was 16, thought about where my life would start, yeah. If it's already started, I'm gonna spend all my time and money smoking ganja. I see myself turning into my father Cause all I know is self-control And diarrhea on socials, yeah, it's all a show And how come I get anxious when I'm on my phone Cause I've been chasing demons, I've been chasing gold And how can I write love songs when I hate myself this much And lately I've been chasing something But I'm not quite sure just what I've been looking for.
Whoa. What are we gonna listen to?
Shut the fuck up!
Namdame_just resubscribed for 8 months. How are you, Browski?
Not even thinking very much. I'm good. How are you guys? Good morning. I'm eating a yogurt. なないや、ハロー。おはよう。こんばんは。こんにちは。What flavor? This is flavor. This is stracciatella flavor. I know it's kind of weird for a yogurt, but it's really good. So chat, I created another playlist
There are scrims, I think.
No, I haven't been watching that at all. What's up here, down? No. Whoops. Yeah, Luna, we just messaged the Adams. They did it first. No, Ramley, I haven't. Whoa. No. Anyway, ass or booba? Based. Awesome. It all depends of how good ranked is, you know? Like I can't say I will, and then rank turns out to be shit, and then I don't want to do it, you know? What's up, random? Song name? Exclamation mark song in chat, and it gives you the song name. Morning, Yannick. What's up, asshole? What's up, slave? What is that name? Slave. Jesus. What's up, Solly? Peace out, Luna. What I'm looking for. Let me throw my trash out real quick. We're right back. What's up, Osmond? I'm here, Becky. Yeah, Mr. T should join today. I've been looking for. Doo-doo. The date was 21st of May. Supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah, we're ready. I don't know, Sharpie spread. Honestly, chat, I don't care. You always ask that, but like I never care. Yeah, 15 days if nothing goes wrong. If everything goes right, nothing gets delayed again, should be 50 days. What's up, Matian? No, I appreciate it. I never watched Doctor Strange at all. Are those birds? Yeah, outside my window. IPN, Taishin should be coming, but I don't know. Is Taishin coming or not? Man,
I only wrote with him what he said there. He said yes. When I asked if we were playing today.
yeah, but when? Because IPN's asking if you need one.
We can play with IPN until Tashin's here.
I don't care. If IPN's down. You hear that, IPN? Alright. Are you in GOAT squads? You have it, right? You're in GOAT. Lower the music a little bit. Gulu Peach on Octane. Shit. Default skin Octane. How much you wanna bet this motherfucker be cheating on our team?
He's not cheating.
Default
He's good at the game.
Default skin Octane. Those are sus vibes, you know? Diamond 1, okay. 300 BR kills. I don't know. Maybe it's just
Hi, honey.
maybe it's just legit, you know? Big Daddy with 1D. Damn. Big Daddy.
Yeah, the homies.
Big Daddy. Alright, what's Gulu Peach gonna take us?
It's me, Piccolo.
He's diamond 1.
Come on,
He's
Gulu
definitely
Peach.
not cheating.
Unless he's on his way to like. Oh, he gave it to you in the end? Damn. I really want to see where he would have, you know, taken us. I think I just saw blue armor through the ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
I
this
found
game. Love this game. Straight blue armor through the ceiling, man. You need a 3-timer?
Yes.
Here. Oh no, he's gonna take it. Oh, he didn't. Nice. Fuck it, he almost took that. I didn't warm up today, man. This is warm up. Bitch.
They're I think they're up here in the cellar.
Oh shit, I just juiced. Oh dude, what the fuck? We suck. Purple and blue. Two purples in the top bins in the tower. The one thing we didn't loot.
What are the odds?
I don't know. I'm just saying we fucking suck for that. Oh, wingman. I'm 6 cells, no bad.
One bad, 12 cells.
Did we? It's raining in Croatia today. It's so bad, man. Holy shit.
Rainy is good.
No, but like it was sunny yesterday. Now I was looking forward to another sunny day. You know.
We were gonna sit inside the rest of the day and play video games. So why
Yeah,
does it
but
matter
at
if it's
least-
sunny or not?
But you see, you know, you sit in the sun though. Like it's different. It's a different vibe.
Wrong.
It's a different fucking vibe, dude. When it's raining, I'm just lazy. Just wanna sleep more.
I like it when it's rainy. It's nice.
Well, it's nice because it's not hot, but like it makes me sleepy. Oh,
48 in one guy.
what armor?
Blue.
That guy just straight up double headshot.
44 on him.
Got a medkit.
Yeah. I have a Phoenix.
That's better. There's only one there.
2.
45 blue on that guy. I don't know who that is, but
Both are blue.
86 headshot blue on Pathfinder. 45 flash on Pathfinder. The other guy's on this corner now. Headshotted the guy with a bow. We should
Within
push
one
left.
guy.
Two guys on the left side blue, one guy purple on the right.
One guy's one shot here.
Oh, they already crossed over?
Nah.
Our
one guy
teammate killed
crossed.
someone. Sus.
It's big. It's Big Daddy.
Oh, the kill leader.
My nade.
Oh shit, this guy actually opened it.
Where's he?
I know, but I'm finishing this guy.
Damn. Damn.
This guy was fearless. What's happening?
He just landed here.
Is that a different team?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a Horizon. 71 headshot purple on one.
So 48.
Yeah.
Oh, 71 guy.
Yeah, is that the Loba? We both hit him 71.
Yeah. Something out on the right.
How far? Oh, right
I
here.
think.
45 flash on him. 86 headshot after. Knocked him. On me, holy shit. Diva maniac on me.
Yeah, right on. Then the other guy.
Flash on him.
Nice. I kept shooting forever.
This guy's a turbo Devo, full charge, like full juiced, golden mag, everything. Like you want it, he has it.
Nice.
I think that's
Feels
perfect
good,
for
man.
you, since you love devotion so much, right?
I'm picking up.
He full
I changed
solid
my
into
mindset
my.
now.
Oh yeah, you're a devil, like meta lover now.
Yeah, I'm a metal over.
Okay, look, me too. I'm preparing for the, what's it called? The flatline meta. I'm here. I'm preparing. No more wingman. Wingman's out of meta next season. Probably not, but still. Still gotta prepare, you know. Look at us, dude. Who would have thought? I'm not playing
Okay.
wingman. You're playing devotion. What just happened to us, man? I have no medkits. That's great. Yeah,
Who
medkit.
the fuck just padded?
Our teammate.
I have one.
Sick. I got 3 syringes. What is he pinging?
I have 7 syringes.
I could take a few. I could take. Oh, that's nice. Res 2. Apparently he saw someone get resed. And how does he know it's 2?
Probably saw them on the ship. You know?
I don't trust anything, man. I don't trust anything. This guy is. I'm 99% sure he's cheating. I don't go fuck. Let's fly.
Nice. Yeah, yeah.
How do I ping for him to come?
You did. It's fine.
This guy's a oh my god, look at this guy, Zuru. Wait, that's a duo.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanna just smoke him?
Yeah, we can.
I shit on really hard.
What did flash?
She was so low. She popped a bat or something.
Over here. Good stage.
That's a different team, I think.
It is. Yeah. Nice.
Where's the raid?
I don't know. She's gone.
Well. Below me in the building. He's fucking beaming them with charge rifle.
Hundred not dead.
That was fair.
Nine. Oh my god. I missed everything in shotgun. Oh my god, how's she not dead? I lost 21. Are you
I don't know if
cheating?
you're
That's fine.
trolling or not. I feel like you're trolling. No way you lost the 1v1 to him.
That's true.
So how do you feel about the fact that 301 is going to the
I don't
bye-bye?
give a fuck.
So you have both, so you didn't care, right?
No, I haven't played bow really.
To be honest, I feel like if they did it to the flatline, they should do it to the 301 as well. It's only fair. You know?
I know.
But I
It didn't
feel
bust
like-
if you want or anything when they put it in, so nobody can play it.
Yeah, but 3-1
There's no
doesn't
reason
need
they
a
ever
buff.
craft 3-1.
Yeah, but when they put
Doesn't-
flatline in the crafter, they nerfed it.
Yeah.
Also,
everyone play flatline.
when Nemesis comes out, like I don't think it will matter because there will always be 2 ARs, you know. Because I think Nemesis is gonna be the next big problem. They went inside.
Ready to push?
I'm ready.
Wake up and in the morning.
They're going up. They're going all the way around. Come, Malcolm. Come, Malcolm. Come. Oh, there's fighting someone else up there. They already
It's over on the other side, yeah.
Holy shit! That was they run fast and far. Sandro. Big Daddy
Kill
again.
one.
That's Big Daddy again, bro.
Yeah. It's the homie.
Big Daddy, sorry, not Daddy. Big Daddy. What is happening? Ooh. Popping on the ramp here. Coming up to you. Oh, you fucked up. Somebody?
You got here. Hold my head for it. Nice.
Can't hit that guy. There's another team coming from the choke. Look at this lava, look at this lava.
I'm dropping this.
Dude, dude, our teammate hasn't missed a bullet. I kid you not. Dude, look at him. He's killing everyone.
He's playing charge rifle.
Yeah, but whatever he uses, he just
Yeah.
fucking... I don't know, man.
Tashin is online now.
Below you, below you, below you. I'm with you, with you, with you. Got him.
One down.
Steer crack. Steer 1. Now, Steer is here, like, he's like hit pretty hard. He's getting turret. I'm finishing. He's playing knockdown.
So it's like,
Alright, he's right in front of you, you're good. I'm pulling Phoenix.
he doesn't know I'm here in time.
Well, even if he knew, there's nothing he can do. Nick. I killed him.
Nice fouled. Let's see if this guy just fucking rolled somebody.
He will. He cracked 2 of them, bro.
Yeah, he's cheating?
I think so.
Oh, that's,
Body.
I don't know.
Oh shit, they're moving. That's wrong. I'm dead, but drop the builder is almost cracked. Yeah, he's lost, bro. He's running with his gun out. He's shooting at us.
You know?
Yo, Ghost, can you look at our teammate real quick? Can you check him? This motherfucker right here, I think he's cheating. Sorry, Ghost is in chat, bro. 100%. We can figure it out. Look at him. Default skin, Gulu Peach, 300 kills on Octane. Diamond 1 is gonna have 3k damage plus. Almost, dude.
Almost.
He got 9 fucking kills, bro. Please, for the love of God, dude, someone. He's fucking cheating.
Probably.
He's fucking cheating. I don't care what anyone says. He's fucking using it hard.
Is this the comp we're playing in the Apex thing?
We're playing 2 comps, remember?
Yeah, so this comp on Wolf's Edge and the other one.
Yeah.
Alright.
I just like Ash way more in Stormpoint because I can do so much more. I don't like Close to Control because even if you get an early spot, then you have to Valko to every other spot. It's kind of weird.
Hey yo, what's up, cuties?
What's up,
What's up?
Taishin?
How you guys doing?
Hey guys.
Chillin', we just got carried by Cheater. So,
I
let's go.
saw the 9 kills. It's kinda sus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's got the shit aimbot.
Nah, no, he's legit for sure.
Roto Pred.
Yappe.
I gotta talk with my dog real quick, bro. Back. Alright, that was a conversation we had. You're supposed to get banned for teaming. Ghost says you're supposed to get banned for teaming with a cheater though.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit.
Spikes Pigolo 99
I don't
just
mind.
resubscribed for
Fucking
2
ban
months.
us.
Take a
Pico
vacation.
blanket.
Yeah, can you wait until LCQ and then let us play LCQ and then fucking ban us so we can take time off? That'd be sick. Spike team for 2 months. Welcome back. Dude, I just play other games, dude. I'd be just playing fucking Fortnite. Fortnite, baby. Why would we choose Scars? Cause I don't know. We just thought out of all the offers, we liked Scars the more as like a brand and as a org, and we were like, you know, we wanted to work with them. Sometimes it doesn't matter, like if you get offered from a big brand or a small brand, you should just go with your gut feeling, and our gut feeling told us Scars, even though we didn't know them. My dog just doesn't shut up. We signed up for Scar like a year ago. No, it's actually we signed to Scars before I even like got involved with VTubers, but we did sign with Scars because we like Japan, so we wanted to be involved with the Japanese community more. It's bugged, bro. You should refresh. Official VTuber for Scars. It's not, I mean, I'm a pro player for them. I'm not a VTuber for them.
See,
just-
boys,
yeah,
boys. It's the first
What?
game together. First game
Yeah.
together. Let's make it dub.
First game together in 4 months. Holy cool.
Already won the first game.
Maniac just
Yeah, we won.
resubscribed
We
to
played with
the
cheaters,
I need to
but-
win more today.
Let's go.
Yeah, actually true. Like, we got carried by a cheater. Ghost said he's gonna ban us, and we're good now. We got our vacation, and we're good. My dog is just out there fucking starting a fucking orchestra. Like, holy shit. Big Shifty Maniac for
Dude, home setup feels 20 billion times better, dude.
Dude,
Oh my God.
mine felt so weird yesterday, Tashin, that I ordered a new monitor. That's where
Bro,
that's what
I hit so many shots at home, even though I wasn't warm up at all. I was just like, how are my shots connecting?
I was like, man, my monitor is big. I'll buy a new one, and then I bought a new one yesterday. And ordered a new
What
one.
I recognize is that I play really bright screen at home.
Oh, in front of me.
In the open, just not doing anything over there.
And there's a guy in market. Push this guy.
I'm
going up.
holding hands with big M.
On me. He's going. This guy's purple.
Oh no.
Crack.
North.
One
Oh, it's
dude
this
outside.
motherfucker. Dude, I'm sorry for my dog, by the way. I'm having a Misa over here.
He's over there. He's so low.
Where is the guy looking? 60 on him over here.
Twenty flash. He's literally one shot on you.
He died to the Shin's gas.
I can't move, man.
He walked
Bless
into
you,
the Shin's gas and died. That was sick.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
dude,
just one.
I need to have a conversation with this fucking dog. She thinks she's Misa, bro. You know, we have enough Misas in this fucking... Blondie! Dosta! Oh my god.
What does Dosta mean? Shut up, bro.
Enough. Oh. 1 second, bro. We're back.
All good, bro. I'm pumping syringes.
Blondie! Idoma! This fucking dog does not care. There's people walking up, front door. Holy shit, they're in.
One teammate is really late. No joke.
Oh shit, what is
Just
happening?
kill him, it's a duel.
Of course this guy knows exactly where to come when I'm talking to my dog. Last guy is really far, blue armor. Up on the mountain. Manda, you're muted.
Yeah, no.
This guy does not care about his team. This is fucking dog, man. I swear to fucking God, man. I did not miss this shit. She's ignoring me. Like, she looks at me and then looks away and starts barking more. I have no authority over this fucking devil. He came out of fire like fireworks, bro.
Nice.
I still need mats, dude. That guy will scuff. Do you have
What do you
any
need?
Phoenix? Any juice?
I have no Phoenix, no. This dog.
Blondie! Hey!
Eat it.
Fucking dog, dude. I can't, dude. I'm gonna fight her. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna fight her. Oh, this fucking dog, man. Holy shit. Like, hello? Like, what are you barking at? Fucking air? There's nothing there.
Oh, we go. Someone destroyed the vault.
Wait, what happened? Are they near us?
Over here, over here, over here.
Okay.
Over there. Oh, 60 flash in this guy.
Wraith also low. Healing. Last battery, I'm going in.
Pushing over.
I'm spamming nades. I'm spamming.
Oh, upstairs, 60.
Where I'm coming?
21?
There's only one guy. Oh, behind me. 77. Dead.
Was that it or on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you still hear her? Man, holy shit, dude. I can't. I gotta go out there and literally wrestle her. And bring her back home.
Play fighting.
I have to literally go pick her up and bring her back home so she doesn't understand otherwise.
What's she barking at though? That's the real question.
Air. Literal air. Like, I've looked at 4 times. She's barking on nothing. Fucking air. Very hostile air.
Oh man, I couldn't tell you. What do you think about the crafting after you won? But it's actually just a buff for Mr. M.
Why?
Crafting?
No, I'm never gonna craft if you want, ever.
You will, bro.
No, there's no reason.
I craft for you then.
Why would he craft 301 when he has a flatline? Shit's fucking better.
Because he plays RF1 for legit 3 years. That's why, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he doesn't play other weapons. I play wingman for 3 years. If they put
like-
wingman somewhere else, I'll play fucking flatline. Yeah.
RF1 is on man. It's just different on him. That's how everyone sees it too.
Yeah, but he's not a one weapon Andy. He can play other things.
Oh, but it's the most talented one on the gun.
Where the fuck are we going? Let's fly. Let's not fly. Let's kill those guys.
I play RF1. Fuck it.
We're gonna start playing Wingman, dude.
Yes.
Yeah. I think from us, weapon-wise, it's gonna be double Wingman and sniper.
I think flatline as well.
Ulti? Yeah. You went left side, you went left side. Come here. Play my bubble. Ruin this. They're in here.
You're ruining it.
Oh my god, god, I'm getting shot in the back. Oh my god.
Cross the crack.
Seer dead.
Heal up, heal up.
Pathfinder coming on you.
I jumped down.
Alright.
New team, new team.
What's a new team now? I guess we're down.
I don't know if I can.
Hold here.
Ah, this fucking Pathfinder here. There's a solo Pathfinder now here, man. Dude, right behind you.
No.
There's a whole fucking team of fucking degens
Yeah.
behind though.
Bruh. That guy.
Dude, look at this guy.
Look at him, dude.
What is that, dude? Like,
Unfortunate.
look at this fucking little rat, dude. I was talking about Arkstar and he's just like, oh, never mind, I'll just walk into him instead because I can't fucking win 1v1, dude.
I gotta go communicate with the fucking Doge. Yeah, I do indeed. Alright. As soon as I walked out the front door, she ran back. She knows. She knows. Oh, you requested Nazu not here. That's it, my bad. Stabilize.
Wait, how did we lose that game?
What do you mean? How do we lose? We got fucking third
I
on the
don't
hill.
remember. I don't remember how we died.
We pushed up the
I
hill
lost
and the
to
third party
Pathfinder.
smoked us.
It's coming back, dude.
I'm sorry. For reminding me.
No, it's not that. Dementia, dude.
Oh,
I can't remember anything.
shit, my bad. We'll put you in a good retirement home when it's your time. Don't worry.
Yoink.
We got the earnings for that, you know.
Yeah, you guys got that. Fucking
Yeah.
quadrillionaires.
Yeah, we'll treat you well, bro. Don't worry. What's up, boys?
Are all dead?
All dead. They just killed each
Everyone
other. It was the one
and
we
their
won.
mom? Oh, fuck, man.
Nice
And no one took the purple in the middle, by the way.
Oh, shit, dude. That's
Look
fucking
at
cool.
it. It's trolling.
Feels bad, man, dude. We got everything then for free. Isn't that nice? We didn't even land here. We got all the fucking juice. Killed everyone. Well, I didn't even. Honestly, I didn't do anything. I just walked over here and everyone's dead.
I didn't get anything either. She took everything.
So she just fucking killed everyone. I'm over here talking about retirement homes.
I heard I got a blue armor. I was already over there.
Phoenix here. Read that here.
I'll see that.
Dude,
I'll
I've
see
been
the
playing
quad
on this Raz FOV, and it's kind of nice. Once I got used to it.
90?
No, 102 is what he plays.
Oh, I heard. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought it was 90 forever.
No. I think he changed it. I believe. 90 is impossible, bro. I put 90 on. I'm actually like genuinely throwing up.
Shift plays 90, bro. He's cracked. He's cracked.
I don't know how he does it. It's fucking weird.
So it's used to it, I guess. Holy shit. I
I
could
couldn't
never.
use it.
Nah, I could never.
Where are we going?
Where the enemy is. Oh, nice. I wanted that.
We're going.
Yeah, Zelfish. I gave it to him.
Don't know where we're going. Where we going?
Maybe.
You fly.
Fuck. I don't know. Go north. I don't fucking know.
This way. I can smell
I
it.
hit this balloon, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I get more air time. Oops. Dude, what the fuck? Nobody's here.
I need heavy mag, by the way.
What kind?
A new kind.
We have zeros.
Yeah, white, blue, green,
Green?
purple.
What does green do? Toxic bullets?
No. They just one-shot you.
Oh. This should
And
put
makes
down
the wingman auto.
Oh, full automatic?
Yeah, and 300 bullets, and they shoot all bullets at once. And never misses. So, it's kind of okay. I feel like it's fine. I finally won a game with it.
Yeah, I think that's balanced. People here.
And
Come here. I'm going straight at him, bro. Oh, they're fighting someone on the bridge. You wanna oop them?
yeah,
Yo.
then
Is
this
this-
mountain, bro.
Is this even oopable?
Oh
Oh shit.
We
this is
jump
sick.
on tap drift round. Yeah, it works. Did you kill it?
Two are dead, two are dead.
Why are you running, Taishin?
Who's give you that?
I don't want to shoot that, bro.
Gibby cracked on this ship. I knocked the Gibby here. I knocked the Gibby on the ship. Take the zipline. Crack the fucking mouth. Walk one, walk one. What are these little jumps he's doing, dude?
Wait, I'm getting
So
shot. I'm
different
getting shot.
No, they're so hard. White armor, crack. I'm fine. Hey, hey. Oh, both sides, double-ended.
How many nades? How many nades? Keep spamming us.
Motherfuckers don't like us, dude.
Loot.
They don't like it.
Oh my god, they're with all enemies right now.
God, she's almost got there. Dude, hello? Shoot someone else.
Spamming
I'm
cells.
off right now.
They're zipping on us. I think. I'm out of bats.
They're not shipping. Sitting around us. We're fine.
Bruh.
We're 5 on bad.
Who the fuck I am? Are they done?
I did him.
Oh, he's fucking dumb. I almost killed him. I'm gonna go back to the building.
What building? Oh, the one we came from?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Ah, come on.
Oh, they're on my roof. Above me. Look above me. Look
dead.
above me.
Cannot help. Jump off. Jump off.
I cracked him.
Knock one. Oh, no, what?
I zip over.
I hit him 3 times with Queen's Man.
I'm slow healing because no bad. Haha.
They're getting further.
I think one got knocked. Yeah,
bad.
one got knocked.
Oh, Mandy, go in. I'm coming.
Nice.
Calm down.
Hey.
No, I fall off.
Hey.
Oh, it's me.
I have a bubble. What?
That was sick.
Dude, that could have a guy. It's crazy.
You want a Valkyrie on
140
him?
on path.
You know Valkyrie right here, man?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No, the machine got
Team on
fucking
me.
better than.
Timon.
Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it!
Alright.
Who do we land on?
We land on here. Help the king. Look
Okay,
at
let's-
him. Cute.
Solo idiot.
Cute. Oh my god. Fucking roll this guy. 2 seconds. Insta.
Yeah, I think we can raise the
man.
tree.
I don't have a medkit. I'm spamming.
Here.
Still.
Red player.
Oh
I have
my
no
god,
backs,
I really had
bro.
to fucking... I have 3.
Of course you do.
Oh, 7? I have 8 now.
I won now, I won. Please God, give some. You need some, Tashin?
I'm good.
Yeah, how?
Good right here.
Yeah, I'm dead. Get me in this corner.
Mr. Shin running up. I'm running
Batting.
up. Look at me. Look how beautiful I am.
Get the fuck up the hill, bro. We are fucking. Oh, who's
There's a
that?
door right here.
Yeah, there's a
There's a door
Gibby.
right here.
Fucking kill that.
I hit him 70.
Push that, use bubble.
73. Headshot. I can't see him.
That 9 dead. You overstayed your welcome, dumbass.
Oh my god.
Dude, there's a dude over here. 3 kills.
Solo? We just go this way,
Vulture.
fuck it.
Yeah, I'm leaving
Alright.
this situation. She's back, bro. Holy shit. Fucking hell, man. Thought we fucking figured it out, but no, she's fucking back.
They're fighting.
Now she's closer than before. Dude, this fucking dog's gonna be the enemy one day. Fucking hell.
Steps on this here.
It's like she's doing this on purpose. Maybe she is.
Blondie! Dosta!
Everything's fine.
Under 10 on the right.
Pop and a crack. That guy ego challenging is low. On your right. Everyone's gonna crack. Alright, full.
All dead. Omega.
I'm not in zone. I don't know how this hit me.
Dude,
On the left. Go.
Yeah, the dragon was going woof woof, just like my dog. Dude, this
100 on him. 120.
Monday he's gonna be close to you.
Yeah,
Phil.
his team's already, his team's already fucking moved.
He did. His team is fighting someone else in storm.
90 on one guy.
Oh, below the building.
Knocked.
This guy does not mess with that thing. I need a res, come. Fast. Whoa, what the fuck, man?
Knocked.
I don't know.
Yes, that rest.
No. Who'd you knock? The
The
path?
guy. I think.
Blood on behind me, blood on behind me. Guys, this is gonna end up fucking badly.
I'm not meant to right now.
I'm medkitting. They're coming over.
Yeah. Bubbling on me here. Come. Climb on me.
Pop yourself.
I need to back up a little.
Fucking Lobos won.
No.
Batting. Fuck, I can't bat. Use my shield, use my shield.
Half low.
Knocked.
Nice. Holy shit, man. It's just arc stars everywhere.
New team.
I have to go in here real quick.
I'm going on the roof, We're good on the roof.
I don't have light. I need light. I have
Here, light.
Yeah, I'm good.
120. I stunned that guy with my rockets.
Pushing.
It's just a solo, dude. He's queuing out.
Fucking solo guy, dude. I need medkits.
I dropped one.
Dude, I can't. This dog is gonna. I'm molding, dude. I can't hear my own game over here, man. I have 10 bats, you guys. This is not a real fucking dog. The chat, I swear to God, that's not a real dog. That's a fucking alien sent to me by the fucking government.
Blondie do Georgie!
I can't, dude. I can't with this level.
Enemy, I see enemy.
Rats or what?
Oh, fighting.
Probably 2 fights.
Three kills.
Yeah, rats fighting. Yeah.
They just killed the rat, actually.
They're in this building. I saw swap purple armor.
I have ult soon. Take it slow. I have ult soon. I have ult now, actually. I'm gonna spam ult.
I got stuck 2 times! He's one shot, this guy. Right here.
Knocked one.
This guy's literally one. Right here. One literally. Right here. There. He stuck me 2 times, dude. I got stuck in the front one time. I turned around and shoot the fucking Octane. I got stuck in the back by the other teammate.
That's
He,
the
got,
big.
he gave you the double-ended dildo.
That was good.
Come, let's fly.
This guy's flying already.
Oh shit. Yeah! You see, we won a game and she's not barking anymore. Like, is this fucking real life? As soon as we get in the game, she's gonna start barking. This is not real life, chat. There's no way. You guys spamming Rain's fucking emotes? Her emotes are nice. I like Rain's emotes. She's a dumbass, but I like her emotes. Don't tell her I said that.
One team.
Oh, they're going for a dick session. Let's show them who's Big Daddy.
I'm coming.
Oh, I'm not Big Daddy right now. There's two cracked. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I cracked two of them. Bloodhound Wraiths.
I have to heal.
Oh, dude. I'm blocking this door. There's two on the left side. Never mind, I'm gonna die to this All-Star. I have no more shield. I have 0.01 HP.
I have 5 bullets left.
I have no shield.
Talk with Arkstar.
Yeah,
Good
fuck,
shit.
that's GG.
Two
Oh,
seconds.
2 down! Yo, come here and stick a res. I got
Selling?
bullets.
I'm just firsting these motherfuckers right now.
I got bullets.
Yeah.
There's a wingman in next room, Mande.
There's.
Yeah, right in front of you. The little small edge.
Holy shit, he was hiding.
I'm here to fuck. I'm here to fuck.
Yeah, I'm removing it.
I have 1 bullet. Punch! Dude, 100.
Punch!
I only have 5 bullets right now.
I gave him the club, dude.
Here, I give you penis.
Oh, nice. Hey, man.
That was the dumbest fucking fight I've ever been part of. I love it.
What a fighter.
Nice. I still have a fucking Mosum as my secondary, so that's bold. Okay. Let's open this fucking thing that
Sorry.
you got a nade? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, that shit fucking sucked. Oh, it's really bad. Ah, balkot. Kom.
Let's go.
Let's hit this. Oh, people there. I have like no long range.
I
don't
have close
care.
range. I'm coming.
I don't think he's on the roof anymore.
No, but there's a shotgun inside. I saw it. Nice.
There's a little fucking shed.
I 0 bullets hit. I have 1 cell.
Not on pushing.
On my roof. I'm biting. What bullets do you need?
Not bullets, I mean health. I have 1 health.
Bloodhound's running straight at me. I got no juice in my jetpacks.
Good. Okay. I have 1 health.
Fucking ulted the roof. I'm going. I ulted the roof. I'm going. Dude.
He jumped off it, I think. I'm not sure though. No, he's inside. On the door.
My ult, my ult, my ult.
Falling up top.
Downstairs.
Oh shit. That was not good.
I'm inside, I'm inside.
With you? $86 Bloodhound.
Locked door. Locked one.
Roof, Pathfinder roof.
I'm hitting.
That's not Pathfinder. I'm dead, bro. I'm below in the house, I'm next to you. Oh shit, there's so many.
Pathfinder.
Nice.
Those
Cheer
are the-
players, Pogger.
Bog! Caustic Seer and my fucking asshole. That's the perfect combo.
Look at him right clicking as soon as he gets out to see if there's anyone nearby. That's insane. The homie, dude.
They already finished, Randy, all of the emotes, but I'm not uploading them until debut. Giancarlo, I'm thinking of it, but it's gonna be hard. Here, she's back! Konnichiwa, Kasumi. About you. What's up, G friends? What's up, Midwesterner? Rosta. Idi dolje, laž. Ej, Blondie. Bravo. Još dalje. Još dalje idi. Ej. Dude. Dude, this fucking English only chat, please. This guy, this fucking dog understands everything, man. I told her to move, she goes, she moves. Why is she so smart and then so dumb at the same time? Holy shit. I don't say where I'm from in Croatia. It's not important anyway. And it's your dog. I don't want to bring her home here. It's pain in the ass. How long I've been streaming?
My
I
game
have no
crashed,
idea,
boys.
man. 2+ years or something.
Oh yeah.
Okay. My dog would never play controller. In class. Why no face cam? Cause I don't want to. What? Why would I? I don't want to. There's no reason to run my face cam if I don't feel like using it. I'm on Tatum, welcome back. I know. People always ask.
It's Edren just resubscribed for 9 months.
Aiden, thank you.
9 months. Also got my visa to Japan accepted. RP love.
Hey, let's go. You coming to the same time as me or what? No, but I don't like having face cam on. I already talked about this a million times. The reason I'm getting my model is because I hate having face cam on. And I only put it on when I feel like it. Facecam sucks. Don't like the feeling of other people looking at me all the time. Wayne, 8 months, welcome back.
Wayne just resubscribed for 8 months. RPR love, RPR love, RPR love.
Shut the fuck up.
As I am and I818 just resubscribed for 2 months.
Ozzy Mangas, 2 months, welcome back. That was a long ass queue on the roll. On the roll for real.
Yeah, I had a 15-minute queue yesterday also in Finland.
Really?
Is there people
Yeah.
here? Yeah, there's people.
Fucking shit on Ash, 80 and white armor.
Knocked one. 110. Knocked.
Okay.
There,
Nice.
boys. Yeah.
Use some ammo. Subterraneous. Yeah, Comic Cat is kind of like Comic Con, pretty much, just in Japan. Like kind of like MCM. Samugutsu. I'm applying to our ocean. If I can figure out how to do it without getting fucking sued, then yeah, because the laws for copyright in Japan are fucking weird, man. I already talked to Connor about it, and he's been warning me about some shit. So, we'll see. Pros at cons. I'm gonna be visiting a lot of cons this year if I can. I plan to go to. So I plan to do Comic Cat, but I also want to do. I'm gonna go to TwitchCon, and I'm gonna. I'm seeing if I can hit up MCM, London MCM, but I don't know if I'll be able to because my debut is gonna be around the same time.
Fucked up first.
Oh yeah, you sound like a fucking robot. What's MCM? It's like a kind of like a Comic Con in London.
Mr. Destructoid.
Shit. How many medkits in here? On me.
Right from outside?
I'm batting. Oh, he's here. Holy shit.
Yeah. 20 flash.
He's alone. He's alone. He's alone. I'm
Push him, push him, push him, push him, push him.
Above. Wall crack above. Wall crack.
No, I was one here, everyone. Full blue here, me.
25 flash. On me. I'm pretty sure Tashin's audio is completely fucked.
Yo, I'm just fucked at all. Actually, general right now. I'm just fucked with everything.
Oh,
Nothing works. Everything's just going wrong right now.
Ow.
I don't know. Ask my Elgato.
Holy shit, you sound like a fucking robot, no cap.
Oh, the microphone or what?
No, it's just Elgato.
Elgato? Died? You sound like an actual, like your microphone is not plugged in. That's how it sounds. Like, you know when you just half plug in a microphone?
Oh no.
That's good.
Whoa,
Don't
my
say
game
your
just
stream is dying.
Yeah, stream is fine, but I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Discord is fucked. Okay, we wait for Mr. T.
I just play.
It's fine, I don't mind.
I'm waiting as well.
There's no way I can fix this.
Oh,
right
you're
now.
back!
It works now.
It worked.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, you're
not a
normal.
robot anymore.
I just I don't have screen on stream, bro. The Elgato's not working, bro. Oh, why me? Play. Why me though? Why me though?
Oh, lucky dude.
Disgusting.
Look how nice this is, all the way on the edge and stuff.
Damn.
Ooh. Man, is there a pillow on you? Or are you pinging?
No, I actually didn't paint. I'm good. I want to say something.
On me?
No one here?
Caustic had purple armor. There's the caustic on a while.
You guys are getting fucked on from behind.
From behind? What?
Right there.
No,
Yeah,
but
he ran back. He saw me.
That's where I.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that's what I was fighting.
That's them?
Oh.
I need to play full screen. Wait.
I'll just run back because I thought they were gonna push me. Gold and purple and purple. Oh, they're pushing up. I'm batting.
I'm just gonna ult their building. You ready? Push up.
They're in
Yeah.
two buildings. They're in two buildings right now.
No, no,
they got
take it,
turret.
take it, take it, come.
Damn, shoot 'em.
No, we just wait here. Just wait here.
On the roof, on the roof. Good support back.
Be careful, there's
Yeah. I got you. Who else was shooting at them?
Get
Under
close to
that.
this
Oh,
shit.
below, below. Shooting on him. Okay, I took a port. I'm back.
I'm getting controllered. No!
Gotta play my life a little bit. He just headshotted me through his caustic gas in the air. Right here, he's playing right here. And one's on the roof. That's so fucking lucky, dude. You can maybe... Oh, no.
Why is it duo?
It's a lot of times. 13.
Still duo alive.
How lucky is this little fucking caustic bastard?
Are they
dude?
alive, dude?
This guy just headshots me out the air through his caustic gas for 76 while I'm flying away. Like, you are fucking lucky.
Shit for that team.
I counted that motherfucker and I just got 0.4 aim assist.
My love is tonight. Da, 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 da. Good night, Zach. Thanks for watching. Good badge. Did you guys return when line ended? We went back home a day after line. What's up, ZT? How you doing? Exclamation mark song to know the name of the song. What? Really? It doesn't work? Yeah, I watched your line April tour. This song is called Home Dance by SNZAE. Home Dance. Why does this shit not work? Last FM. Temporarily unavailable. I guess Last FM is down for now. That's why. But I mean, you can find this song in the playlist. It's in one of the playlists. Yo da yo. I don't fucking know then. Apex is a game where you learn from your mistakes 99% of the time. Thoughts. That's every game, man.
Hi, honey.
I don't even use Last.fm then. I only have it so I can have Spotify linked for stream. I don't use that fucking site. I only use it because a mod told me to connect my Spotify. I watch Gura sometimes. Not often, but I do watch sometimes. I don't even use my Instagram. No, I did not stop learning Japanese. I'm literally going to Japan in August. I was just busy with tournaments. I'm literally busy with tournaments. I can't actively like do I can't actively do collabs and shit until I'm done with tournaments. But once I debut, I'm gonna be doing a lot more collabs and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of playlists for months. I have like 5 of them. This weekend, 21st of May, heavy duty. Yeah, there's a. I know Zeta wanted to call up once I debut. I'm pretty sure Toba wants to call up again. A lot of people want to call up. I've just been like, kind of telling everyone I can't do it right now because
Look at this
tournaments.
entire Mandy chat.
Can't do it right now because of tournaments. So I'm just waiting until like I'm debuted and everything is like calm, and then we can start collabing. No, not Zeta, the org. Zeta.
Fight one more?
Go in.
Super soldiers.
No way you're hitting me like that.
Cracked him on the left side.
They're teaming on me.
He's just on the roof with no armor. No way this guy's trying to thirst. I thirsted one of theirs.
Minted.
Malk on us. This is not good, boys. We are
It didn't
surrounded.
work, Mandy, for some reason. I don't know.
Wait, what?
On your bubble, in your bubble, in your bubble.
What? It looks like
didn't
you.
hear that
Yeah,
didn't
you have
hear
the
that
same
guy.
skin on.
I didn't hear that guy.
Ah, I was
It
trying
looked
to
like
say.
just RPI.
I was trying to
Dude,
say we're
that was-
surrounded.
that
How
was
did we
went
get
off.
pushed by 3 teams?
That
Yes.
res went off 100%, dude.
Yes. You even clutched at my back. Like, why am I still on the ground, bro?
I don't know. That's some weird shit. Oh shit.
That
dude.
can only happen to us, bro. What the fuck?
I don't know. Unlucky
We
ass.
landed third party
Yeah.
compound and we got pushed by all the teams. Sick. Bam, bam, ba-da-dum. What do you mean collab is tomorrow? I just told you there's no collabs. There's no collabs. After I debut, there's gonna be collabs because I have tournaments and shit. Well, there might be some collabs before the debut, but I don't know for sure because I have to see what's gonna happen with this tournament and how I'm gonna feel. I also wanna take a week off before the actual debut, like some time off and shit like that, you know. So I don't know what time LCQ starts for you guys there. Play ready. Yeah, I need some time to take the skin off. I think Zeta wanted Ollie to call up with us for the Apex. Favorite comfort food? I don't know, but I tried karage in Sweden. We went to Vagamamas and I tried karage. I really like karage. I don't know, for comfort food. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, arigato. We're not in LCQ 1, we're in LCQ 2. Oh yeah, Gordon. I didn't go ahead. Yeah, Randy. Randy, I swear to fucking God, man. I think I've said it 400 times that if I ever go to Japan, it's gonna be with the entire Scars team. And you're still asking me the same question in the past 6 fucking months. Come on. Use your fucking memory. Like, if it's someone new asking that question, I understand. But Randy, you've been here for 8 fucking months, okay? Like, you should know. I'm good, Max. How are you? Hey, 3 months. Twintig. Thank you. Welcome back.
Shut the fuck up.
TW1 Tig just resubscribed for 3 months. Yay, no more hard stuff. 10k.
Shut the fuck up.
Adrila's just resubscribed for 3 months. RPR kiss.
Adrillas, thank you for 3 months. Welcome back. What's it, Senja? We're alone, I think.
Yeah, we are.
Cringed. Zipping on us! Motherfuckers come hot!
That guy is cracked.
Red one.
Knock.
All cracked.
60 flash.
She's dead to my molly. Or to our molly. I mean, I don't know what to say this. That shit is bad. I don't know, man. They just fucking zipped over. Fuck it. The guy died.
Queen, man.
He died to his own fucking molly. Dropping
nothing wrong with
all the heavy in the world. Blue here. Two timer.
There's blue here.
I'm leaving. It's funny how bad people are that like just like lend third party fucking places and then just fucking flop over instantly. My favorite breakfast? I don't really think about it much. I don't really eat breakfast, but if I had to choose, maybe like eggs and bacon. Or like a McMuffin.
Holy shit. And I'm...
Where is everyone, Chad? What's up, Chrono? Has Casey tuned out? Okay, I guess. Nothing annoying happened yet. Well, couple annoying things happened, but yeah, it's alright for the most part. We're chilling. It's not that, yeah, not that crazy. Fruit hates bacon. Damn, that's rough. Feel bad for her. Feel bad for Fruit. You speak Japanese on this trip? Yeah, I did. I spoke with the Japanese players, like Pino. I spoke Japanese to Pino. Is Fruit your Oshi, Randy? Well, they're fighting over there in Crash side.
I'm going.
You're going there? Alright.
Yeah.
Got some rank changes. I think they're good. Randy has like 55 what she's did. He's a DD. Definitely. I mean, Fruit is a really respectable choice for an Oshi in my opinion. How was Sweden with Sierra boys? Sadly, we didn't really get to hang out that much, but we got to hang out a little bit and stuff, and I really liked hanging out with him. The ADR boys as well. What's up, RTX? Oh, they're still fighting here. I like how we saw that from across the planet when we came. Raz is clingy. Like you, I'm telling you guys. I was telling you guys before. Raz loves hugging. I told you guys. You guys didn't believe me. He like hugs us all the time. I love that about him. We're fighting out here. It's a bubble fight. I threw some crazy rockets. They're all one
Huge Cura there.
Yeah. I cracked the permanent. Look at this frag hunter.
Did anyone on him?
Where is
Is he
he?
in the fight?
Alright. 14 flush on him. 14 flush again. That's so much damage.
Oh, he's dead. I heard a 22 flash. There ain't no way he's not dead. Yeah, he died.
Low. Poor guy. Well, I mean, we outskilled them really hard. So.
That was very true and accurate, actually.
When there was a close, nah, it's more like just being there, you know. I got Valkyrie.
Can we do it after
Come
the
here.
balloon?
Oh, well, Amanda's just running away, so I guess he's not.
Yeah,
Valkyrie.
I need to go look at this.
I'm just
I need to go
ballooning.
look at the boxes. They have crazy loot over here. See? Better armor. Oh. What's this? Nice. Bigger mag. Nice. Nice.
Like Spitfires. Who is the Kamiyoshi? What Kamiyoshi is like your god Oshi or whatever? Like your Oshi of the Oshi. The maximum Oshi. That's Towa for me. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. Adrian, I don't know, is Massive actually going to package? They're gonna make that shit broken again, aren't they? Yeah, I've been in Dubrovnik before. Or Dubrovnik.
They're running away from us, man.
14 damage pallet was fucking broken. Diota, I don't have a keyboard anymore. I'm using like a shitty Logitech keyboard because my other one broke. But I'm getting one with Holy Pandas. 60%. On the roof, on the roof.
Dude,
Great.
there's no way. They're all looking at me, bro. What the fuck?
Great Swan in 2 teams, that's why. Great Swan and I fucking cracked the Octane. My arc and bubble. Dude, what the fuck? These guys are fucking crazy. I'm healing. I'm full healing, you're muted, man.
Yeah, I'm chilling, Do it back.
Dude, that rate was actual 1 HP. Oh, she's still there. I hit her 60 purple.
I'm holding inside.
Oh, there's still 2 teams, bro. There's still a team in the choke.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I
bubble.
have 1 syringe. That's all I have.
Yeah, but I'm going down right now.
I'm going straight to you, Tashin. Fucking rip it after 3 syringes.
You have heat shield?
There's
Yeah.
a team planning behind us.
Of course we're getting pushed.
Yeah.
We're dead.
I got you guys.
Well, I mean, all the teams are there. Like, you kill all those, you win the game. So literally 3 teams there.
Fucking rat, I could hear him, dude.
Yeah, he's chasing your ass across the fucking planet.
Both
Those
teammates
guys know?
just died for it.
Yeah. Dessert.
That's what you get. This motherfucker just chased me across the map.
Yeah, and he's team
I'm
died.
not gonna heal until I rescue you. Yeah. I'm not gonna heal until I rescue you guys. It's fine.
There's a make it for you on the left there.
Yeah, no time. I need to get you guys help. Oh, apparently a dead slit on the rock. That's not nice.
Why am I hearing voices?
Already here, dude.
My voices are disabled.
Yeah, just get over to me. 90 on one guy.
Man, they really tried to kill me, dude. I'm so
100,
hurt.
100 on him. He's so low. There.
I'm getting this care package. There's also one right here.
Yeah. You got crab?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna pick up this one as well and get whatever gun this is.
Nice.
I got gold bag. I mean, that's a good gun.
Alright, come on, bro. Hit some Kraber shots.
I'm gonna pick up this guns as well. I got Eva, I guess that's fine. Anyone need turbocharger?
No.
Come here, man. At least take the bag, man.
Yeah. Just get knocked if you want to. And I'll get gold bag.
Phoenix kit, I will take Phoenix.
I have a Phoenix, I have a Phoenix.
I do 400 more, 300 more damage and then I take it.
I made 2 batteries, dude. I'm prepared.
Oh my god. Double bodied.
How do you guys even see
Yeah.
them? Do you have a 4 to 10 on that? Oh, here.
I don't know. I have a wingman.
I have
not
a 2
you.
times scope, triple take.
Oh, for you it doesn't load. What? Careful, all 3 here. Right here, raid. All 3 here. Knock raid.
There's full fin raid.
I'm trying, but I don't have any. Knocked another one,
90 on the other way. Cracked his ass.
Go over here, it's over here.
Where is he? Oh, he's on the bins, He's not ready. Pushing me. Nice. Here, below.
Solo. It's the guy with the teammates.
145.
Yeah,
Is that-
let me find him.
There's a guy with the teammates. What is that called?
The guy that threw for his teammates that died.
Oh. Yeah, that guy deserves some pain in his life.
Get me out. I need to fix my screen. Get me out.
Yeah.
Raise it up. I'm ready.
よだよ
Yo, da yo. Bam, bam. That's why I got nerfed. I mean, you do realize that they haven't nerfed anything. The only person that cannot get one shot by Kraber is a Gibby if he has purple helmet. And he gets it for 197. Everyone else, Gibby and Caustic, everyone else doesn't matter. They still get one shot. Yeah, they are a boot fighter. They're pretty common, but it's been getting better. Favorite waifu? Like from anime? Inori? What's up, Lockon? They need purple helmet and red armor. No, purple helmet, purple armor, because it's a 9. I think it's 197.5 headshot. Astel collab. I mean, if he ever wants to, I'm down. I love Astel. What do you think about Guild Crowning? I loved it, but I think it was perfect the way it is. I'm not the type of person that wants unrealistic endings where everyone is survives and everyone is happy. I like tragic endings because they make sense for the story. Tori arigato. Earlier. What you recently reading? I'm reading The Beginning After the End, the light novel. Currently. What are you talking about, Kuma? But right now I'm reading just The Beginning After the End because it's like a full-time job reading that fucking light novel. Hey Take. I don't like audible. I don't like someone reading it for me.
Shut the fuck up.
CKY underscore
CK.
bot just resubscribed.
CK, thank you very
for 8
much.
months.
Welcome back.
Good luck in LCQ too.
Thank you. No, not yet, Lisa, but I want to. Team landing third party, team landing in our fucking face. This guy's alone, fucking end him. And he's done.
How'd you get it before me?
I don't have a gun. Life sucks. I have a gun now.
Nice, good shot, HVT.
Oh, this guy hitting every shot.
Fucking way, bro. The movement is so off.
Themselves.
You got on me.
We're resting on the right. That's a new team.
That's purple.
Oh, bro, this guy's fucking rampage.
Knocked him.
Try and res
I
instantly.
just hitting every shot.
Yeah, just come to me.
I'm not gonna make it in time.
Fuck.
You should do it, I think.
They're getting floated also.
They should do it now. Maybe bubble res it? So faster.
I'm gonna rip it.
He got knocked on in our building.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna see if I can finish
You have
him, right?
medkit?
No. I want to rinse.
Oh, on me, bro. Holy fuck! He's just here alone, sitting in a corner, waiting for us to fucking res. This little fucking stream stabbing piece of shit. It's the Wraith. She's dog shit.
Fuck, dude.
It's the same fucking little fucking piece of shit dog shit player that tries to third party us wherever we fucking land every single fucking game. Mr. King RL, get off fucking live, pussy. Holy shit, get out of the stream. Fucking dog shit player.
やっべ。
Hello, not to me.
Nice.
Team here, team here.
They're on
ready.
straight right.
Kill us.
They're on far right.
It's a purple bag in the middle. Oh yeah, they went airbase.
Yeah. Okay. Motherfuckers already shooting me with a rampage. Didn't even start my game yet.
No way, he headshots me, dude.
Fuck, dude.
What did you with?
Well,
Bow?
I think he's up here.
Is he dead already? Ah! Yeah, he is up there. All three of them are up there, actually.
I'm holding the angle here.
Are you Any medkits in the chat?
no, bro.
So you see one guy? Correct.
It's our Revenant team. They're here.
Revenant's one. Revenant's literally one shot.
If they push you, man, then I'm just gonna pat to you. I'm just joking around.
Knocked him.
It's the
60
same
on one guy.
I'm pushing this.
He's one shot that guy. Nice.
On me. Piece of shit. Same guy! Again!
Yeah, because they didn't land close to us, you fucking monkey. Of course they're gonna land on us.
Every single fucking game with this fucking idiot.
Yeah, of course they land here. We land here every single game.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they're close to us.
surely they do. This is all just unplanned. Absolute organic gameplay from them.
Okay, he's
Fucking dog.
apparently in my chat.
Really?
Yeah, he is.
Alright, Mr. King RL, you're
He's in
going
chat
on.
list apparently.
You are getting fucking banned. That's all I needed, man. That's all I fucking needed. It's a nice photo I took. Of his death box. Come on, what are you doing, man?
It's not looted over here, by the way.
You didn't mind this shot, yeah. That's all I need. I don't need him to be in any. Doesn't matter which shot he's in. If he's in man, this shot is banned.
Nice.
That is
King Garou. Any wingmans? You need that?
Bring one on me.
You know purple, you know purple bolt, man?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I pinged it.
Yeah, I'm carrying it.
Dang.
I don't have dialogue on, so I don't know if you ping it. I'm gonna try to hurry. Finger reflex.
What was it?
Bolt juice.
Nice. Hey.
Dude, I would love for him to make that tweet, bro. I would fucking love it. so he can expose himself on Twitter as well and ruin his fucking chances of ever fucking being anything in here. By the way, tomorrow LCQ is pretty early, right?
11, yeah,
I think,
AM.
or 11 or 12 or 1, something like that.
12, okay. Why is it so hard to find people? Come play. I see bullets in the sky.
People over there.
Let's go on the top right.
We can kill this guy right in front of us as well.
Oh, you're lucky there's a little care package.
In front of me, Caustic. Caustic purple. Cracked him.
Why are you super close to me right here?
Yeah.
Wait, how
three
the
of them.
fuck am I supposed to hit that guy? They queued all of them.
Octane, knocked him low.
Mile.
Octane dead. Cracked him right. Right. People there, that's a different team.
It's a solo. Good at 12 HP. He's dead. Damn. Oh, here.
Yeah, here, the duo.
Okay.
That's a nice. In front of me. It's a Caustic.
He's one. 51. He's just one shot.
Knock. He's probably gonna go for the other box, so I'm gonna go slide down.
I got him.
Oh, he already grabbed it, didn't he?
Probably.
I hear him in front of me.
Two.
Right here.
That little bitch got a throat. Fuck.
There's been a problem just finding people in rank these days.
Nice.
I think that's nice, man.
Here.
Yeah, I see them. Ah, Valkut. You can rip it.
You guys can do that. I'll take the balloon.
That shit is in fucking Narnia for me.
Something here.
Yeah.
I'm fucking going alone.
Motherfucking evil boy. Full 3 men. Oh my god.
Oh shit, that's a different team.
Are they pushing me?
Nah.
Oh,
You want?
there's a vault you can take. I have one.
I'll take it.
Valkut.
We're double vault then. They're landing here, I think. Yeah, look at them. Never mind. They're flying over. Damn. Okay, I guess.
Why the
They
fuck
gone,
would they? Why the fuck would they go there? Of all things. I'm so confused where people are other than those guys. And the guys behind us. There's only one duo.
I'm gonna knock him.
Where? Oh
Here.
shit, how? Was he AFK? What happened?
I'm just better.
I have 7 medkits right now.
Oh, I hit him. I hit someone 45 purple. I don't know who. I guess his teammate. There's 7 medkits for
Piece of
what?
shit.
What do you need 7 medkits?
Myself.
Well,
Doo-doo.
Grab this.
I'm a motherfucking beamer boy. I'm a schemer boy. I love a girl that don't even fucking need a boy, baby. I'm a...
they're not peeky anymore.
He's had enough. Oh, he's fighting someone else. Is this like a solo here or some shit? Duo? Maybe? Ouch. Right here in the forest. Oh, dude, they saw one guy and they're like, yeah. Dark kill.
Dude, there's no way. The motherfucker is staying still and I'm missing. No way. There's no way, bro. This game is broke.
He was just knocked though. He has a teammate somewhere. You wanna push this team? Fuck it, dude. Let's do something. Come.
Would that be a super intellectual push? Or what?
What are we playing for fucking the Pred or what? It'll be a fine push. Okay, dude, I guess not.
Here, we're
Come
fine.
here and bubble me.
Do that.
me solo out. I'm not. Let's go. Whoa,
Dang.
come.
Fly.
Oh shit, I have 4 seconds. I already did this. They're on this building here.
Not too wait.
This is the worst fucking level in the game.
Go afraid.
They have red armors. I hate these angles.
Behind me, right here.
It's solo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, are you gonna have ult again?
Yeah, I have 60%, so probably not.
I'm looking for all the kills.
It'd be fucking poor better
Okay,
if I
last
did.
bet for me.
I have 12 bads.
I'm drop. Okay, you drop them. I have 3 bets.
How much percentage do you have?
54%.
100 on
Do
CA.
you have Gibby ult, man?
Nope. I used it before.
Well, we're gonna have to like caustic ult or some shit and just run at them.
I hit Horizon
Oh,
again.
one went up the choke. One went up the choke alone.
I found
Horizon
one.
45 red.
160.
I'm going.
160 is here.
I'm batting.
I ulted roof.
Okay. Two in choke. All three in choke. Cracked one. 45 flash on Horizon. They're behind the red trunk. Right trunk. I'm hitting someone's
that guy.
flash.
Did you shoot that? Yeah.
Batting.
There.
Close left, Seer alone. I'm gonna swing. I'm batting here. Cracked one. I'm hitting really hard. Nah, bro. Holy shit. You're fucking cracked, and I'm no more fucking bats.
I have 16 bullets.
For what?
They're gonna push. Yeah, bubble. Just bubble and we peek.
No,
They're
I don't.
swapping me. They're swapping
Okay.
me.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, these guys really. They're really just the best.
Ah, I'm die. Thank you forever.
Dum 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 dum. Dun dun dun. Right back 1 sec. One dip it. I am fucking back. I'm fucking back. What's up, bitches? Bitches ain't nothing but hoes and tricks.
Ahoy!
Why is it getting fucking cold again? It was just getting fucking hot and now it's getting fucking cold. This fucking country can't even get the weather right, man. Fuck!
I'm in the middle. They got 3 middle. Never mind. Go left side.
Yeah.
Felt that.
No gun, let's go. Late lander.
Neither.
Great.
This motherfucker landed 4 years late on us. Love that for me. Oh, he's gone.
He's dead.
Oh, dude. I'm bussing.
Good.
In the middle, Tashin, I think.
Yeah. On
Yeah.
the right.
Purple armor Valk.
Oh no.
She's running away.
He's not down or anything. I'm coming.
She has purple fucking armor. She's getting shit on, I think.
Oh,
She have range.
Bubbling on me, come.
50 on him.
Oh fuck.
Crack the horizon.
Locked. Locked.
Here. He's on 400 ping. I just died behind the wall. That's sick. I love that.
He headshot me. I need to armor swap.
Fight him.
You have a battery?
He headshot me too. They're here. Give mine.
Okay, just
I'm not
cleaning
sure
up
if he's
and I will
alone
push
or not. I haven't seen anyone else but him.
Yes.
You can bubble on me and we should be fine.
I don't have bubble yet.
You can punch me backwards.
Alright, we can rest now.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Valkyrie is kinda crazy.
yeah,
He
he
just knocked
fucking,
another guy.
he's 100% on high ping because I just
I
died.
joined one.
15 months, Epoch. Thank you. Welcome back.
Shut the fuck up!
Epoch_user just resubscribed for 15 months.
Yeah, make it for me.
Nope.
End it.
Oh, Phoenix. Oh.
Ah,
okay.
fuck. Well, I'll pop it anyway.
Did he kill
Are
them
they
all
all
section
dead?
or what?
I think he killed that dude and I killed them.
Okay, Pog. We love that.
I guess they're all dead.
We fucking love that. I feel like she's been doing that a lot today. I killed them, they killed each other, I killed them all.
Just yoinking everything.
Purple mag. To the man.
I'm stacked already.
What's up, Shay? I'm really stacked. I don't got one bad, but I can fight the entire game, honestly.
I give you one more. I have 2. I mean, I have 3.
Fuck. Thingy.
Yeah, 1. I've 0. I mean,
Oh.
there's a fully stacked everything in here if you need.
Dude, I need that mag.
Mine is already full gold purple.
Okay, I'm ready. Oh my god, I'm ready.
I have a.
I wanna go here.
I have Wingman and R9 both fully juiced to the max. Like you can't juice them. Yeah. The only way you can juice them more is like hold heavy mag, but like I don't need it. ICQ2 is tomorrow. What's up, Evo? What's up, Brain? Good morning. I'm doing good. How are you? Did you sleep? More than 5 minutes. I think my Vey merch is coming in and I gotta fill up like some shit for the customs. What time tomorrow? Like early for us. I don't know what time it's gonna be for you guys.
I should ignore. Never mind.
I'll do
It's
that.
us.
Could have been me.
It's starting to get hot in Denmark, dude.
That
Same here.
it was really hot in Croatia and then now it rained this morning, so now I'm fucking molding again.
What weather do we have right now? It's 15 degrees Celsius, dude. Holy
Man, that's
shit,
not
man.
fucking hot. What?
It is.
No, there's no more need.
Dude, it was 20 yesterday. I couldn't play. My room was just hot as fuck. I couldn't.
It was like 24 yesterday, and then rained
Yeah,
two
but it
days.
depends
so
where
now
you're
it's-
from.
Now it's 15, so now it fucking sucks.
Oh shit.
Oh, you good? In Croatia, it gets like 40 during August, 40 plus. People are telling me in Japan, like if you go in Japan during August, like it gets really hot, 35 plus, and it's humid, bro. And we get 40 plus in Croatia here, and it's fucking humid as fuck. I'm fucking used to it, man.
Yeah, we're just used to cold.
Oh, Dragon said wolf. Good. These guys are weird. Can I point that out? It's like they waited for us.
Shit on him. 140 or something. 200.
Knocked one.
Yeah, that guy. I have
No,
Cypress, by the
full.
way.
That guy was full. That guy was full. by the
Okay,
way.
Valkyrie. I shit on Valkyrie.
Oh.
Copy the res. Carino. Valkyrie dead as well. This guy does not miss a wingman shot. 90 on him. 90 on him right in this corner.
He
Come now.
knows. This guy knows. Blue armor's walk if you want.
Yeah, he was still
exists.
peeking
We
me
do.
even though I shit on him.
We have ceiling fan. And AC.
Yeah, I know. Homie.
Confident.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The way you died was like fucking weird. You died so fast.
I
Yeah,
almost
got like
take him
2
with me.
people though.
Yeah.
You were ego challenging him?
Two at the same time. I did a one shot away to kill that dude. One shot.
I must start running double DT, man. Fuck it. Wingman and R9. I got my Valko to be honest. Wanna fuck off. Brain you Dan, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, dry. If it's hot and dry, it's not that bad. But bro, if it's humid and hot, man, It's disgusting, bro. It sucks so much. Like, when Croatia is very humid, at least where I live, it's humid as fuck because we're like on the sea, right? Holy shit, it gets hot. I walk out the fucking front door and like you get hit by the wave of humid air and hits your face instantly and you're sweating on the spot. It's ridiculous. It's like you step foot outside your front door and you get hit by that wave of fucking... Japan is always disgusting humid. Yeah, but I don't imagine it can be more like more humid than what we have here, man. It's pretty much the same shit because Japan is like similar situation as Croatia, which is like on the coast. Curling fans. We use any kind of fans you can think of. We have them in the fucking ceilings, and we have ceiling fans. Yes. We have a ceiling fan in like our main room, but now we're using ACs because ceiling fans are not good enough. We need like actual ACs to to be fucking chill. Wanna get some motherfuckers here? What if I purple on the left guy? Valkyrie's flying up. Right here. She's up here. Gotcha, bitch.
Edison head on guy.
I'm below. Yo.
111 on fucking stairs.
Dollars, push this guy, push him now. 100. Nice, good shit. Bubbling here.
Dude, I'm getting fucking nated to the wazoo, dude. Oh, he's pushing on me.
Second floor landing.
Yeah, I'm pushing in. 7-7.
Guy on me finishing me. I'm his first KP, please. He's literally hit 150 right here. I'm dead to his molly. People are so stupid. Holy shit.
Why you leaving?
The timing.
Fucking dog shit. That's better, man.
The window.
Oh my god, stacked on you. Oh my god.
I'm going down.
Oh, this is not Vase merch. This is my merch that's coming over. Now I
Shut the
understand.
fuck up.
I was raining David 2 months. Look about it.
Just resubscribed for 2 months. Wow, I subbed yesterday and I get the 2-month ping today live.
Who fucking looted the fuck out of me?
I yoinked your shit, dude. Oh.
I got nothing.
Good the Valkyrie dude, actually.
I don't know where it was. Like he took all my heavy as well. The ocean does not freeze. Motherfucker, I'm pretty sure the ocean cannot freeze. The ocean is impossible for the ocean to freeze unless it's like Ice Age. I got no bats.
I have 2 on me.
On us, behind us. Here. Wait, what? Was that you, man, there? With your fat ass steps?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know. I need bats. I got 0.
Mainly must be stacked. I have 2 only.
Right here.
Yeah, Priest, that's cringe as fuck. Loot in my box. Actually cringe. Oh no, 100%. I don't have a problem with going to Japan during the summer, man. I actually have zero problem with that. Even better because during the summer there's festivals and I want to go to festivals. Holy shit, they were ready for that. Any phoenixes? Got a phoenix, man?
Airdropping it right there. It's in front of you.
Nice. Fogging it. There. Oh, he's close on the roof.
They don't know I'm up here.
9 jump cap.
They don't know I'm up here.
Jesus, man. Are they gonna push finally, or do I need to get enough for them to push?
Just wait, just wait.
Dude, I would straight up drop my armor, get myself smoked. Tashin reses me, I pick up the armor.
That's not bad. And they would actually push. Look at them.
Look, look, look. Man, they babble us. They're close, they're close. They drop. 500, almost tracked. Push him. 1-1-1. Get baited, pussy.
Look at these idiots, dude. Look at these idiots.
It actually worked.
They're so dumb.
Look at these idiots, dude.
Oh shit! Yeah, he's got the Devo. Dude, he's holding left click like crazy. Oh, he's got teammates, bro.
Oh,
Wait,
he does?
yeah, there.
What is this Scott fucking fighting?
Then I should
Actually
drop my
pushed.
armor and I stood still, Taishin. I stood still. He knocked me and then he pushed alone.
He passed
Anything
over and I
from
did
112%.
180 to the other guy and I did 120 on the other guy.
Yeah.
I was about to stop the rest after I heard the jump head, bro. I'm like, fuck it, dude.
4 months.
Just
Nice,
fucking
we'll rip it. We fucking killed him, dude.
Yeah.
I told you you're gonna get baited.
Exclamation
Holy
mark.
shit. I'm gonna go pick up my food real quick. Right back.
Nice.
So Edmonds doing good, how are you? Fuck, I can eat. Like 4 teams.
Fuck, turn around. Land here. 5 teams.
Oh shit. That was a lot of teams.
I have a bow. I'm going. I have a bow.
I didn't even have yet.
Oh, lucky dude.
Mine is like, I'm still in the air.
I didn't even get a weapon.
I'm
What
ready
the
to
fuck,
push
you-
though.
I didn't get a weapon.
Card. Here, take this. Another one.
Another one.
I'm going over.
Purple armor. Oh, golden bag.
Whoa. I'm gonna go die now so you can put it to use.
I'm coming over.
They're there.
$60 on that dude. 60 flash. Dead. So only 2 idiots here.
Got blue boat.
Red one.
Got in.
No.
Bob.
You got that? Thing moving?
Dude, he's so low. I knocked
low.
one.
It's
There's
so
only one
low.
guy. He's popping him. He's actually finished me through my knockdown. That's cringe.
You can't stick me, I guess.
I did so much
What
on
the
him.
fuck?
He's the only one alive. Whatever, I'm just you want to do.
You have gold.
Yeah, I know.
Nice bro. Good team.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go down, hit 2 pass, and then go res it. I'm in here from my neck.
No! Your resume, no!
Pushing?
On my ping, one guy. 2 guys. All 3
guys,
actually, all 3.
guys.
50
Nice.
on one.
Down the back.
See.
Alright, they're beaming me out the air, bro. That's more important. I'm literally their only KP today.
Nice. Need your cells, any of you?
I need
I have
souls, yeah.
3, I have 2.
I just dropped 6.
I need 2 to go full.
60 on one, 120. Knock. Yeah, knock the right guy.
pushing.
Flash, one guy flash, hold to it.
Yeah, I'm pushing.
I just got fucking bowed. Okay, cracked. Hit 60. I'm getting bowed by a different team,
Push
bro.
my flash.
They're pushing me here.
Yeah, I can do anything.
I only have one
Knock
syringe.
one.
That's not bad.
They're fighting here, they're out. What the fuck is going on?
Alright, Tachino, I'm coming now.
Yeah, there's the one dude.
Play your fucking player life, player life.
50 on him. Crack. One.
I'm dead, bro. I just don't have anything.
Stick.
I finished one guy here, by the way.
We win that.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty sure there's a solo here. Pathfinder is trying to finish me. Dude, what is wrong with
These guys wanna rest. Fucked. No, he's sitting. Fuck you, dude. This guy's won. You just rest him. Fucking hell. He's on the left side here. Outside.
I can move!
You got that. You got that
No
easy.
way. Look at them, dude. They're just waiting for it.
22, he has 22 HP, dude.
I'll let you.
This guy's
Team's
so
just
lucky.
waiting.
I pumped him for, what's that? Dude, 198, and I have to shoot him one more time, and he hits me for 77. Like, bro.
Bruh. And then this team is just waiting for me to do something, dude.
Yeah, why the resume? I was just trying to eat my food, chat. What's up, Zimmy? Done eating. Alright, be right. Back. I'm back. Devour, what about Devour? There's no one here, somehow. You have FPS in your name. Literally nothing you say matters. Ever.
Someone's global loading on me.
How dare they? Let's go end them.
I'm there. Soon. Want to push you up a little bit closer? Right here. There's
I'm
another guy
coming
right
back.
there also up here. Yeah, well, he's super close to you.
Alright. I'm getting hard pushed. On me.
25 on him.
60.
44 flush. He's 1 HP.
Knock. Crack.
83 on that guy.
How did he just do that? Here and left. That guy was looking away
60
from
on
me
him?
and shooting me, chat. Looking
Fine.
away from me and shooting.
Different team.
Yeah, above you on high ground, behind you where you just came from, and
Yeah, no.
I have to heal now.
he's looking at me so fucking aggressively. On my right. And that's, I don't know who that is. That's a completely different team. I can't do anything.
Wait, I think it's that guy that fucking like.
It's a completely different team, by the way. They just wore up.
Just walked up on me.
Yeah, this right.
I'm down. I got fucking naded down.
And a Valkyrie. Nah, it's a completely new team. They're guys getting hard push right now.
Just sliding
Yeah,
down
that
like a
thing.
fuck. He doesn't care at all. They're just sliding down.
Like, 2 times behind the wall, my man, dude.
Dude, they didn't care at all.
Always.
Just holding double.
Down, around, and up.
There's so much damage on them and they're still running.
It's crazy.
They're tanking the shots. Okay.
Oh my god, I died. I wanna get a snack. Right back. Damn, you guys got small cocks. You guys know I can just ban Fossabot. You're saying other streamers are live while I'm live in my own chat. Not very cool, man. Please don't do that ever. Favorite music artist? Currently it's Paul Blanco. What's up, Kota Kota? What's up, Matyan? Someone's gonna enter college, university. I'm probably the worst person to give you advice on that, since I think college fucking sucks, man. When I was in university, that shit was fucking bad. I did not enjoy it at all. But if you're doing something you like, then it might be different. I just ended up not liking. You know what I was doing. And I mean, if you're in college, just focus on your studies. Like, going out with your friends is great and all, but it might make you fucking
I'm losing behind the
fail
play.
all your subjects and shit if you didn't too much. I did IT for my uni. I hated every moment of it. After the first 2 years.
Ahoy!
Don't go out with your friends and don't study. I mean, that's an option too, yeah. The people there or what?
Shooting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming. You scanned one?
I did. Right here.
45.
Walk,
first.
45 purple. Walk right here, 45. Cracked Valk.
38 gold.
Little Lobalu, what the fuck? He armor
One's close.
71 headshot on him.
45 body. Hundred
Knock, knock, knock. Valk is like all over here. 4 cracked her. Come on, push.
Above us on roof.
Oh yeah, he is. Oh, he's just fighting me instead. Alright, cool. Now Valk is just baiting. This guy is so fucking alone. He dropped off on the
71
side.
headshot. We have tomorrow. Jorge.
Huh?
We have tomorrow, Jorge. Oh fuck, my bad.
What?
Someone asked when we have LCQ.
Oh.
I forgot to mute.
There are more people on us.
No, I'm just shooting to get my value out of
There's
my
a guy here.
wingman.
I'm gonna
next
die,
one.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
You are? No, you're good, you're good.
Below, below, Valk, Valk, Valk. I'm pushing this up.
Door.
He's cracked hard. 14 souls.
Also not dead.
I have
Put
no
on the
idea.
door.
You were legit pissing him.
Ah!
No, no.
Nades!
Come inside.
Yeah, 45. That guy.
One knock.
Ralph, literally above me. On the horizon. 86 headshot. You, I need to swap.
Good luck, good luck.
There's no baby. Can I have a fucking bat, please? Holy shit. Okay.
Do.
Well, that's impossible to find a bat.
Here. Right there. Right on my red ping.
Okay.
I'm going back.
Yeah, I see them right in front of you.
Shit on one.
Did they take a package? I don't know what they took, but he TP'd away. Ash TP. Shoto tier 1. Thank you.
One dead.
Ash crack. Ash dead. 1.
Holy shit, that Horizon queue.
What's up, shit? How are you
Good,
doing?
to Mr. T, man.
Shut the fuck up.
New
Oh
team.
shit.
I'm good.
Fuck, I was dropping my gold bag.
Where's it?
They're hard pushing me.
Yeah, they are. One horizon.
Cracked
I'm
one.
playing back
I
here,
popped
I'm
all
playing
your
back here.
popped all your barrels for you. I'm getting an angle above you, Tashin, so I can cover you.
Here.
Yeah, 28 on the fucking horizon. Blue.
Fucking going here.
They got 2 blues. Octane's blue as well. They're putting
Cube
away.
Back. One cube back. I'm pushing up.
Same.
This motherfucker took it. I'm taking his own. Horizon dead. 45 on his rate.
104. Knocked.
Self-res, we good. Thank you so much for the 2 on shot. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing good.
Long time ago, I hit 104 with a fucking Mastiff.
We need to play Apex soon. Shoro. I'm thinking Apex boot camp with Vox and Shoro. Get them both to Pred. How does that sound?
Northwest. Going.
The Demon Slayer and the Demon having to work on the same team to rank up in a fucking video game. And shit, I'm fucking. That'll be content.
I'm buying.
They're running.
I'm fucking. I'm in the.
I
This one. Suck.
Boba got fucking shit on.
One guy right there.
41 purple on this horizon.
I'm gonna fucking lane behind them, right?
Okay, I got a bat. Dashin, do you have more blue on you? Oh!
I think I do.
Okay, I'm gonna surface with gold bag. Holy shit. That sounds terrible. You're so tsundere. Holy shit. No way he walked up and got my ass fucked. No! I hope they all land that shit.
Knocked.
You killed that bloodhound?
Yeah, I did.
It's flash right above you.
I know that.
Yeah, and that's what you guys get for fucking finishing me. Fuck you, Alex.
Yeah.
There's a guy on me.
Yeah, I mean, Fruit is a monster. Like, Fruit can easily reach Diamond. There's no cap on a stack. She can do it.
Oh.
She can
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
do it.
Wow.
What happened?
Shit, synergy, Brad.
He just shit on me. Pretty much. He's gonna arrest the teammate. I'm just gonna self-rest.
Yeah, you can rip it, I think. Yeah, he res right now.
I can't rip it. Mandy, you have to run towards me instantly.
Yofi
Oh,
training
yeah,
arc?
right.
Yeah, Yofi wanted to play too. I also have Zeta
He's coming for my
training
ass.
arc.
He's right here. He's right here. Little ass.
Shit, I gotta loot myself before I can shoot.
Did you hear what? You didn't ping? Who's on you?
Yeah, smoked and looting me.
Cracked him.
Where is he? Right on his body?
God
They're all
knows,
there.
Arcar. God
Right here,
knows.
right here, right here.
There's 3. The guy here.
Oh, there's 2 at least in front of me.
Yeah. It's a 2v2.
They're in this fucking little box.
He's using an old tech cell.
I can fucking res.
Yeah.
He has no idea I'm resing right next to him. Okay, that was sick.
Nice.
They're running market.
Pathfinder flying out. 86 headshot. I think we're good. Oh shit, dude.
Yeah. Did they suck you dry? They did. Holy shit.
Holy, there's nothing. In my
Holy fuck.
there was nothing in it.
There's a bunch
I'm
of
going
dead
back
people
to the
here
fight.
though.
Yeah.
There's a package right here.
What about Zen?
There's gotta be
Yeah,
two
Zen could do it
crab?
too, man. Zen's an FPS player. She could easily do it.
Hey, for you.
But she needs to put time in. Like just like with everything in life chat. Time in. You put the time in, you can achieve it. I haven't seen Shoto play FPS games yet. But something tells me Shoto is like a hidden gem, like he's good, you know. And from what I've seen, Zeta looks like you know, her aim can get pretty good.
I'm ready. Three man landing on me? I'm not joking.
No fucking way, dude. Oh yeah, they are.
Yeah, I see him. I shot it for you. Push you in front. 90 on him. What the fuck is that name?
Are they all inside?
I have no idea.
Oh, they're on top.
Oh, they're on top. Okay.
What? I'm stuck. Please don't kill me.
76
That guy's
headshot on
smoking.
Ash. 76 headshot on Ash.
76. Oh, okay. Fair
All right.
gun.
Blood on scan. This side. Multiple motherfuckers.
It's them. It's them.
Gibby cracked. I'm shitting on him. Crack 1, crack 2 almost. I'm phoenixing.
Fuck. I'm here to him.
I'm gonna die here.
Yeah, don't try now.
Oh, look at me.
Gibby 1. Dude,
Oh shit.
what the fuck? Gibby was so low.
How's he not dead? Dude.
I don't know what
Thing.
Damn.
Because
Dude,
we
I
fucking
did-
shoot them.
73, 76, 72 to Gibby. How is he alive?
They're all one shot.
Awesome, then recharging.
What the fuck?
20 kills, dude.
I did like 130 to him. How the fuck is he alive? Just drop down, die. Fuck. That's what she said. Okay, so chat, I gotta fill up this fucking customs shit.
I just needed you guys to swing on the left. We're all looking at me.
Cause my merch
But you
is
guys
coming.
have
Yeah,
to heal.
I have 110 HP.
20
Yeah.
health, so I was putting a penis.
I didn't have all. I didn't have all either.
So I have to fill
If
this.
we waited straight up 5 seconds or something, we would kill them instantly.
Yeah.
How'd I do this? Open with Google Docs. So I have to fill this shit up. My merch apparently came. My merch! Like samples of my merch. Merch leak. I showed you guys the hoodie already. What do you mean merch leak? I showed you that shit, man. It's gonna be all profits to Ukraine. So if you guys can't afford it, you know, make sure you buy some. Because it's for a good cause. How much merch? Merch is on debut day. On debut day it's releasing. Same day.
Shut the fuck up.
Hydrogen Nader Prime, welcome. How much will the merch be? I don't know. I don't know about the prices, but it shouldn't be too terrible. He lands on the bow. You got purple.
70.
60 crack on this guy. Valkyrie. 60 crack on the purple. 60 flush on one. 60 flush on another one. Alright, bro.
$100.
Coming. 50 flush on him. Alright. You guys need a purple bolt?
I got one.
Yeah. I need, yeah. Sniper scope and I'm smiling.
I think I saw a stick somewhere, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I could also be like thinking of the last game of him.
We'll find, I believe.
Hey, the hoodie is nice actually. Like the hoodie is like actually a wearable thing, like something personally I think you guys wouldn't mind wearing every day. Like in public and shit. It's like not like, you know how usually they make merch and it's like all about like the streamer type shit, but it doesn't actually end up like wearable when I'm in public. Oh, the merch is kind of like, I try to make it so it's like something you don't really know it comes from a streamer, you know. The only thing that the hoodie has from me, it says little RPR top left, like a little logo, and it has my tattoo on it. But the rest is just like nice colors and stuff. But like if you don't know who I am, like you would never know, like, you know, that tattoo is something from a streamer or something. What am I using to learn Japanese? My friends. I talk to my friends. And other people. And then I used a little bit of Duolingo, but I don't think Duolingo is that good. It was a bit easy. You don't really remember shit from it. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna speak in Japanese right now. I don't feel like it. I don't like speaking on demand either. I'm not a dog. I got no bats. Is that bats?
They're crafting.
I got 2.
They're crafting. Let's go.
What are they crafting? He's up top. Oh, he dropped off
He's
top.
queuing you. He's queuing you. Come Sashin, come. Just land this guy. Sure, just fucking land him.
I'm behind him, Banda.
100?
You're getting hard push.
I knocked one? Yeah, it's fine. I fucked this guy. Oh, they're resting. What? No, what? Aren't we here?
We're gonna be here soon.
I cracked 2, I cracked 2. Knock 1. There's a different team. Really far away though. Nice, you finished him, I'm batting. Is that your gas?
Yeah.
Let's find out. I accidentally took the port, I don't know where he goes, I hope I'm alive. Oh, go straight on him. Sick.
Come on.
It's 3 teams now. Bangalore right here, she got cracked. Inside the building, she's trapped. Nice. Whoa. I'm crawling to you so I can shield you. Coming in, coming in. Load him.
Dude, they're so bad.
There's your teams, nice. Goodbye, Jizu. I don't know, 3. I don't know how much things you should be carrying, man. It's like all depends, fucking personal preference type shit, type deal. Depends on your circumstances as well. What's happening? Is man AFK?
Yeah.
You don't get the Evo from the dragon on the ground,
Nope.
but you get one from the one above. What the fuck?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's fucking in the cage, dude. You don't think it's struggling enough or what?
I should still get my Evo damage. I don't give a fuck. Oh fuck! I'm dropping a 3-timer. Oh, I'm juicing. You want the Mastiff or the PK, man?
PK.
What the fuck? What happened? You
There's
changed.
a PK more here.
No. But don't you prefer Mastiff?
No.
No?
PK is going in the care package. Or Mastiff's going to care package.
Oh.
No time to play that dog shit anymore.
Dude, that thing is gonna be broken in the care package. Well, you should still play it because we have a tournament on this patch.
Yeah, no, I'm still playing it. But I also want to play on PK.
Okay, I'm just saying. No point in getting fucking used to it until after tournament.
I know. I've been playing Mastiff last game.
He's good with every shotgun. Doesn't matter what he's running.
I need backpack. Bro, no fucking way there's no backpacks. Hello? Fucking pain. Fuck you, dude.
Yoink.
Why do you not have a backpack?
Because
Okay, I'm good now. I found one. Ooh.
Fuck this dude.
No one's gonna grab the blue that's right there.
I'm just 2 shots away.
I would love to know where the enemy is. Oh, they flew right in front of us here. To the compound on the right. Oh, in front of me. Posting 40 blue. Where the fuck are you running? Of course, rampage. Oh, welcome, bro. I got a bat. Dude. Oh, they're pushing.
They're ready.
1 HP, caustic 1. Malco, dead.
1v2.
Oh! Careful, he's hyping.
We healed that situation after. Yeah.
oh, you got this guy right there. Always put at the same time.
Oh, what do you mean we heal? I'm 1 health. Hello?
Yeah, you peek them with 1 health instead of taking heal. Like heal, just fucking heal.
I
bro.
don't have heals.
Nothing.
No.
Fucking hell.
And
I'm
also,
like,
that guy
why
just...
the fuck is he peeking with 1 HP?
I had fucking 70 health and that guy shot me through fucking... through the bubble. Like, hello? He's supposed to be EU. Why is he playing on like fucking 300 ping? That's so fucking weird.
It's me, Piccolo! Thank you, Forever.
Oh, Pain Pekka, sorry, chat, I'm doing some.
We're here.
Yeah.
The young Eric.
Nice, I got nothing.
Slide down to me. I have guns. Oh wait.
Knocked up crypto on me. Getting charge rifle. No, what
I
the
knocked
fuck?
one here.
One jump down, one jump down.
Yeah, I can't do anything, man. I'm
21.
surrounded. He's finishing me. He used all his ammo to finish me.
There's no way he jumps. He does. Oh my god. Oh my
How many are they?
god. 3 man. I shit on 2 people. This guy's just better.
I already played what map I wanted. What do you guys want?
Knock one of them or kill them?
Shot. Ooh. Yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Grief him.
I wish I had fucking any way of like getting up again.
I have a car gun. If you want.
Nah, I'm good, I'm good. fucking god.
What's happening?
Oh yeah.
What is that noise? It sounds like rubber.
Wasn't that the fuse cube?
Yeah, in the water. That's what it sounds like, rubber. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I have 5 bats. And red armor and 100 damage. 38.
Cool.
Here's someone
left.
following.
Oh yeah, they're gonna pat in.
Make y'all mad. Make y'all rap on me. Whoa. 3 million Noah subs.
When I show merch, I saw it in Discord a while ago.
My god, we win these. We win.
Yeah.
Play the big building. I know. I'm gonna barrel up it.
They ulted. Oh, yeah, play this building, play this building, play this building, eh?
I don't
There's a
see
massive
anything.
outside, there's massive outside.
Alright.
This building right here on me, okay?
Yeah.
Red one. 100.
in.
Red one.
Not two. Grab this guy. Willow.
Dead.
Shit on.
Holy fuck, dude. So bad.
How you lose that, dude?
Oh, criminal. That is so tragic. I did like, I don't even know how much damage. I had no bolt Eva.
Yeah.
Cringe lords.
That's so bad.
Unfortunate.
No,
happy for
that
them.
was so bad.
Good for us, man.
How, bro? How you lose?
I don't fucking know, but I'll take that. I'll take that free loot delivery right after I just got
Under
respawned.
me.
Under him.
And far away one. Oh, and
The guy close was
he's behind the fucking
far
behind the
away
dragon.
low.
2 guys behind the dragon, on top of the dragon. Right on top of the dragon, cracked almost.
Right there.
fuck, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my
big
fucking
building,
God.
big building next to you guys. Charge sentinel.
58 here, 58 here. Oh my god.
Open a medkit.
Holy shit, dude.
He's inside gassing. Postic almost cracked inside. In the back room, I'm gonna nade him. Cracked him. Hit him very hard flush.
I'm gonna show this guy who's boss of this gym. Let's go. Into the arena.
It's also there. Well, without you, you're fine. That was his Bengal or what?
No. Yeah. Nice.
Didn't realize they had a bang.
Yeah, he was standing all over here.
Fading his team.
I can't believe that team delivered us so much loot off rip. Like that was the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me in this game.
Nice, man.
Actual loot delivery.
Someone flying.
Oh, they flew away. I got my loot.
Nice.
Turbo. Come, let's Valkyrie here. Well, that wingman would be empty with no fucking attachments. I'm not picking that up. There should be people on our left. Where the fuck did they go? They opened this. I don't know if that's new or old, but
Oh fuck, it's ratting. Ratting here.
We can kill him.
for sure.
17 bulk.
Drop the bat on the ground. I'm taking that. They're below
They
somewhere.
all do us. They all do us from here.
Different team.
Crafter. One guy's crafting right now.
Yeah, they're crafting from us.
I stunned him with crafting.
Team fighting on my side here.
He's got such a disgusting head glitch. I'm batting.
Oh, Bangalore's low. Hit him for 90.
Broken changes. We should fight this house team. They're in a corner. Look there. Look at the bats they left us. They left us so many bats. He's trying to pick it up. Oh, the fucking.
Oh,
Horizon.
I'm playing safe. Guy right here. Coming through. Lost.
Inside, last guy. Good. Cracked him. Good.
Team flying on us.
Almost shocked the Valk. They're running away.
I have one bad, by the way.
Yeah.
I have 3. Here, I'll drop you one. Port. Gold armor. Hit him like 30, 40.
Nice.
It's so nice for them to build bats for us. That's nice. Let's Valko. Come.
Yeah.
Oh, rat. You see that little rat below?
Yeah. He knows. Can't see him. Naded him. 45. Dead.
Nice.
Oh, shit. He's dropped from here.
I had to leave the wall because this team was getting a little aggro on it. He's on the wall now. 150 on him! On the Pathfinder. On the wall. Alright, bro.
Flanking.
Get it. Hi, Irish.
How do you know? Us.
He's pushing over. Two of them pushing over, Tajin.
Yeah.
He's pushing hard. You're dead.
I'm not dead. What do you mean I'm dead?
Can try and help. Nah, he's good. 25 gold on Octane.
I gave him the confidence, dude.
Yeah, you pissed him off saying he's dead.
I said you're dead, and then
And
he's
now-
fucking fueled the fire.
Now he's like, yeah, I'm not going down on purpose. Resin behind us as well.
I'm going back. You're lower now, Tajin.
What is their plan?
I don't know, those guys are fucking weird. They're on top. How can you even see me? I'm head glitching the fuck out of you.
Massive brain.
Lost.
Fly? Hold armor as well.
Hello, man.
This zip is insane. Goes all the way up.
That's nuts.
Oh, they're fighting like crazy here. On top. 120 on top horizon. Doctor, all dead, all dead.
Three.
One team all dead.
I'm going back. Nice. Nice, man.
Wait, this is playable?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Since when? You could fit a whole
It's
team
all
up here.
playable.
We never played that. I guess he's not playable in calm.
Flying over here.
They're gonna fly over on us.
Yeah.
No.
Team just took this building in front of us. I only saw two though. Yeah, they're landing on the mountain, I think.
One walking over, one walking over.
Yeah, walking through.
Are you ready to push?
I'm batting.
On my way, on my way.
Valk is still not in, I think. Great low.
Never.
Valk 120, we should push.
Dead, go!
Nice. I'm marking.
11.
I'm gonna die here. 1 HP, blow down. 1 HP, nice. Just res. No way, man, the loses that.
We got third party? Yeah.
I'm stuck, I can't get in.
Only two.
Only Pathfinder in.
He just slides in like a psycho, bro.
Yeah, most confident player in the world. I wanna see how much KP they are. Oh,
They got
that
the
shit,
juice KP.
they actually did something. Crazy. I couldn't get through the fucking door. The box, he died on the door, so I
Oh
couldn't
no,
control
my
him.
ears, dude. Fucking Spitfire.
Na 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 na. Sebastian. One in Toma. Na 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 na.
Shut the fuck up.
Skip your thing for tier 1. Welcome. Welcome back. Or no, fucking, what am I saying? Skip your thing for gifting tier 1. Appreciate you. We meant the hot pot. Sheesh. Sub commotion.
I just asked him about scrims. If there's scrims today, we can play them.
Alright.
It's Canyon, dude.
Well, only a couple more days of this bullshit anyway.
Yeah. God bless.
And then whole new ranked rework and fucking
New map. SP.
Stormpoint fucking thing. God, I love that map so much. Holy shit.
Rank reloaded. Stormpoint reloaded. Everything reloaded. The next season.
Nah, new POI and Stormport 2 is kinda cool.
Yeah, it's
It's
nice.
like a big monster.
Yeah, it looks kind of like Thunderdome. Like it has like a massive crane above it, and in the video, Newcastle stands on top of the crane, like, and then jumps down. Like it looks like it's playable. But we'll see. I guess.
Ooh.
Open up. No, I have no nades. Fuck. You don't got a nade? There we go.
No. Knocked one.
Let's go then.
Knocked one
Swinging
left.
left.
There's two teams.
Low and low.
Half and one on me.
Knocked one. Another team.
One team dead.
Another one down here. I missed. Controller player. He's so fucking much better than me. He out moved me 7 times.
I dropped the blue.
I'm good.
I'll take it.
Holy shit, he outmoved me. What?
You're mad because you're bad, man. Classic. Classic Mande move. Mad because bad.
It's crazy, dude.
Do these motherfuckers not produce wingmans?
My man looking for wingman all day.
What do you mean? That I played fucking 3-1 the past 6 games. I want to play wingman.
It's fine.
People here.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, he has a wingman. Raid slow. Good.
Damn. Can you come a little bit back? Knocked one.
Yeah, that's
Don't
good.
come back this time.
I'm down. I'm good up here. Down here.
45 on this guy. 90 on him.
Knock.
Yeah, just play safe, just chill.
Yeah, I stick.
Someone else flying behind you guys here. I gotta get in this
Oh,
corner.
shit.
I'm good in this corner. Mandy, if you have Bob, you should rest.
So like, I don't.
Whole new team landing on you guys now.
60 on this
We
guy.
landed up here.
Play your room together, man.
Right here. On this pole, he's sitting on it. Look at
I'm
him.
gonna medkit.
I'm playing here.
He's ziplined. He grappled on this pole now. He's on this pole now.
You have a lot of light, maybe? I have 0.
So here, I'll give you some. I'll give you half
Yeah,
mine.
Use. Yeah.
He's like, if you have a sniper or something, this guy's free kill.
Wanna peek together, shoot him?
Yeah.
Like literally right here, on my ping, on my red ping.
Oh, go zip up on him.
One. Nice.
This is now a new team pushing you guys. Still on this ping.
What the fuck?
He dropped down now.
Dude.
He dropped down now.
Honest or what?
Now he's here, but yeah, he's gonna grapple on you now. Yeah, he's grappling on you. Now I'm dead, so I can see anymore.
We should play together here, I think.
Yeah, I'll play together.
Play in this building. Oh yeah, and this side of me.
Yeah.
I
Pretty
have
sure
one.
they're
Do
all
you have
three.
shotgun ammo?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I need that. Oh my god, nice. Can you put one thing right there?
Yeah, I will.
Pretty sure it's 3 people.
He broke it. Swing on this fuck, swing on this fuck. Oh, no.
That's empty.
No, fuck. He's so bad, dude. No bolt Andy.
No.
I just don't have a bolt. Dude, what? It's pro players. Oh my god, never mind.
No. I do 33, 44. on
Did
this
you have
fucker.
no bolt mastiff Tishin?
I don't remember.
I had no bolt, dude.
That shit was shooting
my
so
God.
fucking slow. Holy fuck.
It took me 7 minutes to shoot 2 bullets. It was
Tashin
crazy.
got kidnapped, but it actually helped him because there was no one holding the port. Taking the port was actually good. Dude, what is this taxi otter drama, dude?
Don't even talk about it.
I fucking care.
Oh, you get frogs in your chat, man?
I don't even talk about it. It's a dog shit drama.
Chat, do you guys know what the fuck that drama is?
Dude, what the fuck? I don't know. Hot drop?
Yeah, I don't care. Fucking rip it. It's not like we're playing for RP.
I like that. Ooh. Zing!
Oh, they're landing on us, but we're way before them. And I don't have a gun, so it doesn't matter.
Crack one.
Crack that guy.
Crack two. He's one shot that guy.
Holy shit. He's queuing out. They jumped to another team.
There's another team here too.
Okay, I need to heal. I'm pulling Phoenix. I have 40, like, can someone open the vault?
No nade.
I got one.
I wanna get some ammo.
Oh my god, I need that.
Can I get some? Holy shit.
No.
They're pushing out the side, dude. We can roll this.
Yeah, I'm coming. Fat man.
Oh my god.
My Q doesn't work. Okay. I'm going.
Guy here, I don't have ammo.
I killed him.
He's hitting this guy.
He's got purple vision.
Nice.
He's on my door.
I'm coming. Kick it.
121. That guy's pissed.
I'm no miss. No. I'm low now.
Here. There.
Yo, they're fighting. We go.
Yeah, I just need some fucking light down like 20. What's up, Barry? Resing.
Oh my god. I took a lot of fucking damage today.
This guy just headshot me with wingman. Love that for me. They run down,
shit, dude.
and I think they res their teammate. They didn't. Can he fuck off already?
Oh, I hear a fucking guy this way.
Possible.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's a different thing.
Under me. Under me, he's running this way.
He's above you, man. 30 blue.
Fuck, I knocked one though. Oh, one guy.
Good. Where's it? Their third just flew
No,
in.
the guy. Here.
He's talking.
He's running around.
Chasing after
Doing
you.
you. Doing that, easy.
He's coming back to me.
Got here.
Yeah, he
Full
finished me for no apparent reason.
You gotta do it again. To me. He's reloading. Yeah, hold it now.
No way.
I don't think it's a new team, is it?
It is.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Gonna build a new team. Oh, my back. Oh. Na 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 na. Omiyaru Oji, huh? What's up, cake? Well, I really love this playlist, man. Fucking love this playlist. One of my favorite playlists I've ever created. Na 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 na. There you go. I mean, you have the link playlist.
Nice.
Good landing like this. Good. Third party central.
That's laggy.
Ooh. I have massive. I'm going.
PK, I'm gonna get another weapon.
I got car SMG. I'm going.
Trying to juice the plant.
In front of me. 501. Flash on that guy dead. One team dead. I'm batting. Guy coming here, Tishin.
I'm flying in.
Oh, it's still two teams. 500 shit
Yeah,
on.
3 team land there.
Out shit on. One. Another team dead.
Oh.
Crack that guy.
All the way up. Last team. 47. 78.
I fucking run completely out of ammo. I have a feeling it's gonna be more. It's always more.
No, I don't think so.
Anyone got Phoenix?
Nope. Nope.
I'll slow
I
you.
do.
Fuck.
Yeah, I wanna eat one of the Max burgers again and spicy chicken.
Yeah, they're good, right?
Give me the
They were
Phoenix.
so good.
Hello? Mande?
What?
Phoenix! Why are you picking it
Oh,
up?
hell yeah.
There's a cactus jack. Holy shit, he's fucking dumb. We're fighting maybe a little bit further than each other, like here somewhere.
Take one, go.
Two timer here and turbo. Spitfire on ground loot is fucking terrible. This is gonna be one of the
Dude,
worst things.
there's no food chain of Max in Germany at all. Zero.
It's not?
It's only
Yeah,
Swedish
zero,
and
bro.
Sweden and Denmark,
Maybe.
right?
Maybe I should get Max today, dude.
Oh, in front of us.
Why are you bullying?
Oh, it's two teams, it's two teams. It's balloon.
Dragon?
Two team Yanis.
Why are you bullying me?
Alright, take it for
What's that?
all my shit.
Oh my god!
Oh,
80,
dude,
100 on raid. Wait, one.
Ow!
I need to reload everything.
No way, they're
We
focused
got
on
shit
me.
on what?
Dude, what I'm doing to stay alive and I still can't stay alive.
They both just turned around and aimbotted on me, dude.
I had
how
not-
much fucking HP this guys have.
Dude, Raid had 1 in health and I didn't have my PK reloaded or my car SMG reloaded, man.
Damn, he's bagging you. Damn. Zero, the homie.
Bagging who? Me?
You. He really bagged you.
He really...
Zero? Fuck is that?
Oh, I don't know. CEIRO.
Because he's mad because he got fucking out fucking played super hard. I hit him with fucking 100 something and I run around the corners and he couldn't fucking hit me because his aim sucks. It's all good though. Remove the barrel. It's still gonna be broken. Does anyone have patch notes? Did they re-release patch notes anywhere? Not yet. So how do people know this shit? They just got leaked. Spitfire is still gonna be broken, barrel or not. 50 bullets in a gun is broken.
Alright, there's no scrims today.
Oh, shocker.
Because they're playing LCQ finals today. To figure out who's playing tomorrow.
Okay. People talking about this Kraber nerf like it's really a nerf, man. They didn't do anything to it.
15 less damage per body shot.
Yeah. Still fucking, you get hit by that shit, you're fucked. You're like, oh shit, what the fuck, you know? That gun is still broken. Still one-shot headshots. That's the biggest problem. I don't think even they should even nerf the gun. What they should do is they should add some kind of fucking laser so when you're using it, people know they're being aimed at by a Kraber. Because the biggest problem...
Kraber can... Gibby can tank a headshot.
Yeah, 197, right? But doesn't matter, like... The gun is still broken because in competitive, it doesn't even matter if you knock someone. If you hit him with the Kraber, that is already a massive fucking advantage. Chad, you can one-shot headshot Purple Helmet. You can't one-shot a headshot Gibby because he has damage reduction. Personally, I don't think they should have nerfed the gun. They should have just removed it from competitive and we're good. Like, I don't know. Down here. That guy's teleporting.
100.
Was he
100
teleporting
on him,
for you
just go.
too?
Yeah, just go kill him.
He's coming out on the right side here. You jump down.
I'm flying out of you guys.
57 flush on him. He's so laggy, bro.
Guy on top.
I'm gonna die here.
Cracked him. We're in third party, we're in third party, we're in third party. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm good.
I hold you.
Killed all of them here.
I knocked one off the third party. It's a duo on top right now.
Bro.
They're resting.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Everybody.
I'm gonna stop the res.
Nice.
He still got him up.
Fuck.
I'm a Renock here. Nope, I can't.
Too late, 8 nades.
He tanked my Valkyrie. Yeah, here, third party. I'm gonna Phoenix. Good in my building. We need to
Yeah,
get
I'm
this
doing mine
banner
too.
somehow though. Are they padding away? They're padding on.
That was very unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie to you. Can't really do much right there.
Nothing you can
Can't
do.
really do
man.
much.
Oh my god.
Is the other team gonna help me or am I gonna suck my own dick here?
The one with 3, bro. Pro players, go. Oh.
Holy shit! You can fucking hear me?
Oh.
How do you know? What?
It's just better than you.
He didn't know at all, bro. You're surprised.
It's just all these samurai and 0.6 aim assists just fucking sucking my dick.
He's got the audio DLC. I didn't buy it yet, so. Da 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 da. Da, na, 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 na. I saw Nick try and play scrims yesterday,
Yeah.
and they couldn't play. It was molding so fucking hard.
Why was he molding?
Because it's like that shit they did with us for Poland. It was like priority. Not Poland,
Yeah.
sorry, for Sweden.
Yeah. So they didn't get priority?
Yeah. And then they couldn't play like 2 or 3 days in a row, and he was like molding to get on scrim. You know what I mean? Okay, dude. Crypto's 1 HP. These guys. Alright, never mind. He armor swap. The entire middle apparently.
90! 1 HP, what?
He armor swapped me. Hello?
No,
You-
but I hit him for 50 flash.
I don't fucking know. Hit him really fucking hard, but how did they have middle already and you have nothing?
That was the backside. I don't fucking know.
What do you mean Herdeki?
Damn. Damn.
Herdeki can kill her. Oh. No, it's not. What's up, Jay Harris? Da 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 da. Yeah, that's really stacked, Trevor. Damn, that was really stacked. One, two. We're on the third party spot.
I have a master.
Stack.
That guy's hit 100.
Yeah?
Well done.
Follow you, Manny. Go.
Basic headshot.
I'll be behind you, man. You can go in.
Probably bad. Myself, I mean. Oh, lucky. 100. Locked.
The team gonna be here in a few seconds.
I'm
Right
gonna
here.
go down a bit.
100 on one of them.
I'm healing.
Yeah, we're fine. I made him fuck off. These guys had purple armor here.
Zing.
Take it.
Another blue here. What the fuck is this shit? They really run away. They ballooned away after I hit one for armor. Jesus. Zelfish, good night. Peace out. Thanks for watching. I can't believe they fucking ballooned away, dude. You can make it up. Can I chase them?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm down
go.
for there.
Come.
Hell.
They went somewhere here. Oh. Oh, in front of me. Look at him.
Wait, I'm confused.
On the left, on the left.
Like, Keen just landed on the other team.
I'm sliding to you.
Are you fine? Do I
Oh,
need to turn
I'm
around?
a rat.
Do I need to turn around?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Uh,
I don't hear anyone right now.
This team is waiting on the
Oh.
roof. These guys know.
You see him?
no, I'm just shooting. I was acting like we're fucking fighting.
Yeah.
Well, I am
Steps,
fighting.
steps, choke, steps, choke, steps, choke.
Okay, okay, yeah, I see them, I see
Emptying
them.
you.
Bubble over you. Play on me, play on me.
My man.
77 on one guy. I got no shot.
Crack one.
Locked.
This guy queued out.
He's so low, he's so low.
The other team took. In our back,
Drop your
probably.
medkit.
Here, medkit.
I got fucking stuck on a
There's also
branch on the
people
floor.
where we landed from Octane City or whatever. Yeah, on me already. Oh, I'ma be fucking dead.
I'm shooting through his head.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I got out.
Oh,
That's a full team, careful. I'm popping cells because I have no big meds.
Holy shit, dude. 86 head again.
How you got that far? There, behind this rock. Behind this further rock. Like this, I can't ping it for some reason. And one's on the left. Right here. New team.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just dipped.
Telling. I'm chilling.
Holy shit, he's devotioning you from far. The blue armor Pathfinder.
They're so bad, bro. I'm just looting in front of him. I have Phoenix for you.
Knocked one.
Please, please,
Behind
I'm out
us.
of meds.
Wait, is this sound here?
That was me probably, that was me probably. They might come. Yeah, there is someone here, Valkyrie right here. Mande, need you.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Give me ult or something.
Oh, Hold it in.
Fucking reloading. That Ash is dead. Popping cell.
Shit on this guy.
Come here, man. Come here. Play my knockout.
I mean, this guy's so low, dude. Right here. Item 60 flash.
Fucking one. I fucking just rolled this guy.
I saw that, dude. You were like 20 speed and just so rushed it on that guy.
Yeah, 102, 78 pump. Only the samurai, the 0.6 warlord.
How did I do 11 headshot with PK? That is criminal.
Shut the fuck up.
Someone looking for me. I'm staying in Japan. Welcome. Appreciate you. Na, 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 na. Da 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 da. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm landing there. That is my spot.
I know.
There's a bow right there.
I
We
got
got
it.
a lot of motherfuckers. Okay, well, not that many, but you know, we have a decent amount of motherfuckers. Come on. Raid hit 42 wide. They dropped on the backside. I'm ready to fuck.
Wait, one. Okay. Guys, oh my god, I'm so happy.
Oh, this guy's coming over now. Dude,
Holy shit.
are they all just pushing you? No one likes you or what?
Oh my god, that guy's pissed. He's pissed. He's screaming right now. He's fucking screaming right now. Oh my god.
Think so?
Yeah.
You want a
I
Phoenix?
have 10 HP and he's... Yeah. I have 10 HP and he's walking around in my bubble and trying to kill me, but he can't.
Could be screaming.
He's doing everything.
Punching air.
No way. There's no way they're camping.
Anything? I can't do anything right now.
Lob on the track.
You climb over you?
Gibby's one, Gibby's one.
Dark.
60 flash on one.
Off this guy too.
Falcon dead. Last guy second floor.
18 flash. Ready?
I mean, talk about shameless motherfuckers, man.
Everyone is hiding, bro.
What's wrong with that?
Just fucking bad, and it's master queues. Holy shit.
Who wants 301 with juice?
I'm good.
They're in the wrong lobby.
Dude, that was funny, bro. Those guys were ratting it. I thought I heard something, but I thought it was in my head, man. And then it turned out to be real. It's not in my head.
I'm gonna pop some bats, by the way.
I'm gonna eat my kebab.
Yeah, do it.
Shawarma or what? Or just straight up kebab?
Chicken kebab.
Oh,
Chicken kebab.
but I think people don't understand how good chicken kebab is. Normal kebab is good, man, but chicken kebab is a different level. It's elevated. Elevated kebab. I was like flying in slow motion. What the fuck?
Dude, nothing tops this chicken kebab right now. Nothing.
2 chicken kebabs.
Hey, my man.
Let's see you hit a super glide session.
Did you finally learn, Mender, or what?
Sometimes.
I don't wanna try anymore.
Okay, sometimes.
Yeah.
What the man meant is kebab, bro. Fuck people, man.
Get it now.
Kebab is the best enjoyed when it's in a wrap.
Yeah, shawarma, dude. It's good.
The
I'm
second
not a big
best.
fan of chicken kebab.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, lamb is just better.
It's good.
I don't know a single person that like lambs more, lamb less, dude.
Well, me and Tashin like chicken more.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
I know a lot of people. But you know you can get mix. Mix is also really good.
I'm not a big fan of mix, dude. It ruins it.
I think you just have 12-year-old taste buds.
No. It's not that chicken is bad. I'm just saying the lamb is just way better.
I don't think so. I think chicken is good.
I don't care. I prefer chicken though.
Chicken is just juicier.
Wrong. Wrong.
Definitely not wrong.
My chicken's not more juicy.
Well, I mean, you're getting it from someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing then.
No. Lamb is juicier than chicken.
That's definitely not true and you know it.
That is very true and accurate. It's the most accurate and true statement I've ever made in my entire life.
Brock, you eat chicken every day. How do you not like beef or lamb kebab? Eli, I don't know if you're fucking dumb or stupid. When did I say I don't like beef or lamb kebab? Did I ever say that with my own mouth? Dumbass. Holy shit, man. Just because I like chicken more doesn't mean I don't like lamb or beef. Like, hello? Don't assume. Use your brain cells and ask.
$130 on this guy.
Holding out for us. Oh my god, okay.
Who's give you that? Caustic's one! Caustic's one!
Yeah, that, he's dead.
One guy. 78 flash one guy.
Far. He's got gold.
Yes.
Gold armor. I mean. Dude, that guy, he zip jumped into my Arcstar and got exploded mid-air. That was not
Cheater,
okay.
man.
I think they're hiding.
They're waiting for the banner 100%.
I don't know.
I'm hitting the beacon. Captions are wrong, I don't know. On me here.
I'm here.
45 purple on the valve. He's hitting the valve. I cancel it. He's so low. Oh,
Totem J Sagarga.
Alright, that was nice.
I'm getting shot.
No. Is that a different team or is that is a different team? I'm shitting on him. What are they teaming or what? I'm trying to get his banner.
Crack 1. Crack 2. Crack 3 almost. Here.
The Bengals are below us. 45 purple on the. I'm arcing your fucking gas.
Like that.
I'm taking it.
Crack 1.
I'm coming.
I'm one.
He took it.
Epic fail.
Last guy on me. This guy is funny, dude.
KC boring as fuck. Ain't that right, my brother?
Fuck is that guy doing? That's an empty
Is
red
it a
by the way, I
kiwi?
think. Yeah, it
Did
is
I
a
give
kiwi.
you or what?
Yeah.
One HP Gibby. It's a new team though. Oh no, I'm reloading.
102. 190. Please help. He's 190. He's one.
I can't, you're jumping in my face, man! Holy shit, stop panicking. They have a third somewhere. Who the fuck is their third?
I don't know.
Goes on. No. Almost died, dude. People shooting far side here, where we have barrels, like here. What is that? Is that a barrel? Fuck is that?
Bring me energy.
I got heavy and shotgun. So, in your honest opinions, do you guys think ranked will be better
No.
next split or no?
Yes.
Like honest
I
opinion.
always have a good feeling in release. Always.
Okay, Tashin, but you say every season, next season is gonna be the season, man.
That's what we should hope for, man. Wasted bubble right there. Juice.
Oh, these guys are running back.
Are we?
These guys are Kraber, this Octane. 100% Kraber.
I'm pushing over here.
I think I have 3 kills if I climb this. Oh, maybe I'm the free kill. We'll see.
I'll nade for you
I'm
once.
with you, so let's
Yeah,
be
nade
pretty
for me
close
once.
together. I'm nading once as well.
Hit the guy for 60. Yeah. I'll tell you.
How about me?
I'm with you.
That's him.
I am healing.
I'm getting charge rifled. He's above us.
Yeah, let's see. Nice move. How's he not dead? How's he not
Bad,
dead?
not
Please,
bad.
for the love of
I
God.
don't know, bro. How is he not dead?
If I get charge rifled one more time, bro. Holy shit.
Heading for 1 or 2.
Please die! Thank you!
Oh my god. Let's turn the fucking world against.
Ah! Dude, can I stop getting charge rifled? Damn, I hate my life right now. I lost like 4 batteries to this charge rifle and they're trying to find out.
I got turret, Omega.
Nice, yeah, we pushed that,
Dude, that. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw my ult right there.
Yeah, yeet it. It's gonna be perfect.
I can't. Oh, yeet.
Oh, that's a strong fucking arm.
Dog shit one.
It's okay. I cracked one, or I cracked someone. I'm shitting on them.
I room wall height.
Caustic crack.
16.
I got a bat.
Careful.
This gun is broken.
What the fuck is... Where did they port? They ported somewhere.
I don't know.
Resing blow. 41.
So good.
Dude, this gun is fucking crazy.
Who's Gibble?
Oh.
Is that? In front of me.
Stairs.
Take the photo.
Help me. Don't take photo.
I'm good. We have pad right here. You good, Tashin?
Yeah. They're gonna climb this.
Yeah, we're not with you right now. Do we take this, man, then? That's
You
your ult,
jumped on
right?
me, motherfucker. Dude, how is he just jumping like that?
I'm ready to drop down.
Sorry, I'm
Alright, he's the best. I'm batting. Stay there.
let
Tashin.
him do that, dude.
Well, I told you we're healing.
I self-rest gold backpack. It's fine. Don't worry about me.
I'm
Only
literally...
one guy, right?
No, Valkyrie, Jibby. I don't know. Third. Oh, he knows about me.
I got you covered. Give you almost crack.
There. I'll bubble on you, okay, so you know?
Yeah.
That guy's one. Keep his cracked. Both of them are cracked. Really hard. Oh, it's the last team, what?
Good job.
Yeah.
They're mad because we camped their banners. Serenade. It's alright. Boom, bap, boom, bap. Eli, we're fine. Don't worry about us. We know what we're doing. Ayaya.
Shut the fuck up.
Ayaya hyper clap.
Hyper underscore clap just resubscribed
Thank you, 2 months.
for
Welcome
2
back.
months.
Thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. Randy gifted tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
Kasumi 371 just resubscribed for 2 months. Randy24 gifted a tier 1 sub to 371.
Yo,
They have
dayo.
given 26 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Randy. Na, 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 na. The Randy, shut the fuck up. Na 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 na. Comedy Met? Yeah, I heard about it. J-Dubs, I think so, yeah. I'm not sure. Everything I hear is rumors. I haven't seen the patch notes. We won't know until we see the patch notes either way. I don't like to do speculations, but I just say what I hear. You know. Yeah, I know, Mitchan. These guys are going left. And then we have a team third party. This guy's going for the purple armor. Fucking shit on him. And he's dead.
Oh mega lord.
Good purple armor then.
I'm trying to get a weapon.
Here.
Second floor. Almost the one in.
Thank you. New team coming in right now. I got the roof.
You're low right now.
Got 2 motherfuckers on the roof.
41 white.
I stunned one.
We're fucking shot in the back.
500 crack.
Phoenix.
Popping cells. Popping cells though. Crack 2 on top. No, 1 on top. 100 on a white armor. 2 white armors. Dude, the angles are fucking ass.
I got bubble in the center.
I cracked 2 of them.
You can't fucking hit him. Oh, Pathfinder's low.
11. He dropped off on the left.
10 HP!
I hit a 9. No! Inside.
Why is he still fucking blue?
And there's a third party.
Yeah, I know.
They're killing him right now, so you just go play alive. Dude, he was 10 HP, I hit him 9.
Unlucky.
They're having real difficulties with this one guy. They finally killed him.
Keep crawling, dude. I have gold bag.
Shit. Do I go all the way to you?
Oh my.
Oh,
Yeah, not one
oh,
good, dude.
Can we push?
No, not yet. They already got him up yet. Just chill a bit. Wait for one of them to make a mistake, dude.
Yeah, but I'm out of meds here.
Yeah, I'm not good at meds either. I got 11 cells actually. 90 on one guy top.
I'm afraid to get an angle because I have no cells. I'm doing it, fuck it. I'm playing Tashin's barrel here. He
Do it.
bang ulted. Bang 120 on bang.
I'm taking higher on.
What is he bang inside? Oh shit. They're both on me and bang is still 1.
Did you knock one or what?
No, he was hit 190. The armor swap. That's the miss.
I have 5 seconds on me.
My body's probably swapped, but you should try anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't let me fucking take the swap, dude. That was crazy.
Yeah, I hit the Bangalore
Yeah,
130 and 65, but she armor swapped in my face.
When I saw your banner timer, I hope I double pumped that guy so I can go take it right after, but I fucking couldn't.
Yeah, I don't think you would have made it either way, even if you double pumped him, because it was like 5 seconds when he said it. I had to push that bang on that time because I had no meds. The bang ult was out. If I knock him, you know. But he ran in there and he got a swap on one of the bodies, I guess, because I hit him.
Look at all these fucking boxes here.
I hit him headshot, body shot, wingman, and then full pump for 60. What's up, Dumbless? But the fact that they lose that, I mean, after disgraceful. Where's my body? There it is.
I don't really know.
Oh, shit, man. Shotgun ammo anywhere? There you go. Any cells?
Yeah, they're everywhere. I have 20 on me too. It's good. I have to take a picture. Take a bite of my thing right now.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I got 24. No bats though.
Oh no, I have chocolate on my new keyboard.
What'd you say?
I have chocolate on my new keyboard.
Oh, did your custom arrive?
Yeah.
Is it nice?
Yeah, nice.
What are the switches like?
Gang.
Which one did you get again?
I don't know. But they're gang.
Didn't you say you got black?
I know.
Pretty sure you said you got black.
I don't think so.
That's what you said. I'm pretty sure. What's up, Domino? Good day today. What's up? What happened? Nice. Nice.
My old one was black, so I don't think so.
Oh. Well, I'm waiting for my Holy Panda. 60%. God, I'm playing this shitty Logitech keyboard right now. Since they broke my last one online. That was fucking sick. Broke my keyboard. The admin broke the keyboard. Here's shots. Like around cage. Coming?
Do you have any bats?
Nope. Trying to get
Green
to
goes
the
away.
fucking cage and craft them. Where are you going?
Over here fighting.
Come here, I'm a Valcolt. Oh. Never mind, they're shooting you.
I can't see! I cracked him by the way. The other guy.
Yeah, okay.
I can't fucking shoot him.
What is this? Hi, 76, Horizon's dead.
He's dead.
I can't hit those guys. One guy's still here on the right. Pathfinder, he's going down the hill.
Yes?
Yeah. 41 flash on him.
Hit him 3 times. Hit him 3 times.
Yeah, I hit him 41. On the left.
Oh no, he's fucking rat somewhere.
Crack the guy in the
Yes.
fucking water.
Fucking rat, dude.
This guy here in the water.
76 in them.
Okay, I gotta pop a... I'm gonna pop bat, yeah? Medkit?
Yeah, here. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, let me just medkit. Is he still
I'm
behind
sure
the
this
small
guy
rock?
will-
There's two of them.
Yeah.
There's one guy right here.
Cracked him again.
Man's pushing you.
Knocked him.
Wait, I'm coming.
I don't lose 1-1. No, 171. Fucking little rat. 20 HP. Yeah. You like the 2-timer Tashin or what? Tashin's fucking eating shawarma. Kebab.
This rat spot from this fucking Pathfinder.
Yeah. I have bats now.
I have 4.
Alright, I have 5.
We're good. I'm trying to get used to DT Wingman, so I'm practicing right now. Let's fly, come. they're fighting on our respawn beacon. We need any power weapon we can get. Power juicer. What'd you get?
Grab.
Oh, nice.
Next one here. Locked him.
Holy shit, they're far. 45 purple on one.
Yeah. Locked him right here.
Is that his team?
Yeah,
Has to be, right?
it is.
Can we get a fin on this? 45 purple on one.
They're still out there.
Yeah, they're both on the roof still.
Still. We're shot in the fucking back right now.
Yeah. Go left angle, left angle.
Right, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they
Is there
still haven't
resin?
resin.
Take it in.
This one's gonna hit. Nope.
They did.
68
Done.
one. Blood on. They got him up?
Yeah.
One guy
Shoot
shoot.
in. He's peeking left side in 2 seconds. Watch these guys.
Valka 111.
They're not gonna fucking do anything. We're not gonna be able to do anything with them. They're gonna stay there.
I know.
They're in and everything.
I know.
One more team.
Cringe. The other team is across. I just want to poke these guys until they don't have meds. Yeah, they're just
It's
playing.
ranked. I think they have a trillion fucking meds.
Playing on the roof. Cringe AF.
They're resting on the other side? Oh, that's a drop, alright.
That's a drop. We just hold
At
our
least we
roof.
got the best spot in the game, I guess.
Should I play up there so when they come out we just smoke them? Oh, I'll guess I'll put on the roof.
I don't know. Yeah, playing that is not bad.
Yeah, I can do it.
I'll just play here then. No?
It's just that like there's so many trees around making shit. I hear them when they're building still. They blood on scan my ass. Did
Where?
they get you on scan?
Yeah.
I don't know which side they're gonna come from. This one I
Oh.
think.
My bad. I'm looking from here.
Oh no, this one. I just heard him drop in water.
Nice.
I actually don't know what the fuck they're doing. Close to me here. Different team. Oh shit, man. This guy does not miss. Blood on 120. That's the other team.
I can just wait. If I know they're not playing here, then I can just take that.
They're playing on this building.
Wingman.
He's playing on the
That's
building.
great, we're doing it.
Yeah, he just fucking headshot body shot me. Or whatever the fuck it is to me. Blood on scan? The both teams have blood on, by the way.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's
I love that
actually
for
really good for us.
Yeah.
Fucking great for us, man.
Someone's fucking calling my fucking thing.
What you say? We could probably get angles on this right team.
There.
Yo, we can get angles on these guys.
Again?
Yeah, I just hit 540 red. They're playing
Is
left.
anyone playing left side or what?
No, they're playing on the house below. And they could come up, but like these guys are playing so deep down the lane. Fuck.
Alright, one guy's here. Yeah, they're all playing there.
Good on me as well.
Yeah, it's big.
I'm so
I can ult
short.
them.
Yeah, this team is playing in the house, so we're good. We can fight for up top here. I'm in on me, by the way.
You are?
Yeah, I'm in on this fucking contraption. Oh, they're pushing up.
Ooh.
They're pushing really hard.
Oh, I got pushed off.
This is not good.
I'll do you.
I'm probably make it.
We're also in the lead. No, we're not. In the next one here.
What do you want to do? You want to get the next one?
I'm taking this, yeah.
Fighting the best players. I have one bad for cell to this. And I'm gonna use a Phoenix. This house sucks.
That's fucking so bad.
2 blood on it. Oh shit. Man.
I'm trying to go for some crazy shots right now.
There goes our door. This house is terrible. Almost killed one up top. Almost killed one up top. We should push the building. Bubble front, bubble front. Wanna die?
Roll me. Oh,
You should maybe rip a res here. You have gold bag, right?
yeah. Yeah.
Nice. We should definitely push the building, man. Since you knocked one, right?
Yeah, but I already rested.
Yeah, but still. Better than staying here.
Yeah.
When you get your next bubble, how much do we need to wait?
19.
Okay, we move with zone and we go for this like door.
Yeah.
Or 1 bat. 8 souls.
It's your bats.
That's not good. $45 plus 1-1.
Yeah, where do you want to play?
Like we just have to play outside here.
Yeah. Oh,
The
we
team
can
up
play roof
top.
right here.
Yeah, but they
Right.
might contest us for roof.
Slide over.
I'm on roof. Zip it on us, zip it on us.
Yeah.
Only blood on is on the roof. Only blood on from one team. I got a bat, I got a bat.
Good.
I can't, everyone's focusing on us. I'm climbing on us. Come here, you can play my knock.
Oh, I'm dead. Fuck, dude.
both
How they
teams.
playing up there for fun? Like,
Holy shit,
oh
man.
my god.
That's fucking terrible.
How are just playing up there for free? Look at them. Absolute fucking bots inside. Fucking AJ.
Actual
Holy
bot
shit, dude.
How can he just overpeak like that?
Yeah, dude. No
No
none
one's
of them
shooting
inside
him.
are scared. They're so scared, dude. What?
Probably 1k PM. He's in the building.
They had 500 damage. So yeah.
What do you mean wake up?
Wow.
What's up?
I'm joining the game.
You are?
Yeah, I'm playing now. Let's go. It
Nice.
was
dude.
nice to watch. It was nice to watch. All I can say, Mr. M, you dodged that Arcstar in the building. It still hit you, bro.
Yeah, there's no R starting to kid on my monitor either. Big cat. Big sad.
Actually, it's sad.
We got motherfuckers here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other side. I ain't a fucking weapon. There's a purple in the middle, he's going for it, and I have no weapon to kill him. I'm a fucking Mozam, dude.
I will repeat it, bro.
I have an Eva and a Mozam. All my life.
He's walking up, hit him 42. 36.
He's on us, right?
Yeah, purple armor.
I've had two cells real quick.
I'm ready to push you guys there.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm going.
Nitrowave
Alright.
1 just
Alright, alright.
resubscribed for 7 months. Ayo, welcome.
Right one.
All dead.
One knock. Yeah, they're all landing on you.
Ah, Sir's purple. Those guys waited for us to finish.
This motherfucker.
Waited for us to finish. As soon as we finish, they'll jump in. Cringe. Natural Wave, thank you for 7 months. Welcome back.
People that play Seer. Oof.
Bring you.
Seer with Turbo Diva, by the way. Fucking cringe lords.
Couldn't even loot the bodies that fast. Damn, bro. It just feels like they know who they're pushing.
One second, chat, real quick. Can't show you this, but this group chat. Upload this. Really sorry, player. I don't think so. Unless it was watch party.
Which side we going?
We got 3 teams. Everyone here.
Oh shit. I'm with you, this shit.
We are, dude, they're all with us. I'm trying to get the fuck out there.
I can't get out. I got tethered. But I'm shitting on them.
I'm bubbling you. Come around.
Woo! I shit on them. I cracked 2. Got us for real.
I can knock people. I have sniper still.
I only have half a good 40 bullets.
Knock 1.
Nice. I'm getting involved.
Crack 1.
You just shot me through the fucking gas.
Crack 1 more. Crack 2.
I'm going in it. A 100 on the blowdown. They're pushing after me.
Dude, they just got outside.
Knocked.
I'm popping cells.
18. No shot. Energy weapon and the enjoyer. You taking my door? Kicked it.
108. 108. We got turreted.
Yeah. He's pushing you, I think.
Cringed.
Please, almost well. I have a bow and a sentinel. And Wendy's. Are you joking? Now they're gonna peek out. There's no way, bro. You play like this. Oh, there's no shot. You waiting in the building like that, bro.
And they got third party.
Dude, I need to watch this stream.
You just watch the
Oh
stream?
my god, I have to, bro. There's no way to sit like that.
I don't know who it is.
.301 ninjas become flatline mains. Yeah, and flatline mains became 301 ninjas. They're just swapping them around. Tokyo Rangers. I love Tokyo Rangers. Tomorrow, I'll take keys tomorrow. Water viewing is useful, yeah. Sure. It is, but playing is more useful. Thank you, Jim. Na 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 na. Umebashi, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, Ship the Maniac it is. Probably even more. Yeah, I'll stream Zane. It's tomorrow at like
There,
12.
let's go, baby.
We have 3 juicer. No, two teams. It's just
Oh,
one
I'm
guy
not
in here.
Oh, I just swear it.
Same. Someone else.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, no weapon, no fun, dude. Actually, look at this. I'm just getting meds.
I have
Meds
a
and ammo.
potion.
I got meds and ammo. Still no weapon. Are you kidding me? P20, let's go.
I'm ready.
This place sucks. I still don't have a weapon. 36. What is this game, dude? Right there. On the bins.
They didn't loot right side. We can go get a little bit better loot if you want. Over here.
I'm already above them.
They did loot right side.
I cracked the
I shit on
fucking
him,
horizon.
Mandy.
I cracked the horizon.
That brave was shit on with the tuk-tuk.
Under me, here. Here, purple armor. 48. Crack them.
Shut on.
That,
Sellings.
that's me.
Crack this
I'm
fucking
going up.
bitch. Oh. It's 2 walks. It's 2 different teams.
Wait,
There's
that-
a double dudes on me. Stuck one.
Nice. Any medkits?
Just chill a bit.
Yeah.
I have syringes.
Same.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I don't know, roof? Yeah, I think they are.
Fuck this guy. Knocked him.
nice. Dude.
Wait, cracked in front of me.
45 on
I jumped.
One team dead. Oh, not one team, but
they're fucking on me.
Man,
I'm
coming.
dead. There's too many, bro.
Run back.
Feeling thing?
Guy just finished me. I think this is just a duo. They might res their third.
Holy shit. They're
I think
resing?
they're gonna res Ryzen, yeah. They're resing.
On our roof
Already
right
res.
now.
I can't get there. Number 1. There's no shot.
Cringe behavior, man.
Wonka. Come to you, Zajin.
Yeah, they're above me, bro.
Why is the whole server here? I'm dead in front of that.
Okay.
This
Go
team is
try and go
just
for it.
camping. Wanna
Right
run?
there. No, dude, just wait for me, I'll go get the banner and I'll come back, okay?
Shut the fuck up.
Savage Gamer, 22 months.
4506 just resubscribed for 22 months. What's up?
What
bro?
weapons did you have?
Yeah.
Alternator. Thank you so much, Savage. For the month.
Oh! I got it, I got it.
I have nothing to
I
heal.
have 2 cells
Yeah,
and 1 bat. Here, I'll give you extra bat. Here. And 1 cell, pop this. We gotta wait here until we got an opening. One guy's over here, look at him.
This guy, oh, I was so low.
I got 4 arc stars.
Nice.
Look at his nade, just gonna knock 1, look. We can just run this way out if you want.
I don't mind.
Try. They really want to fucking kill us, you guys.
Assassin
Shit.
Barrel
Oh, no,
Blue.
shit. Nice. Hej, Carsten.
Just heal.
Ja, der røg bare en. Ja, det skal jeg. På et eller andet tidspunkt.
Close. Jump on his head.
Nice.
Thank fucking God, man. Thank God. Alright.
I'll take that. Holy fucking shit, dude.
That was something to experience of drop then.
God.
They're crafting right here. Full team.
We turn, I killed him.
I need loot, so we should kill them. Yeah.
Red on them.
I can hear anything. They're flying up.
Yeah, they're gone, they're out. Just go back again.
One guy here. They're fighting someone else.
I don't know, but
Oh fuck them, they're annoying.
Back. Die. Nice.
They don't limit us. I hope.
back them, bro. Do it, please.
I really hope they do it. They're fighting in the compound on our left. Right here.
Yeah, we can go kill him if you want.
Well, I kinda need loot, so yeah. And they
One
lost.
team just landed here.
Nice. I'm good now. I got no bats. You guys have bats?
Two.
Alright, fat zero.
I have a fuck ton of bats. You want?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Did you carry 3?
Yeah,
Have.
I can carry 5
Nice.
million.
Dude, this team fucked up, I guess. Eat. Oh, the building
Fighting
fight.
on the building, yeah. We should probably go there. Oh, this is better, yeah. Come. I think the other team is in the forest. Oh, he's cracked on close on our wall.
Good, one shot.
My man has no sound.
Okay.
fuck, that guy doesn't know. He died instantly. What?
They're fighting hard.
Yeah?
50 flush or something. Bangalore.
Holy fuck, I got fucked right there.
Bangalore real low.
Go inside.
Batting.
What the fuck? What's happening? What?
I don't know, but Bangalore is low.
What the fuck? That guy was floating on my head.
Oh, another team with Seer.
Anything?
I want to go
Yeah,
back
me
in
too.
though. One's knocked. I finished him. The Seer.
Dead. One guy. Knock one more. 27. Nice.
Oh!
One guy's pushing you
I'm
guys.
mid kidding.
Watch him. Dead.
Fucking heat shield.
Here.
Mobile looting here, there's another team. They're stealing our shit. He lobo looted an armor and left. What the fuck?
Holy fuck, dude.
I never
what
thought
just happened there.
I never thought I'd get third party by a lobo. Holy shit.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, dude, man, I walk in here and there's just a guy standing from a different team.
Yeah, he was chilling.
What the fuck?
That was hot zombies right there. Holy fuck.
Thing Iski. This guy popped a lob bolt here, armor swapped, broke his lob bolt, run away. Fuck is that guy thinking?
I think I heard somebody.
I thought I heard something too, but here. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's fly him up here. Fucking kill him.
Unfortunate.
Now we kill him.
It's the Loba guy.
Dude, this is so
Look at
fucking
him.
rad,
He's
dude.
banging through the window.
I'm chasing this guy no matter what.
Oh, he's 160 on him. Ah, he went back. He went back.
I got him.
Yeah, do it.
There's a 3-man on the roof.
18. I gotta give him an 18.
Did he go
You
back
guys
up
do it
or?
again?
He took it again.
Just keep chasing him. Oh, did he finally fly away? Oh, bad. Oh no, Manda. Oh no. I have no more arcs. Oh, Manda, this is bad. I have heat shield. We're gonna have to Valkot, I think. Come. We're gonna have Valkot. Go full. Did we survive? We survived. You're muted, but
Dude.
I'm gonna pop 2 trainers and I'm leaving.
yeah. Was it the
Did not kill
Loba?
him?
He died, motherfucker died, dude. It flew me into a different team.
Oh my god.
Is that a solo on the? Is that him? Is that the Loba?
No, the Loba's dead.
That is not a solo.
No. Don't go there. Go here or something. This is in. That's free.
We're not going for his banner. Flying on your roof, on your roof, on your roof! I'm coming in.
We're gonna hit downstairs. There's that lower guy, what do you mean?
It's not him, it's not him.
What? I don't know how I just died right there. These the guys that were fucking sitting and waiting for us.
Holy shit, the whole server, man!
Team that was waiting for us inside. Come on, dude. Why did I die like that? Fucking taking the butthole and then landing on us? Who does that? Crazy.
Nice, boys. Well played. Dude.
Josh talking about how he saw that other games find pro players because they talk shit about the game. Motherfuckers, other games have actual pro leagues and they have players contracted under them. We are not contracted under Apex. We're contracted under our orgs. You can't fucking find us. And if he tries, I'll just fucking take it to court. Easy clap. Good night, Sigma. Motherfucker, how is he gonna fucking fine us for anything? We're not even fucking contracted under LGS or anything like that. When our pro league is not even a fucking pro league, it's just a makeshift fucking play on the pro league. If it was an actual pro league, then they would be signed under the pro league and have a system that supports the fucking players. And not the shit that we have. So how are you gonna take money from the players when you don't even fucking pay them to begin with? Think about it, chat.
Did someone land on us?
Yeah.
I'm RPI.
Crack the Pathfinder. And almost cracked the Valk.
Holy fuck, my weapons aren't that good.
I'm an RE 2-timer. I need something, anything.
60, crack here.
I have 26 bullets for my RE 2-timer.
What?
You fucking kidding me?
It's just. Where's that wall? Push that Valkyrie, he's alone. I'm going.
Me and my 26
She's
bullets
alone.
are coming.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I just did that. Holy shit.
Why are you shooting me?
Holy shit, wingman.
Knock Valkyrie.
I'm feeling good now, I got a wingman. Nope, Pathfinder.
Where's his ass? Where's his ass?
You just pick him, I cracked him. Dude, these guys got fucked on the whole fronts, bro. That was not fair for them. We fucked them in all, literally always.
Nice, man.
Flying on us.
I am healing.
Wait. They actually landed on me.
Yeah. 45 blue on raid. 45 white on fucking 1 HP on the 50 HP on the fucking Octane. 1 HP dead Valk. Man, who the fuck are you guys pushing, huh? Oh, ball
I
ending.
shot into this guy's fucking legs.
86 headshot Octane. 1 HP on the fucking raid.
You got that up, guy.
He jumped off the map.
This guy fell off the map because he sucks. Hey, nice third party, boys. That was sick. You guys really popped off.
I fucking hate this game. Understandable when you're that bad at it.
Where's the... Did we finish one of them? Because I don't think we did.
I'm going.
I knocked a Valk somewhere. Oh, here. Oh, by the way, Tashin, that guy is out. He went to another... He's already queuing up for another fucking game.
I'm getting
far. Oh, I need to fucking... I'm gonna start my thing real quick. Oh.
Any bats and medkits?
That guy's gone.
Nice. I started my wind blower thing. Nice.
Wind blower? What?
Yeah. My air thing that pushes air around the room.
AC,
So it's
you
not
mean?
super hot. Yeah, that one. Not like a real AC, but
That
fake
fucking
one.
air. That fucking air, bro. A fan?
it no. Yes. Yes.
Damn. Wind blower. You know that one fucking TikTok? Oh, she's got that air turned on again.
No.
Dude, that's a good one then. She's got that goddamn air on.
Someone flying here.
Come, I wanna fly. Oh yeah, we're going there, come. Oh, look at them. We're going, of course, right? Pretend like we're going right. Oh, there's two teams,
Mama raised no bitch.
It's two teams, boys.
I'm bucking them.
I'm surviving.
We got upstairs for free to jump down. Like a bunch of hoes.
Where is everyone?
They jumped down.
All of
Under
them.
us.
There was two teams.
They're playing under us.
They're fighting over here.
Fuck.
They're fighting on the zipline below us.
Yeah, but there. Are they in there, Tajin?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
No.
I think they just
They're
killed
not-
them there. There's one team below right now. Yeah.
Oh, I was about to. Do you want to bubble down?
Yeah.
I don't have a shotgun. I have a wingman sentinel.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
One guy?
It's not looking good for us.
Oh, I'm going up again.
Oh shit!
No.
How am I supposed to shoot down like that with a fucking 6x sentinel?
How can he shoot so perfectly?
I don't know. Hey, I got ball in 6 again.
Round 2.
Give me ult XL too.
I don't have one. I'm down for round 2.
Wait. What is
Behind us,
that?
behind us,
Come in.
Yeah, up. Drop.
That didn't hit me.
Oh!
What is it?
90 on him, 90 on him!
Get in the room!
Oh, what? I can hear that.
Ah!
Don't go away!
I'm trying! Why is the door opening?
Block the door for me. Block the door for me.
I'm blocking, I'm blocking. One is in, only one is in! I can't, they're all in.
Motherfucker, dude. You just had to press W.
I was pressing W, but he opened the door and walked in.
Dude, this guy literally walked me
3 seconds. He has time to open the fucking door.
Oh my god, this shit is fucking annoying right now. Holy fuck.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking panicking.
That guy's cheating. He popped the dead silence before he came over.
Yeah, bro, how was he there?
I
You
don't
should have just shot at him. I hit him 90. Could have killed him.
I did, but he did a 120 for me to me before I even heard he was there. I did 126 on one guy though with my Sentinel.
I hit him 90, and then we just got stranded.
I also had a dog shit set up for that. Wingman Sentinel.
That's the goated setup. Because they suck, Golfarian. Tomorrow, Luna. Tomorrow. They're like 12 or some shit. I don't even know. Yeah, like early. Come on, Harupayo. 12 or 2 or 1. I don't know. Somewhere there. Somewhere around that time. Noon, yeah, not midnight, that's for sure. Ja, hallo Krzyska. It's 2 days. It's the entire weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Tonight, tomorrow, be a holiday.
Yeah, Trippy, I do, obviously.
No more ability.
I'm ready to push.
Same.
White armor red. Blue armor here. Blue armor out.
64. 60. 60.
Red dead. Cool.
Can see it dancing and feeling wall A.
Where's the third party?
I'm running towards the
I
first
didn't
one.
have fucking time to third party, dude.
True. I mean, I landed on a PK and just flew over. Fuck it. Doesn't get better than PK.
This is even unloaded.
Maybe there's
All-
no one
all
that
of
lives
this.
near us. Come on, I'm gonna hit the juicer and we're gonna fight pushing.
Yeah. Log. Ja, men den måten.
Yeah, we're chill.
I need to time go to timer. Hello, can I get to timer please?
What's up, Mia?
They in tunnel.
Yeah, dude, let me just
They're
spawn a
camping.
2-timer.
I'm spawning one here.
You
It's
can have
inside
PK.
this.
Why can loot spawn inside loot? Cringe.
I'm spawning a 2-timer over here.
Okay. Good luck with that.
I'm getting in.
Above me.
Oh,
yeah,
I
here.
put this up.
White armor one.
54 more guy.
And there's the team in tunnel.
Flash. 60 flows.
Well, that's fun, isn't it? That's just amazing. The tunnel team is obviously focusing us, because we are more important than anything.
60 more guy. Okay.
Motherfucker hitting or what?
Yeah.
PK here.
Okay.
Dude, he's just waiting, bro. On the wall. White armor on 122. Tashini's fucking.
She's rooted.
I'm fine.
2 are dead, 2 are dead. Oh, we kicked the same door. I'm kicking left. Alright, is the team from the tunnel coming out or what?
No,
Of course.
they saw me. They're like, damn.
Right. That's exactly what I
Team
said.
didn't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, they're fighting in the tunnel.
Oh, hello, super glide right there. Boom. Okay.
Sounds like they're fighting at the portal.
They are. They're fighting hard.
That is a fucking smoke. And that is cringe. Can this smoke go away? I can't see anything. Dude, how long is this smoke?
Well,
They're close.
I wanna ult them. See if they move.
Oh my god, they're all holding hands.
Yeah, they are. 120 on the bulk. Switch. Sort out the line, bro.
6 damage.
That's me now. I'm going in. 100 and something on Octane. Ah!
I don't have cells.
Phoenixing. I
Burning
need
them.
yourselves.
Hit them all 50.
Giving yourself.
They were I can bubble us out.
Yeah, please. How do they still have name?
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one. Oh, I'm behind us. He's all the teammate.
Oh, he's fucking gone.
Yeah, pump
Chase him.
400. He's like, damn, I'm out. Hey, is it time to wrath or what?
Chasing him.
Nice.
You found him or no?
Nah.
Nah, he's gone. What's up, Guga?
You wanna fly out?
I already took the port.
There.
Big bag. Come here.
No.
Come on, come on.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. 3 dudes.
Oh, that was good.
Three big guys.
And it was in my ass. Dude, that is very unfortunate. But I killed him. What was that fucking thing?
Crack the Gibby. 64 flush. Third party, they're all dead here.
Can you go rest?
That animation, dude.
One of them has self-res.
Problem Schmidt kid, 2 seconds. 1
What's the
second.
jibby?
There was a Jibby with the self-res or? Octane purple
Globa's
here.
still rest. Globa's still alive.
Okay.
Bro, they're all just here, like, doing everything, man. They're all rest and shit.
Our lord.
Holy shit, who's that?
There's a new team coming downstairs. 130 of that guy.
I'm batting.
9.
How do you have time bursting me? How?
Mate, kidding?
Oh my god, dude.
I'm out of rocket juice. I need a second to get my rocket juice up. They're coming up on the zipline.
He's up there, he's up there, he's up there.
Yeah. I need help. Dead.
Nice.
You have bats?
First him. Yes, first him.
Fucking shit on a Gibby here. He's one.
100 there. Dog has 40. Oh, look at this guy. Oh my god.
I'm stuck on his fat ass, man.
You guys win that. You win that. Boy, you got that, yeah. Just get right here. He's finishing. You just do play you. Just team here. Oh my god.
Holy shit, there's 15 million people! And then some.
Dude, this guy is same as Predator. He has 7 kills and his teammates have 1.
Oh, go
Holy
next,
fuck,
go
dude.
next.
Oh my god.
I feel like I was fighting a fucking army. I know a little bit, Supreme. I was fighting an actual army there, dude. Luna, I have no fucking clue. Absolute zero fucking idea.
Oh no! Flinge! Let's go.
One team.
Yeah. Let's go, Mr. T. I'm here. Crack one. Dirty flash.
Crack the Gibby as well. They're all cracked. Great, dead.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir.
Dead. Again. Absolutely obliterated.
Oh, that's actually. Steparino, East,
Of
full
course.
team.
Of course.
Selling.
Brandon.
One's on the balloon. Horizon almost cracked. 42 white. The Sheen is getting pushed.
It's a duo. Winnable.
Yep. Oh, I didn't reload my modem.
I just got outplayed.
Don't worry, I'll play them.
I love that gun so much, dude. I land out here.
I just
know I'm dead.
I just heard him go brrr and I was hiding behind a corner until he ran out of ammo. When he ran out of ammo, I peeked.
Yeah, that's when no time.
That's the only way to beat the brrr. There's a wingman here. Anyone interested?
No.
If not, I'll. Oh, he took it. Mastiff in this bin as well. No, yeah, here, medkit. What is Lima? I got 100 on me.
I'll be outside. Hey. I can't believe none of you guys got fucking corona, but I got it.
I can't believe
Your
it.
immune system is actually dog shit. We need
No,
to
it's
work on it.
Pog.
But how is it Pog when Tashin slept in the same room as you and didn't get it?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm be honest with you. I kind of have an idea of how I got it.
How?
Oh,
So after Jen used my setup, you know, I took the headset on and I started shouting at chat, and I put my mic in my mouth. So I don't know if that's why.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
So
I mean,
maybe that's how I got it.
well, yeah. You did have the tendency of putting the mic in your mouth because chat thought it was funny when you screamed at them.
So maybe that's why. That's how I got
Yeah,
it.
I think so. But because like, keep in mind like, Jen talked in Tashin's gear as well, but Tashin didn't get it
Yeah.
because Tashin didn't put it in his mouth.
yeah, bro. Oh no. Bro. Don't put stuff in your mouth, guys. You get corona.
To
Yeah.
be fair, I did disinfect everything the day after, the same morning. I like disinfected even your headset, man. They're like the little sponge and
Yeah.
everything. I disinfected everything, but it was already too late because you did it last night.
I think unfortunate.
Next time,
But I still can't believe I got it, Zach got it, and Jen Burton got it. Like, that's a weird combo. And how did no one else get it?
how did Jen get
They're
it?
not-
Oh no, how did Zach get it? That's what I'm confused
I
about.
don't know.
He didn't speak to Jen that much, did he?
No.
Like, how did he get it then? He must have brought it.
Crafting? They are crafting.
Yeah.
I'm flying. I mean, I'm
I'm
not.
walking up.
On one on roof.
He's blaming
Climb
chat.
on his ass.
I'm throwing rockets at him.
This guy's lucky, dude.
He's there. Crypto dead.
Knock the guy on you.
Last guy on me. In front of me. In this room. He's running out. This door. Left. Cave. He's trying to rip it.
Oh no, he didn't.
One.
What the fuck did this happen on my monitor?
Good team.
I'm batting.
I sent one back. Almost to the gulag.
Is that a,
I did
oh,
6 inflation them.
is it Revenant?
No.
Let me send one back then.
25? Under me. Yeah. Oh no. He knows. Right here. I did 60 on him. 75 actually, I lied.
Is that he grappled, right?
Yeah, they're on top here.
What the fuck is going on?
They're up here. I just struck a fucking tree, dude. They're hit him for 60. 40 I mean.
I hit him purple 30 or some shit up there. He dropped down. 1 HP.
No.
I got what you need, baby.
I'm out of juice.
Juice. Light mag? Yes.
Is there one more dude up there?
He should be, but I don't know. What's up, Jake? Come here, I'm output. Yeah, thanks, Jake. We'll do fine. We'll be fine. Feeling good. We are feeling good. Look at him. He's gonna go fucking res near base. I don't want to deal with that. It's too far out of the zone. Ooh, fighting.
Ooh, pee pee poo poo.
On the left. On the left here.
Oh yeah, I see that. Oh, they ported, they ported, they ported, they ported, they ported.
They did. They did port.
Right here at the wall. Blue armor. Fucking shit on. Horizon. Where is he?
Oh, I fucking Klaus. Sit down.
Finished him.
I'm here to fuck.
I directed
Shit on.
him.
Wait, rate this literally one. Bubblings?
What the fuck am I fighting?
Colorings?
I'm batting.
Fuckings? Fucking s'mores? Dude.
He's on my head! No, dude!
There's more, heal up.
I'm here on the
Where is-
corner. I'm
There.
reservoir down here.
Anything?
He was on my head, surfing on me like I'm a controller. I don't think there's more. Unless it's like a
There's
solo.
What's wrong with your ears?
There's more.
It might be like a solo. Or
It's the
something.
voices, Taishin.
Oh no, there's more.
They're trying to tell you. There's no more.
Dude, the voices are telling me plenty of things every night, man.
I'm fucking hiding. I smell it. I know.
I had enough of the
It's somewhere
voices,
here.
man.
Gonna get ratted on now.
Dude, it's top 10 depressing thing in the world. Well, you do move like a controller player. Dude, shut the fuck up, Dick. I'll throw him down your ass. Why are you writing Michael?
Because someone said I'm named after Michael Jackson. We don't have the same fucking name.
Oh.
It's because we're talking about names.
Well, you
Yeah,
are
I said-
named after Michael
I said
Jackson.
Cole is a pretty cool name, and Bennett is a cool name too.
People there.
There's some cool names out there. And then they say Mikkel is a cool name, but it's fucking not, dude.
It's only, for you it's not cool because it's yours. Just how my name is not cool for me.
Mikkel.
What do you mean?
Your name is Dan. Of course it's not cool.
Well, that's not my name.
Dan. You have to say it with a Giga Chat voice. Dan. Is that true?
On.
You have to say it with a flat A.
Dan. That flat one. What do I want to say with a fat A?
Then you say Dan. Because, you know, Americans are fat.
Dan.
You have to say my name like it comes out of Diablo, dude, and you're talking to an NPC.
Damn. I speak with NPCs all day long, dude. Half my chat are NPCs.
True. They are fucking viewer bots. In front of me. And he's mad.
Damn.
That's closest to you, man.
There's John. Dan.
Oh boy.
Come on.
I might die to the zone.
I'll be fine.
Haha. Look at him, he's dying zone.
He'll be fine.
Uh-oh.
It's only zone 2, you'll be fine. Unless you're getting gay kept right now, which would pretty suck a lot. What am I doing? Yeah, your name actually sucks, because we have Don, John, and then we have Mikkel, dude. Like, holy shit,
Yeah,
you ruined the vibes.
Mon. My name is Mon now.
Yeah, you should be Mon. And then we'll be
Mon.
John, Mon, and Don. Like, that would be fucking proud.
Mon.
Fucking idiot team.
But no, we have John, Don, and fucking Mikkel, dude. Like, holy shit.
Mikkel. Say it properly. Not
Mikkel.
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 Oh, it's sliding
Yeah,
on.
say it properly.
Sit down.
Devotion.
Sign down.
Same. Let's go down. Mikkel. Is that how you said?
Mikkel Hestbeck.
Mikkel Hestbeck.
Oh my
Halle.
god. I feel like maybe
Where did that guy come from? Down here?
60,
I'm out of juice.
28.
Guy's flying up on you. Someone's flying up on me. I'm dead. I just got devotion so fucking hard. My family felt it.
Ancestors, dude.
Reservoir. 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 With a bubble reservoir. I'm in the building.
Oh my god, dude.
Are they out there?
Nope, no one's next to me. They're like up floor above me. I'm coming down to you. Where's your go back?
Oh, that one.
Dropping on! Holy shit, this fucking. Oh, he's low!
Oh, dude, 90!
Nice, 21, 21. You're better!
You never lost that.
Above!
Do you have
Heat shield!
No.
Load him! No!
I just picked it up from the box.
Dude, fuck, that looks so fucking funny though. You like jumped towards us, turned into the box
Oh
right
my
there.
god. Holy fuck, let's kill these guys.
If I don't do it on you, we all die, bro.
Yeah, I feel like you should have heat shielded yourself maybe, and then heat
Oh, you
shielded
should have
us.
shield yourself.
Yeah.
You could pop one syringe and then throw it over us, and then boom.
Was
And we
the one
pro-
slide off.
Shit, like, for
but that was funny
If I
though.
hit the
Like,
guy, if I hit the guy for 2 damage or more, it would have been chilling, Tajin. I hit him for 198.
Man, the fact, boys, the fact is, that dude I picked up the heat shield. There was only one heat shield too.
ah,
Like, yeah, that's
well,
like-
it's fine. You
just
could at
hold
least pop a med kit and then loot the other boxes next to us. They probably have a heat shield.
Keep it calm, calm.
But that was so funny that when you fucking flew towards us and turned into a box.
I went
man.
for the boys. I went for the boys.
That was funny. Yeah, I mean, we'd probably die. Yeah, we would probably die. Oh, that was so hilarious.
I'll be back quick.
Na 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 na.
Nice.
Da-da. We got some more
I'm going
focus.
right here. I'm alphaing off.
Yeah, yeah.
Ha!
Yeah, you guys are fighting each other there.
Fucking rolling Tajin right now. He's one shot. One
Got all
shot.
the loot. Let's go.
Man, he's
Wing
like, I'm
that, I'm
alphaing up, and I looked and it's just you and Tashin fighting for a fucking box. I'm ready, by the way. I'm fucking ready. I'm dead. He's close on the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Wingman.
got Queenman R9.
I dropped the. But I'm actually fucking I'm gonna go bitch.
Pathfinder 1 dead.
45 white. You made a mistake. Fuck, this shit sucked. PK.
Sniper scope, maybe.
I don't. Well, let me see. 2 to 4.
Oh no.
Yeah, that shit was really bad. Not a single goal I didn't have. Oh, from the fucking fort. 45 blue on one. They're trying to get his hands.
Motherfuckers cross over you. 70 on him.
76, 1 HP, 111 on the guy. Dude, what is he smoking? I want some, dude. Man is probably talking to himself. Yeah, he is. Knock that guy.
My bad. I'm fucking jamming just with juice, dude.
You're fine.
Hand me some sugar. I am your neighbor.
That Maggie got shit on. I hit him 10 and then 9 and then he died. Taking the point.
Sir.
Oh, I see someone inside here. Dude, eagle eyes. In disguise.
Good as fuck.
3 motherfuckers. I heard him throw caustic barrels.
God damn.
45 purple on the Maggie. Why is everyone playing Maggie? What year is it?
Where are they? Inside?
Yeah, they're gassing up in fucking first or second floor. Holy shit, one's on me, 40 blue, caustic. Raid, crack! Raid 1 HP! 180 flush on Raid!
I'm fucking now. Let's go, baby.
I'm doing so much. 6. Yeah, that's on me. On us, on us, on us.
New team.
Play inside, play inside.
Shit on him, shit on him, shit on him.
100. Knocked.
Teammates are far.
Break that shit, break that shit.
Shoot that shit. Give me purple. I'm pushing the game, I'm pushing the game. Cracked him. Dead.
I'm behind you. 22. Oh, 100. What are you gonna do about it, Horizon?
You mad, bro? That was kick. Kick me your ass. Easy.
Wow, good one, eh? Holy shit, dude. Oh, that was a knee slapper, dude.
Holy shit, got me good,
Oh
dude.
man.
You have Phoenix
That puts a
Bandit?
smile on my face.
You have Phoenix Bandit?
Yeah, I'm using it.
That's funny. I take everything back on Uxaka though, my man.
There.
Damn, we only hit a few of them? Not that one,
that's
dude. That's
fair.
crazy.
Let's go, these motherfuckers are fucking looking at us. They bubbled, what are they doing?
Mighty fine.
Are they Valcoating? No, they went to the
They have to be
back side.
Behind that. Yeah.
What the fuck am I watching, dude? They're ripping Valcoat! No way, dude. Wait, come.
They're gonna get the height from us, I guess.
Oh, I'm ripping it then. Yeah, they are. I'm ripping it as well. Oh, dude, I love this shit, man.
Down. 2 Moss Earls.
They really thought they did something. Give me white armor. Give me crack. Holy shit, they're cheating.
Hello, motherfucker.
I'm not bad.
Oh my god, I'm fucking them. I'm not joking. I knocked 1. I knocked 2 actually. You get over here. Oh no, I'm gonna die. No, please.
Crack this guy.
Yeah, that.
Why it take so long, RPI? Why that take so long?
This the motherfucker was playing knockdown. That's
Not
cheating.
commenting.
That is cheating, dude. I didn't have a knockdown to play. There's a gold RE right here. Fuck, I used my ult for this.
Finally, I can craft, dude.
Oh, I see people. It's like you jinxed us on purpose. 76 headshot blue. Dude, what the fuck is your problem? What is your problem, dude? I'm fighting. Look at it.
Wait.
That
Who's this dude?
YouTube?
Who's this dude? Why is he here? He's on us, pretty much. Pathfinder.
So much damage on this guy. Holy shit, I hide you alive.
Dude.
70 on that guy, man. Dude, I just saved your life.
Taking him back. Bonk. Bonk. Bonk.
Man, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm good.
My man tried to get the part, dude.
Dude, I fucking outplayed that guy in the bubbles.
That I saved your life so hard. I hit him 70
Yeah, I was chilling.
when you were 1 health.
No, you like it. Oh my god. Tack.
This game is so funny, bro.
I got my ulti.
Chad, you ever saw a Caustic run with a fucking sentinel in the open field, dude? That's
Yeah.
me. That is me.
Come here. Let's wait for mine and then ult.
I'm waiting for his ass. Look where he is.
I'll wait for him since I'm literally
Yeah,
his
you got that.
personal fucking taxi, dude. I'm his fucking Uber apparently. I'm fucking waiting for him every 5 minutes.
I comings.
Come here, dude. Let's go. Your Uber is here. Where is everyone?
82 probably.
Probably, yeah. This is sus.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Under me, under me, under me.
Under him, under him.
Like in the room or?
I think so. Yeah, they're fucking somewhere.
Ah! How am I alive? How am I alive? How am I alive? You need help him.
Yeah.
That is actually tragic.
I'm probably gonna make it all the way bottom. I might even be able to res. Never mind. Oh, he's behind me! Oh my fucking god.
Hold the zip, hold the zip.
Oh yeah, please, do it to him. Armor swap. There's another team coming from containment. That was tragedy, bro. I thought when you said under me, they're like in the room, like where the dead box is. They were on us.
I don't know, I didn't hear it. I just heard there are someone.
Shit, we walked in
Motherfuckers
and
are hiding.
we walked in and we got fucking hyper clapped by 3 dudes.
Boys, I'ma just call it for now. 6 hours 30 minutes gaming. That
Alright.
should be enough for a day.
If you're good.
Yeah, I don't feel it right now. Tomorrow what PM? Tomorrow what time?
I don't know. I think it's like early.
Well, something.
Yeah,
12
like
a.m.?
12 or something.
Okay. We meet like 10.
Probably, yeah.
Alright, boys.
but,
Peace. Have a good
peace
day.
out. GG's, man.
Peace.
You wanna get one?
I'm down. I'm eating.
Yeah. I wrote looking for one must be not noob grinding for rank 1. Oh yeah, thank you guys for not leaving after they ripped the 2-minute Adams. IPN? Is there IPN? IPN gonna play? Grinding for rank 1, baby. Sex with them. Sex with them.
Fucking Jesus?
Is that the creation fucking Jesus? Thank you, Mr. T. Mr. T. For the raid. Sleep well. Or like rest well. Or whatever you're gonna do. Do it well. Maybe. I choked on my spit. Cool. Alright. Fucking breedness. Alright, what I do? I have to fucking look for people on the fucking website or what? I have no friends.
The Seinfeld is looking for a team. He's coming now.
Is he coming right now? Did you ask him?
Yeah.
You asked
Yeah,
him?
he's coming.
Okay. Okay, I can go pee then. Be right back.
Hello, my friends.
Dude,
Holy shit, what are you on
that's
your
the
phone?
loudest mic I've ever fucking heard in my life.
What?
You on your phone?
The loudest shit I've ever heard.
I love you.
We,
What's up, you ready or what?
me and Design kissed in Sweden.
I know.
After party. Yeah. Chat, I wanna pee.
So you
My
guys
victory middle is
got
21st.
LCQ tomorrow?
Yeah. You too,
Yeah.
right? Oh wait, no.
Go,
Never mind.
man. Let's
bad.
go.
Yeah, you too, right?
My bad.
Fucking RPR, dude.
Dude, my bad. I said it. Can I ready up and go pee?
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm launching the game. Give me a kick on a W, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. K-Cone and W.
Nice. What's your name on here? The fuck?
It is Mandy.
I don't see you, man.
Where are you, dude?
I'm online. I don't see you.
I don't see you either. Maybe restart.
But I just launched it. What do you
Maybe
mean?
I restart.
need to-
I
You
restart.
have to restart. You have to restart.
How's life treating you?
Just treat me well.
That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Are you a millionaire yet?
Close.
Good.
I put it all in Dogecoin and fucking to the moon, baby.
Oh my
Look
god.
right
Oh,
now,
man.
bro. Almost billions. Almost billions.
I bought 7 Common Monkey NFTs. So they're gonna fucking explode
What
soon, I know.
They're gonna splurge soon or what?
Yeah.
I got kicked. You guys kicked me?
Yeah.
Cringe. What's your name? Resignful.
Resignful.
You have to invite me to sign.
I'm in your lobby.
We're on the EU.
You're bronze.
Oh. No, you're
It-
fucking bronze.
Restart.
You're
Restart, bruh.
bronze.
You have to restart. Your PC.
I have to restart?
I'm not restarting my
Yeah.
PC. Are you smoking dick?
You have to restart everything.
Restart my life, dude.
Live. You have to restart live.
Dude,
too.
I
You have
actually,
to play
at no cap, I bought an NFT for like
Okay, shut the fuck
1,500
up.
bucks. And it's worth like 12K right now. It's pretty fire.
Can you sell it though?
I took a screenshot, so
Yo, we sharing that, dude. I got the screenshot, bro. How much did I get? 50% or what? Man,
oh
fuck
my god.
NFT Andy. Holy shit.
Dude, I only have like 2, bro.
I'm gonna sell a
And
picture
one
of
of
my
them I
ass.
got-
Too
one
many,
of them I
man.
got lucky on.
You
It's
got
because my
too
IRL
many.
friends. They're all, a couple of them are decent at doing that.
I don't have your ass. What's your name?
I just buy whatever they tell me to, pretty much.
Must be nice having that much kind of money, dude.
They're little nerds.
Yeah, I don't know. Man. Now you're both
RPR,
bros. That
you
did
were
not
bronze,
fucking
man.
work. Put me into fire range, dude. Apparently I don't have you in the friends list, so I added, you know. Miral, can you talk Japanese? I can talk a little bit. Just a little bit.
I've been thinking about making an OnlyFans and then we could do collabs at like LAN events and stuff.
Fucking
You know what you'll make banger money on? Collab with different Apex Pros girlfriends, dude. What? Yeah, bang.
I fucked
you're
this and this
fucked
guy's
up.
girlfriend did. Why are you
The
giving up?
juice.
We have to kill each other. Look at this guy. What are you giving up for?
Come here,
Hit
bitch.
me.
Come here, bitch.
No, I'm ammo. Hit me. Fucking hell. That took a while. Oh, fuck this controller player.
Shit on both of you.
Let's go, dude.
Oh my god.
LCQ is
VR.
now in 3 hours. What? Both of you restart your
for me.
game.
Fly off, no, fly off the map and die.
Oh my god.
I gotta put a shirt on. My nipples are cold. They're like diamond cutters right now.
Ah, just
Yeah,
give me that
see?
shirt, dude.
I'm better when I see pictures, dude. I'm more of a picture guy.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what it means.
fuck you, rat. Gent literally comes to my chat and says, fuck you, rat. What the fuck did I do?
Dude, he's Nick's fucking minion, bro.
He is Nick's fucking little cock gobbler.
Who's Nick's?
Nick works, man. When you what? Huh?
Oh.
Nicholas?
Yeah, it's because I don't really call him Nick Mercs anymore because we're so good friends. So I just call him Nicholas Mercury instead.
Man,
You know, we're in that
I don't
double
wanna-
friend,
I don't
double
wanna hear
name thing, you know.
you're so happy that you're friends with me.
Oh fuck, I forgot this is a pub. We're playing out the map.
I'm happy for you too, man. I'm glad you're having fun.
Me and Nicholas Mercury go way back.
Yeah, how? Like 2 months?
No, way back.
2.5 months?
No, way
You
back.
guys wanna go swimming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pool up here?
Do you remember that rotation people would do?
Yeah.
They would take this and they would run over all this.
All the way here. But that was 30
15 seconds?
No, that was a 30-second cooldown. Oh, timer.
You would have around 10 seconds when you come on the other side.
Who survived the longest?
Chat saying RP are about to die. That's the whole point, chat. We're trying to die.
Damn.
Why are we
Whoa.
playing on NA? There's
Because
only one
Designful
NA
is gonna
button.
cry
here.
if we don't play NA.
Because the queues, man, the queues.
Yeah.
The queues are juice. And the players are bad.
So like you. Look, 3 in queue.
What the fuck, bro?
You keep busting right now. That's fine.
The queues are
How do
so
I...
juiced. This guy said the queues are juiced.
How do I check what Pred's at right now, huh? I gotta be close.
Oh no. My tortilla.
Pred is 27k right now.
Shut the fuck up. It's 20.9. Are you ready for the new rank changes, man?
Yeah, I am. I fucking
I'm
can't
excited,
heckin' wait, dude.
I'm fucking so excited, dude.
Hell yeah, brother.
We're gonna all be bronze 4.
Yeah, you're gonna be bronze 4.
No, we're all gonna reset, right? To bronze 4?
No,
No?
we're not.
How not? How?
It's
Because
just gonna be like normal.
yeah.
No way no way they don't reset everybody with all the
Nope.
new changes.
I don't know. I hope they
That's
do.
what I asked and they told me no. It's not happening.
It's not so far. Well, didn't we get reset to bronze before?
Nope.
I feel like one of the seasons we got reset to all the way to bronze. It was a
Oh,
full
one
reset.
time before they added the new protection shit.
Yeah.
That was season 3 or 4.
The what protection?
Noob.
The boost protection?
No, the noob protection. So little noobs can't drop out too far. You know, if they finish diamond, they're pretty close to diamond next, but the noob protection. Doesn't every game you play, even League, just reset you completely?
Yeah.
Does League reset
Put
you
you
like?
back down.
No, it gives you MMR.
Yeah, but like in terms of
MMR.
rank, you get reset, right?
Yeah, yeah, but League, I don't know, League seasons are also like fucking half a year.
Yeah. True. It gives you placement matches. That's what we should have.
Do you know how fucking sweaty the placement matches would be? Holy shit.
Yeah, League?
In here.
Oh.
In this.
You
I don't think we're gonna have placement matches.
I think we should. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that'd be cool, yeah. But probably not.
Thank you, Dip, for getting go up tier 1.
It would be crazier than fucking rank, probably. Or than, what's it called? Tourney. The Few people on you, resignful.
Yeah.
I hate this ping already. 100 on raid.
Dropped a mastiff right here.
Yes.
Oh, there's someone on me.
Yes. Called an enemy.
Red one. Red one.
Well dead.
Underscore MK2 just resubscribed for 5 months.
104 and 500.
81 gifted.
What? 500 instead of 110.
They have
Please. Please, guys. Are you guys smoking dick?
I can't fucking get there. Play safe, man.
110. Damn. Damn.
First game on.
Yeah, I'm more about
fucking
to.
suck. One day, yippee. I need water.
Nice, so you're gonna start throwing now?
Okay.
Oh my god,
Dude. Too many
Damn.
people.
Where are we
I'm
landing?
here, bitches.
I just want to loot. We're looting both of these.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm flying further.
I'll
I'm
move
good.
around a little bit before I fucking insta fight.
Listen, man.
200 ping is cringe.
You screamed on it for a whole month. Shut up.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
I had fun.
No. I'm supposed to admit
fun.
that.
I had fun playing the game, regardless.
We're making... Man. Yeah, but I'm playing bulk, you don't understand. I'm going... like that. Yeah.
I play Valk on 200 ping. It's bad, but the game's still fun.
Okay, dude, shut up.
I think it's fun.
What, are you trying to get yourself a fucking sponsorship deal?
I actually,
Yeah,
have,
these
some
are
gifted?
fucking
I,
studs.
actually have a sponsorship with EA soon. So
Really?
asking. Yes.
But is it Apex though?
Nope.
No, that doesn't matter.
What is it?
FIFA.
FIFA.
Yeah.
Cringe.
You're a FIFA guy?
Big FIFA guy.
The moment that Apex fucking sponsors you, like, you know, gets you to play, that's like the moment you, like, you know, are played this clear with the devs. Right
Dude,
now,
why would they sponsor us when we play professionally? They're not gonna sponsor someone
I
who
mean,
plays
sure,
every
it.
day.
we already
Play
made
it
the
every
money.
day. Why the fuck do they need to sponsor us? We're gonna play it regardless.
But they
Yeah.
they sponsor some streamers that play every day.
Who?
I don't know, like a bunch.
Name one.
I don't fucking know now off the top of my head, but like they definitely sponsor people that play every day.
They sponsored Ace to play.
Yeah,
But
he
that was
plays
when
all
you
the
took a
time.
break.
They're in front.
God, I'm lying. Oh, they're crafting. I like how we can see that through a wall.
Gold on caustic.
60 purple and whoever the fuck is crafting. Cracked him on the crafter. There's a crypto. I'm gonna get sent. Yeah.
Other side, behind the wall. Whatever.
Open the cell. Can you kill two, Design?
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
120 on the caustic. I'm popping a cell.
Nice. You guys got that?
I'm with you.
Oh.
Okay, I don't have that. I don't know how.
No, there's no way I die like that. Behind a wall and shit. Why were you fighting caustic teams? Just run from them.
Fucking noob teammate.
I did 2 damage. No,
You
actually
did 28.
27, I think.
28.
28, that's pretty good.
It's solid. Better
He
than zero.
put 2 traps on 1 door. Who puts 2 traps on 1 door?
That guy. That guy does.
Yeah, it does more damage.
Apparently.
It's double damage. The more traps, the more damage.
8 traps does take 8. It take 8 6 times.
Yeah.
Nice.
Trust me, I know that. I'm a scientist.
We sacrificed RP.
That's fine. You win some.
We
you
made a
lose.
sacrifice. Now it's time to fucking pop off.
I think it's time to play into a different character today. There. No. There. Now we're really fucking. OG skin on too? Oof. Oof.
Meat, nice wing. I did multiple times. Didn't even kiss Nicewick on cam. On cam. This Q times. Objection. Our Q times on EU were faster. Just saying. This is bullshit.
I don't care. I'll go play you.
No, you won't. You're gonna craft your first game. Then we're gonna get off.
No, I love this game now.
You do?
What do you mean? I'm
Alright,
a content creator. I love this
rip
game.
you right now. 100 gifted
We're
from
already
Play
at
Apex.
33 in the queue though.
See? Excuse
Wait, 100
number
gifted
one.
if
What are you
what?
doing? What are you fucking running or something? Why are you fucking owning in the year and shit?
100 gifted if what? 100 gifted if what, RPR?
If we QA you right now from Play Apex.
From Play Apex, bro. What?
Yeah, they'll gift us 100 if you play you. I spoke to them.
Fucking yeah, I'm running. I'm on the treadmill.
What are you doing? Yeah, what? You're out of breath.
Motherfucker's got the mic so close to his nose that every time he breathes in, you can hear everything, dude.
Damn.
Why don't you
Did
just
get
buy
to
a
throw hands
mic?
with anyone?
Huh?
This time? Did you get to
Yeah.
throw hands with anyone?
No.
Design, just buy a good mic, man. Just like you're a streamer now, so buy like a Shure or something.
No, I like this mic. I like my headset.
I don't even know why a headset mic sounds so good. Every time I have a headset mic in, mine is trash.
Yeah, I
Does mine
sound like
sound
a
good?
tunnel.
Yeah,
It sounds alright.
it sounds good.
Thanks, dude.
Mine is when he breathes into it, but yeah.
Level 26 in our game.
Go, go,
Alright,
go,
take
go,
us
go,
home,
go,
take us
go,
home,
go,
take us
go,
home.
go, go, go. Fuck these dudes.
Someone said the breathing is louder than your eyebrows.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it was funny. You have issues, mental, big ones. Fucking weirdo. Unmute yourself, pussy, and talk shit. Got that guy.
Get on.
Shouldn't have one way.
Headshot at this guy. Shit, get the fuck away from me.
Absolutely fucking rolled his head.
Any medkits, bro? Please.
Here.
Nice. Nice. Nice ping, nerd. Dude, what the fuck? How is it my fault?
That is your fault. Fucking nerd.
Yeah, dude.
They do it in front of us.
I'm so sorry, dude. Yeah, it's probably the relay team. Repulsor, whatever it's called.
You hit the map room.
I hear them right in front of me.
21?
You can see him. Right here. I hit him 25 white. Guy in here alone, I'm pushing. Horizon 66 blue.
Horizon.
Horizon, horizon.
What's he got? It's level 1.
Right here. Rate 90 white.
54 on one.
He's running bridge. God,
Nice.
this is so cringe. Damn, he really outplayed you there.
Yeah, man.
Fuck up.
CNCH
get on.
just resubscribed
CNCH,
for 5 months.
5 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much.
So how does it feel to be a content creator?
Feels good.
Yes?
At least it was your own choice. Do you make millions now?
Can't get up that. Yeah,
Right?
multi.
As soon as you like become a content creator, like make million
Elon
money.
actually reached out to me. I'm doing a SpaceX sponsored stream soon.
Ah,
So,
shit.
Oh, dude, wait.
You're flying to space or what?
yeah, I'm going to
Even
fucking
fast?
rip it from the fucking space center.
He's playing Apex from the actual servers, bro. He's gonna play LAN.
Show everyone how good the internet is. That's some shit Ninja
They're
would
actually
do.
running a fiber cable all the way up there for me right now. That's why it's taking a little bit.
Oh my god. They're pretty big. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's a big sponsorship. Wish I could do that.
How much you paying?
I'm actually gonna be in the courtroom next week too with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
You're gonna hang out with them?
In the courtroom, yeah.
A little fucking sponsorship too?
I got a lot of
Oh
shit
my-
lined up, man.
Oh my god. Holy shit. But you gonna teach you how to act mid the courtroom session or what? Damn.
Amber's gonna rip a shit right on my desk.
You gonna eat it? Nice.
See that Gibby ult?
I watched a tiny bit of that stuff. Dude, she seems fucking...
Dude, I feel bad
Crazy.
for Johnny Depp. Dude. Holy shit, poor guy. Dude.
She seems crazy. But I heard something about Johnny Depp's...
Oh, shit,
What the hell, bro?
I could not see him. That was not a real person. Get that double time, he's fucking gone.
Crack this guy? Where is he going?
He's probably solo or something.
Why is he running, dude? Open a cell right here.
$63?
Dude, he's got the
Nice, good shots right there.
disgusting shape. Flying. 2 dudes. 3 dudes.
3 big guys.
And it busted in my eyes.
I can't see shit with this iron sight, I'll tell you that.
Yo, that guy's cheating on the right.
Headshot him on the right.
Go. I got rope.
I stuck him with Arkstar. He's dead. There's no way he's not. Yeah, he is. I gotta kill him. 58 on one guy.
Horizon hit 90. I'm getting fucking beamed in my ass. This guy's fucking shit on.
Where?
He popped a bat or some shit. Right here. Rip it, yo, go back. I'm out of knock.
What? I
What
didn't
the
hear
fuck
the
is
guy.
that? Ah, that's third buddy.
What?
What's up, you son? Yeah, can you res us? What do you mean?
He's fucking coming. I can hear him.
How the fuck did you not get sucked? Damn it.
I know a thing or
sucks,
two
dude.
about sucking, dude. Let me know. Let me tell you.
I headshot me so many times, dude.
I know a couple things about sucking. +6. I
She
mean,
was
the
standing in the range of my ult and it didn't pull her down there. The fuck?
the gains are fucking sick. 6 RP.
Mine's 6, dude.
Oh, and +6. What are you doing? Coolerski. 16 months. Welcome back, sir. Thank you. Coolerski. What's up, Cooler?
Shut the fuck up.
Coolski, I just resubscribed for 16 months.
Na, na, na.
Kurski. Kurski. I heard Kumerski. I mean, hey, that's what you. If that's what you want, that's also possible. Just saying.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. Tomorrow, I'll skip tomorrow. I'll skip tomorrow. I'll skip tomorrow. Hi, Kitty. What's up? What's up, Bramley? They're pretty alright. Man, what are these landing spots? It's like we're trying to not fight.
He's not scared. He's a content creator now. He has to be top 750 and no one wants to watch.
Oh, yeah, no one's gonna watch him if he doesn't have Pred.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine.
Yeah, you understand your place. It's good. I like that. I like that.
No, 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 no.
So what?
So you looking at it?
You know what?
Yeah. His fucking queen man.
Oh. You want this? I give.
I got a heavy mech for you, Designful.
Yes, please.
You gotta come back and get it. So Design, when we hang out again? It was good fun last time.
Huh?
Yeah, you guys
When
think
we hang out
20
again?
minutes or what?
Make it to champs. I'll pull up the champs.
Sounds good, dude. What are you gonna do, cast?
It's only like 3 hours away.
Oh my god. Nah, I joke. You know I love you.
It's too soon, man.
So soon.
I feel like even if we don't qualify, I might go.
I'll just be
No.
like the EU guys that look to get on one of the teams, like JMW and shit.
You'll be a fucking what's it called? A stand-in.
Emergency COVID sub.
I'll be a stand-in. If we don't qual, I'll be a stand-in too.
Same.
For somebody.
100%.
No, nobody wants to make you a stand-in.
Yeah, bro. What are you
You're
gonna
not
do?
tall, you're
IGL?
too tall for pictures.
What are you gonna IGL them to death?
You're too tall for pictures, Arpar.
Right. Yeah.
You're too intimidating. They have to take pictures with someone that looks sorry next to them, so they look better.
Yeah, I'm the tall one. Yeah.
So that's why I'm the number one pick.
By that fucking logic, no one's gonna pick you up ever.
Yeah, I look sorry. I don't mind.
I'm gonna hit a fucking crazy watch party for the LCQ2 tomorrow.
Shit.
You alright?
Fuck yeah.
Same.
NA or EU? What do you mean
gonna watch
same?
NA
You're playing
EU?
it.
I'm gonna watch both.
I'm doing crazy
Zip
watch
it on
party
me.
tomorrow.
Oh shit, I might be dead then. Yeah, I'm dead. The fuck this ping, man. Look at this crim blood, he's finishing me. He's finishing me from you guys. Oh, he's top 3 pred in the world, he's the best. My bad.
Alright, we'll go to your ping. Fine.
Yeah, go Europe, please.
I've heard ping every fucking match. Jesus.
To be honest, that motherfucker killed me around the building. It's not fair. Also, why are they fucking zipping on me while I'm flying? Like, I can't even hear them until they're next to me. Then they bloodhound scan me. It's because they're grinding for rank 1.
Ah,
They're
I'm
just
a
the best.
guy. Thank you, Forever.
You're shit on. You're shit on. Watson,
Nah,
it's just
they're-
better than you. And
They're
the other
just
guys too.
rank 1 grinders. I can't do anything there. I'm just a master player. They're just too organized for me, you know?
That is true. That is very true and accurate. I'm happy you got some insight on your own life. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Good. It's good.
Maybe when I start grinding for rank 1, I can also do that with, and like kill them. Fucking hate everything.
Ahoy!
Yeah, I know, Dippy. Oh yeah, do you know that Zach and Clara are still in fucking Stockholm?
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
That sucks, dude.
My brain just flew away, chat. Where am I? What's up, TD afternoon?
Hi, honey.
Nice. Let's go back to the Seinfeld's affair spot. Are we winning this game?
Yeah, dude. 40 ping, let's go. Love this shit. Now when I use jetpack, I don't fly to fucking Narnia and back, and then Narnia and then fucking back, and then Narnia and
Not
then
the time
fucking
to cry.
pussy. Yeah, well, but the Design Freeze Horizon, that's way easier on hyping.
No. Horizon fucking dog shit on hyping.
No, it's more dog shit than Valk. Shut the fuck up.
True.
Motherfucker, I use my jetpack and I get sent back in time 4 years when I was a fucking child.
Damn.
Sheesh. Tell me more.
That was not good, man.
You said 4 years ago when you were a child.
Yep, I was.
You were a child 4 years ago?
Yep.
Holy fuck, dude.
What are you trying to say?
You're a pussy, dude.
Okay. At least I've seen one, unlike you.
Wow, dude. Oh my god. The mature jokes are coming out, dude.
You called me a pussy. What do you mean?
That's
How are you
crazy.
mature?
That's insane. Non-intellectual shit, dude. Come out of your mouth. Who would have thought, dude?
You said Sam talking to a 7-year-old. You know what? What fuck? Who said it? Someone said it. You look like a 6-year-old grown-up man.
I don't know
Whoever
who
said that
I
is
think
fucking
you're right.
goated. Was it you this time?
No. Because I could not think of anything
I'll take the
that
credit.
expensive before.
Maybe it was Nick.
I'll take
I don't know.
credit.
No, it was Daltouche. Holy shit. I fucking look
I'm
like
just
a
a grown-ass man, dude.
60-year-old grown-up, bro.
I'm just a grown-ass man.
BK here, grown-ass man.
I got one.
Black, I don't know when journey tomorrow is. There's a person next to me. I just shit myself.
Where?
No, what?
It's not looted. What do you mean?
I heard a door open on my right, but what? But the game's playing tricks, dude. I'm gonna die. I blame Mandy for distracting me with his stupidity.
Wrong.
I need a wingman, guys. Come on.
Same.
Same.
I'm a rampage right now. I feel dirty just holding this.
Same. I feel good. Makes me moister.
You want this?
No.
I dropped my rampage for a car SMG because I'm not a fucking pussy, dude. This is also not looted, man. Can we find people?
Should have crashed bats.
I was 4. You need?
Yeah.
Oh man. What the fuck are you?
Ready to go, man.
I'm gonna run into a rat stack and I'm just gonna die in mold. There. Oh. Nope. Hi. Oh, this game is ass, bro. No wingmans and no enemies. I'll Valkyrie, let's go.
Ready to go, man. Come up here.
I'm coming up. There, I saw a respawn there or some shit. Was there?
I don't know.
This is all unlooted. There we go. Oh my god, the
Lying
fucking
around.
rats.
It's in the beak.
Yes.
Of course, I get shot.
Batting. They're nading up.
100.
Nading up on you, careful. A 109 on the horizon.
Pathfinder's dead.
Oh god.
We're all dead. Another team.
Where? Far. Other building.
Jesus.
Now I have a wingman. That's nice.
Someone's landing behind us. On us.
You see him inside.
He got my ass. 100 on him. 120 on him. 200 on him. He's doing a finisher. Take it. Guys.
Sorry, guys, bro.
Guys.
I got fucking shit on in the back.
Chad, who am I playing with?
This is so fucked.
Take it back.
They took it.
This guy triple pumped.
I did that. He placed it on the door while I was walking. Why are you taking the port back when I hit him 199? What are you doing? Whoever took the port with
There's
me.
no fucking way you are getting kidnapped out of all people. Out of all people. You're
I
the
was
one
on
getting
the
kidnapped.
doorway
Are you
when he
fucking
fucking took it.
Are you fucking with me?
Dude,
RPR,
Design,
you're the
you
one that started that shit.
Design,
What the
you're the
fuck,
one that
man?
took the port and
You're the
then
one
took
that-
it back
you
like a
literally
pussy.
told people to do that shit. You got fucked by your own fucking method.
Cause
Oh,
I'm
how
playing
the turns-
Valk, dude. I'm not playing
all
Raid
the
now.
turns are fucking tabled, huh? Jesus, man. You shouldn't have taught these fuckers how to do that then.
You're right, but they suck at it, man.
You see what you started?
How does he live? Well, he has a purple armor and I hit him 199. Can someone fuck me in the ass? Actual 1 HP Andy. Holy shit.
I don't even know. How much damage did you do to that guy? How did you not knock him, man?
199.
No, but like, how much damage? Like, what was his health?
1.
No way. Are you serious?
Design, I fucking hate you, dude.
199?
Yeah, 199. On the dot. 0.0.
Why didn't Mande knock him?
Whoever took the port with me took it back like a fucking
He took
pussy.
the port back? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Come back. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, fucking. It was only the raid. You're a massive fucking vagina, dude.
I didn't see.
What?
I didn't see what was on the
What?
race.
What? How?
Yeah. Because I didn't look around when I came through. I was focused on getting through back to port again.
Even after I screamed, 199, 199. No one cares. He's popping a whole finisher on me. No one takes the port, hits him once. Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky, dude.
Sick.
Oh, lucky, dude.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
12_14 just resubscribed for 9 months.
I think you took the
RPR.
portal on purpose. RPR.
Me? No, it was just bad timing. It was
Jumping
terrible
that bitch.
timing. I was walking through the door and he like, I wanted to use my jetpacks to fly up in the air, but I was in the doorway, so I couldn't fly up to avoid the port.
What type of psycho solo kidnaps? You know?
Sir Del?
Was that him?
Yeah, I hit him 199, so.
No way. He hit you with the kidnap. You had the pre-aim on the portal and he still won?
No, bro, I got fucking. I flew out the port before the port was in the air. You fucking got a free hit for free, man. That's bullshit. 9 months, thank you so
How
much
did he take the port
1214.
before you did?
I don't know, but I was in the air. Plus, I was using my jetpacks, so that doesn't count. That's fucking bullshit.
I see a lot of there's a lot of trends every time. you
Either
die.
way, my
Fucking
teammates didn't
jetpacks.
help me. I hit him 199.
I think you need to get rid of those fucking jetpacks. The last 8 deaths, it's been something about jetpacks. Dude.
I gotta practice my
I think you
jetpacks,
need to stay on
man.
the ground. I think you need to stay on the fucking ground.
One team.
Man, fuck you guys. Dude. Just if you just hit him, if you farted at him, he would die. Ooh, purple.
Oof.
Caustic, he just went in the front door.
Hit him 9 blue. That's pushable. I'm breaking the barrel on your door, Design. Cost to hit 30.
This guy's the best player in the world. Horizon is straight up the best player in the world. He's coming, he's pushing.
Fuck off me, fat ass.
Horizon is straight up the best player in the world. He's playing with a diamond and a massive player, and he's just beaming across the map with a prowler. Legendary gaming moment.
Why do I have a triple pick? What is wrong with me?
Think who he is, the best player in the world.
Yeah, no one's better. No one. Not a single person on this
Trouble
entire
will be
fucking
fine.
planet, and the next 30 years of anyone ever living on this planet will ever be better than him.
Dude, Sor Johnny's back.
What?
In the kill
No.
feed right now.
Well,
Look at him. He'll pop up.
You got me fucked up.
Sor Johnny, who the fuck is that?
Johnny?
Oh, Sor Johnny. Like that. Alright.
Yeah.
You said it too fast.
Yeah, I know your brain can't like compile too fast.
Exactly.
So I'll translate for you, don't worry.
Down your turn.
I got blue ball. So Johnny.
You know what would have been funny if Sor picked up a member back in the day? This name was Willie. Sor Willie. That'd been pretty funny.
Why would that be funny?
We should start playing professional again. I don't think content creator is gonna be for content creators.
Why would that be funny?
Cuz, dude. Like Willie, like a wiener? A Sor wiener?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
It's not as
understand.
funny when you make me explain it, man. Like, what the fuck? Why you gotta do that to me?
Yeah, it's that's why.
You fucking scumbag.
That's why it doesn't sound funny, dude. Oi! Holy shit, man! Why do I just find them? That's purple. They were ratting this building. Not real life. We got rats. Need you now. Manda's AFK in a corner, and you. What are you doing? Jerking off in there?
I got the fucking O'Neill loadout. We meant 30-30.
Manda's literally AFK, like the entirety of today. They're below me. Oh, they're gonna zip on me and shit. Right there. Are you stupid? He's purple armor though. Can go kill him.
Did you hit him at all?
Yeah, like 40, 50.
Nice. I got TT'd.
Most
I'm gonna drop on him. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going left. He's running. 50 purple on him. 60. 70. Cop on the one. Sulfurs.
Seems gotta go now. Some.
Cool. Where's Manda?
I'm here. I was blowing my nose.
Shit, that took forever. How big is your
And
nose?
pissing. It's pretty fucking big.
Got a big schnauzer then.
Yeah.
Bro, that was scary, man. Oh, I like that thing. Oh, talk about fucking. Oh, they're coming. These guys are fucking coming. 90 on the Valk. 170 on this guy. Kill him. Thank you.
Yep.
86 headshot, let me see here.
45.
Oh, you're dead.
Dude, that's a good gun. That's a fun gun. I love it. It's a great gun.
Why are you so bad?
Jesus, man.
We don't like devotion?
So fucking dumb. Gun's so busted.
Wait, you mean, oh, I love this game. I love creating content all the time.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Of course. Yeah. Love it. Love that gun. They need to
Good
take
job,
the
Isman.
turbocharger out of the game. That's all. That's my only complaint.
That gun's strong without
Turbocharger needs to
as well.
fucking go. Got to go.
In my opinion, that gun needs to like they need less fucking fire rate in that piece of shit. That shit
You
shoots
just gotta
way
remove all
more.
MMGs, let's be honest.
True. Also, can I have some bats?
The
Some of you guys
turbocharger
have. I got fat 0 bats. Can I have one? Alright, fuck you too.
Yeah. You could have bats, man. No worries.
Thank
me,
you
right?
so much.
I don't need
Holy
that.
shit. Come here.
Nice.
How many do you have?
I'm gonna.
I have 2
won.
bats.
I'm gonna fly. Come
You
here.
have another.
Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much for the fucking bats.
No problem, man.
I have to fucking beg for bats. in this game. They're here. They're fucking dog shit.
Oh!
Fries and bread. Caustic's low.
Dead.
I loved how the fact I went straight through the fucking wall right there. And I almost died because of it. That's progress.
Buggies. This guy's a flatline. For all you freaks.
You with the pretty face. Welcome to the view, man.
I got 6 bats and good enough.
I feel like you like, Sign, you're one of those people that like Marvel and stuff, right?
Fuck yeah.
Hey, dude, you're so easy to read, man.
You don't like Marvel? What are you, DC
I do.
guy?
I like Marvel.
I'm okay
I
with
feel like
Marvel.
you
Fuck doesn't like Marvel?
It's alright.
I mean, yeah. You hear my playlist and shit. I fuck with a lot of songs they put in the Marvel movies as well. The old
Oh,
school
dude,
shit.
yeah. Dude, the fucking one of the best
Guardians
soundtracks
of the
ever.
Galaxy soundtrack. Best,
best
soundtrack
soundtrack.
in the movie.
Guardians of the Galaxy? Yeah, that shit's fucking bussin'.
He must have
Mullen?
made a fucking $1 trillion making that soundtrack.
What? Those are all songs that were already made.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
like
but I mean, like,
fucking
he
450
choose them.
flight.
I'm fighting these kids over here.
Yeah. In front of you in the truck.
One jump down.
The Pathfinder, I can't hit him with the wingman.
Wow, he's fat.
Inside.
You just one guy?
What?
You just one dude?
The other guy went away. He left it, yeah.
Cringed?
Trying to make us go after him.
Yeah,
I'ma
so
stay.
hit the thing and grab the banner.
Yeah, I'm staying.
There he goes.
Who would have thought? There's him.
Is
What
he
are we
going?
fucking making formations together? Like, what the fuck is this?
This
is so fucking
ritual.
stupid.
It's a fucking ritual, dude.
Is he coming or what?
No.
We're fucking
People
spinning
coming
in
from here.
circles around each
Full
other.
team from here. My ping, red ping, respawn beacon. Okay, right here, 3 dudes. They have no idea I exist.
Somebody just hit the portal.
Yeah, it's their turn.
I'm
No,
dead. Fuck.
it's unfortunate.
Drop that shit.
They're taking it. Can you take the port while you knock?
No, kill him, kill him, kill him. I killed knock too.
Shit, I'm coming, I'm
He's
coming.
fucking him.
It's a body shot, headshot, body shot.
No way. They walked into 3 arc stars.
Kick. Oh, new stalker, nice. What happened? Are they the dog shit or what?
They walked into 3 arc stars and just insta-died.
I fucking rolled them all.
Ooh, behind me. Dude, that's the guy that's going for the
What
fucking
the
thing.
fuck?
Spanish, yeah. Anyway, I'm taking this. No design. Push yourself.
He took it back, he took it back, he took it back.
What? How does that thing?
He went straight down.
How can you do that?
He went straight down.
What? Dude, fuck this guy. I'm going.
He's coming back in, he's coming back in. What a cringe lord. Wait for him, he's coming.
No! Fuck! Why did it take me? I was gonna kill him.
He's not going back in, he's not going back in anymore. Swallow him. Oh, he juked your ass. Oh, you suck.
No, I was just already fucking around.
Wait, he went left side or what?
Yeah, around the mountain.
He went into this building. Ran into a team, he's dead.
I'm gonna whoop them.
I'm coming downstairs.
Oh!
You
These guys
fucking.
want RP. These guys want RP really bad. Holy fuck, bro.
I'm gonna push my ass on it. I'm getting fucked on. You better win this shit.
Oh, not like this. Oh, not like this.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm upstairs. I can't. Nice. Good job.
They fucking got
Design, I wanna-
Reddit on me. That's awesome. I love that.
I wanna know the thought process. This guy just walks in, gets sucked in smoke by these 3 dudes, and then you just walk in. Like, what do you think was gonna happen?
They changed corners, bro.
Yeah.
I thought they were on the staircase.
Well, I mean, I would at least, like, you know, bait it a little bit before you go in.
Holy shit, dude, that was so sad.
Well, that shit does not happen on an A, bro.
Yeah, okay. Sure, it's a you, dude. It's the ping.
Dude, fuck.
And I
dude.
didn't even. It's like I didn't even go in. I opened the door and I insta died because the door didn't close in time on my
In the
screen.
choke here. Like rats coming at a fucking respawn.
Fuck, dude. Oh my god.
Come, let's kill these fuckers. There's a ping. To be honest, when you play on like 100+ ping, you get beamer on corners like fucking idiotically. You already get beamed around corners because of the shit tick rate, but then you add the fucking ping into it. You scared the fuck out of me.
Close. Oh, that's why she's being a weird ass fuck. She had a Kraber, the Wraith. Headshot, body shot.
Fucking dog shit. I'm biting.
90 on
Who's-
path. Jesus Christ.
Crack the pad. Watch your back, Mandy. Right in front of me, pad. Pad's running. He runs to a different team. Last team. I'm pushing this. I'm gonna get crypt ulted. Yep. I dodged it. Thank God.
Are they?
Below me right here.
150 on Valve.
I'm pushing left. That was a boring hit. He he he. Ha ha. Oh oh oh. Yeah yeah yeah. Yeah yeah yeah. Yeah yeah yeah. Great game, love this game.
Dude, I ooped, hit the glide, 720 no scope the Valk, dude. Oh my god. What are these EU times now? Nobody wants to play with Designful.
So okay, I don't know. Kiss me, kiss me, infect me with your poison. Na 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 na. Love me. There you go, Joseph.
I heard you're watching Naruto. Design.
Yeah, of course.
What do you think about Gaara versus Rock Lee?
That's just fire.
That's a fucking good fight, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Since when do you
I-
watch
that's-
Naruto?
Me? Never. I watched 56 episodes just to watch the Naruto, the Gaara versus Rock Lee fight.
Oh.
Dude, I like the song, like the fucking battle fucking song. What is it again?
Battle fucking song?
It's like
Oh my
flutes. You know what I'm saying?
Dude. Oh my
Like the
god.
battle music.
I know. I don't remember.
kiss. Take me with your poison.
Chill, bro. I know. Naruto
lot of-
is I don't know.
I don't
Naruto
watch.
seem cool, but I don't know. Yeah. Well, sorry. What?
I don't watch Naruto, but a lot of the songs of Naruto are fucking legendary. Even for people who don't watch.
That's my shit, bro. Oh, I'm not there, guys. I won Repulsor for free.
Are we leaving?
I'm coming to you.
On me. Shit on one.
Easy 2v3. Okay, I need to turn this off now. I like the beginning now. That's just fire.
Any help? Please, rate 1. Thank you. Just Ash.
It's okay, dude.
What is that oneness
fucking-
song called from Naruto? Is it Blue Bird or something? Something with bird.
I like the one intro that I like is like I don't know what it's called. My chat
Blue
would know.
Bird. Dude, put Blue Bird on.
listen
That
to
one's a
these guys.
banger.
No. What's it? What's the one? What's the Hakura fucking something?
Sakura?
No.
Listen to these weeps,
It's like
dude.
an intro song for like season 2.
I don't know. I
Listen
don't
to
watch
them.
Naruto. I just listen to all the songs from
Dude, I only watch.
Haruka Kanata.
I only watch.
My chat says it's
Friends-
Haruka
Friends and
Kanata.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're-
that one. That one's
You
so
know me,
good.
man.
That one's so good.
Yeah, I've listened to the
You gotta
entire.
listen to it. It's
I've listened to the entire playlist of Naruto even though I didn't watch a single episode.
like there's a melody. I don't know the words, so I can't fucking sing it. But
All the songs from that fucking anime are somehow good.
that's just fucking. That's just fire. Okay, that's the only anime I've ever watched, and I kind of I fuck with it. I fuck with it.
Anime has a lot of good fucking songs in general. They're good with that
I'ma
shit.
fuck with you.
I really like Bluebird. That's one of the
No,
best songs.
no.
You don't like Bluebird?
I don't know which one that is.
Yeah, put it on, you'll know it instantly. It's iconic.
The one you said though is the best one for sure.
Haruka Kanata.
Yep, best intro. Well, during the tuning exams, fuck, bro. That's just heat.
Did you watch Hunter?
Nah, I've only watched
There's
Naruto.
two.
It's the only one I've watched.
There's two there. To be honest, Naruto. Did you watch the whole thing?
Nope.
That's a fucking commitment. Naruto is a fucking commitment.
I'm about to be on Shippuden.
The fucking thing takes a year just to watch the whole thing. Dude.
Well, I skipped the fillers.
It's them.
TTV, TT, Nini, Mini did. You're best friends. I swear you made a fucking frag highlight on that guy.
I did.
Loli Ubu.
It's the same person, dude.
Where's their third?
I don't fucking know.
Crypto team? Or what?
Nah, they're just like
Give me
some stupid ass stream snappers or whatever.
Hey, they're not stream snipers.
Whatever they do. I don't
That's
know.
their actual Twitch names and they actually stream. I'm not even joking.
Really?
I'm not even joking. I thought they were sniping too first, but I met her in a public game. They were Wraith.
Why do you make that your fucking name?
I don't know. It's fucking dog shit, dude. I told her too. I was like, your name's fucking ass. And she's like, yeah,
It's a girl?
yeah.
She has 5 million viewers, doesn't she?
I don't fucking know.
That girls always do, man.
Why? It's because they're funny and entertaining? More
Yeah,
than men
yeah.
are? Okay,
yeah.
good. I don't make sure. Okay.
Didn't you know the funniest person on the planet is a woman?
Yeah,
Amy
Amy
Schumer.
Schumer. Funniest woman in the world, dude.
No, funniest human in the world. Not
Yeah.
woman. Don't categorize her by gender.
I'm gonna stick one with Arc Star. And you can't stop me.
Okay.
Fuck him 2 times! He stuck me with Arc, dude, oh no! I cracked one. I cracked him. Yeah. You need a free rest on me. No kissing.
Yeah, I'm really broke to the guy right now. Fuck. There's a, if you climb the box, there's a swap. What? Great blue.
Cracker?
Cracker. Great went alone into the building. On my door, I'm poking a bat. Keep poking a bat. I'm smoked. What not? What is he doing? In your building design. Cracked, great. Dead. You good? Is there more?
Holy shit, dude.
Whose arc is that? Oh, someone just flew on me. Three dudes.
Oh, I'm so far around.
Three big guys.
Dead. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit, they're the best. Oh, it's Rebel Kuya. You got that.
There's no way they're still here, right?
Nah, there's no way. Pro players would not camp banners.
They put traps on the bodies.
They actually have.
They sell the skins, bro. They're not letting us happen.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are they just gonna gas our asses?
I have
Man.
2 syringes.
You should have all fought up and res those right there. We have a crafter and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
You can craft medkits and shit and just fucking
Do
smoke
it,
this
Do
kid.
it, rip it, fuck it.
Crafting? Probably think that you are better now.
Craft medkits for all of us.
Who sings that
Go.
song?
Me.
Ariana Grande.
Nah,
I'm not even listening. Who sings that
It's
shit?
Post Maloney.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're
You're
coming
content-
back. They're coming back across the zip line by the rock.
Actually?
Just kidding.
That was not very funny. You think that's funny content? A content creator? Huh? You think
I
that's
thought it
funny?
was pretty funny.
Oh my god.
It was a little bit haha.
Oh my god. Fuck you.
Dude, guys, listen here. Can I ask you something?
No?
What would you rather? Have no music in the world? Or all music is sung by Pitbull?
No music at all. I'd rather be singing songs.
I'd rather all music sung by Pitbull.
Don't fucking wait, dude. That guy sucks.
Meet me at the hotel room.
Yeah, dude.
Forget about your girlfriend.
Happy Christmas! Dude, that'd be crazy, dude. Oh my god, that'd be juice.
We at the Christmas party holiday Inn.
That's Jammer, no?
Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I got juice, I got juice, I got juice. I have 2 bats.
I got
Hell
6.
yeah, brother.
I can get
Hell
you
yeah.
Imagine the elevator music, bro. All Pitbull, all the time. Fuck yeah, baby. Banana bread at work, dude.
What if? Alright, let's change it. Let's. For you can choose one album to listen to the rest of your life, or all music is sung by Pitbull.
One album.
One album.
My beautiful dark twisted fantasy. All the time.
That's a good album.
Easy.
That's a good album. That's a good album. A good album. That's a good album, dude.
I would probably choose.
It's just got everything, you know? It's got like all over the place. You got hype up, chill vibes.
Dude,
I think I would choose Rodeo from Travis.
Oh, that's a good one. Ew, you support Travis Scott? Yikes.
Cancel me, dude.
I have a t-shirt on right now. But yeah, fuck, cringe, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
You support Travis Scott?
Yeah, Rodeo from Travis is fucking goated. Yo, Flippy, thank you for pound, welcome. But also, I wouldn't mind like ripping a Mac Miller album as well. Fucking.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Best Day Ever is one of the only songs that I actually really like by him.
Well, most of the songs that I like are like not on fucking like they're just all like from different albums, like Small World and shit.
Yeah, I mean,
The world is so small.
the most Mac
today.
Miller songs I like are from Swimming in Circles, like the last 2
Got
albums.
a bad attitude, playing till I'm out of moves.
Like the old.
I think that's my favorite one.
I
And
used
then,
to- I used to like the old shit, like Best Day Ever, but that was more when I was in fucking high school. Fuck! Oh, they're pushing. Oh, I'm dead. No, I love this. I'm coming in. I'm blocking door. You need my shield, Mande, and you're muted. I'm opening door. You're still muted.
I'm copying
great.
ready.
Someone's flying in. It's
Double
good, it's good, you can finish this. Mande, res.
Wait. Wait. Dude!
No way, man!
These guys are horrible. They rap played and fucking still lost.
Holy shit, man. Plug is right there. They're gonna fight. I have issues, man.
What's another banger? What's the one I always listen to? It's like, I want a mansion, a jacuzzi, a theater to watch my movies.
What the fuck is that?
Oh.
Oh, what was that?
The Spins.
Dude,
That's-
what's that
that's like-
one song by Mac
That and
Miller?
Small Worlds are my favorite too by Mac.
That one song by Mac Miller. Grand Finale, bro. You ever heard that?
Best Day Ever is still the best song he's ever made. Nothing can even come close.
I think my favorite song from Mac Miller is Grand Finale, dude. That shit's good.
Have
Or
you
The
never listened
Weeknd.
to Spins? RBR?
Yeah, I did. Dude, did you listen to The Weeknd? From Mac Miller, not the Weeknd.
Yeah.
That song is amazing.
Get in my pocket.
Now, it is time.
Shit. The bitches 100. Faded.
That's a good
I'm
song.
stuck on the router, like, how did I make it?
That is a good song, though.
These bitches don't know me, and this shit is so lonely until she get naked. Yeah, that one's a banger.
The real question is, what the fuck do I do here?
Rip it right there, dude. Mama is
Wait
no
for me.
bitch. I'll scream it down the mic so they can't hear you. Ready? I'm kidding, dude. I'm gonna blow your ears.
There's no way they let us get this off.
Don't worry, I'll take the heat for you.
Dude, okay, I get it. You're a fucking wingman.
He's a wingman or?
Dude. Yeah, whatever, dude. Your mom's fucking fat, dude.
How fast?
In game. In game, in game.
Dude. I just die so fast on this thing. It's so ridiculous.
They're having sex with me!
Yeah, there's nothing to do, dude.
It's all because these fucking cringe EU pros are fucking ratting in ranked, man.
Was it actually pro player?
Yeah, it was Red Bull, bro. Fucking ratting in ranked.
How does this guy one clip me? He doesn't even know how to move around.
Why the fuck are they ratting in ranked?
And why is their teammate up on 72 right now? 82.
I don't fucking know, dude. Buh, I fucking died. What the fuck? Bro, Horizon got a Play Apex package and I didn't. What the fuck is this? Do I not exist? Young Lean. I like some songs from like Young Lean.
Alright, let's go, fuckers.
Yeah, you guys been throwing.
Good night, Kumo. Thanks for watching.
games.
Okay, buddy.
Wait, what do you say?
We just 2v3'd the pro team and I got hit by a repeater for 170 across the map.
Nah.
We've 2v3'd a pro team riding on us. And I got killed by a repeater across the map.
I mean, I got insta kill by that pro team running, so that was fun. At least you got to shoot your gun.
I'm getting a PK.
I got the brrr. Yeah, take it back, bitch.
I got the Kimosa and big.
I've never seen a man turn around faster in his life, dude. He saw me with a Devo in my hands and he was gone.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing. Oh, we could up this bitch or what? I'm running ready.
70 in the valve.
Oh my god, crack it! Knocked.
Behind you, man, behind you. Love this guy.
And with Yama. Dude. Fine as she can be. Oh. Can I get a medkit?
Yep.
Hoggers.
You taking that hole or what? Need that? I need that. Nice.
You're pretty good for a content creator, dude. You could probably go pro. Design.
I'm about to cop a fat bag from the content creator attorneys. What do you mean?
True.
No, you'll always become pro and always stay pro.
Yeah,
the rest of your life,
bro.
Yeah.
It's actually sad because you're not gonna be considered for like another year a content creator. Mind if I do?
Yeah. Hope you guys have a very long
Stop the board
successful
off.
life, dude.
Team behind
And I
me
took
as
the
well.
port. Are you inside?
Yep.
I'm
There's
popping
two
penis
behind
outside.
They had like 30 grenades. I don't know. I've never understood why you're ratting when you have 10,000 points. You're not gonna make it.
No, maybe if they keep grinding, they will.
No, they're not. Not any of them. And next season they're gonna be like plat because of the new changes.
And there's a team right here, just fucking. What are they doing? They're just sitting on his banner. I can literally see them. I mean, hear them. Physically.
Yeah, I know. Nice chilling now.
You think you can grab it? I'm dead.
Well, they took it. The portal.
Did they?
They did, yeah. He got it. He got it. He
Sure,
got
I'll
it.
rip it here. I'll rip it here.
Alexander M. Serial. And Bar Sook. Homie.
Shut the fuck up.
Borkitty just resubscribed
Bork, thank you for the months, welcome back.
14 months.
Now that was depressing.
Good night, Kim. Thank you for watching. What do you mean? That was fun. Super one. You had so much time to react to it.
I should have just queued instantly. I would have got it off if I queued instantly.
Would Rage nuke Q? I don't even know if you would.
I would have 100%. I almost got it off and I queued after shooting 20 bullets with Mar 9.
Then you greeted. I'm gonna go land on design.
I'm dead.
You still alive?
Don't die, please. Come on.
They're
Use your
pissed.
controller movement.
I am.
I'm here. They're scared now.
I gotta pop a bat.
You're good, you can follow. I'm dead now.
I just go get my fucking R9. I have a P20, dude.
Open back.
There, no mind.
100 on path.
Shit, I'm popping another bat. Holy shit. Close right this time.
I'm gonna queue us up. I'm fucking over this.
45
Are they
purple on yeah. 45 purple on Pathfinder. He's coming up as well.
Cracked Horizon. Hella flash.
Great path. Talk about outside, you're so bad. He's dead.
Horizon
Oh shit on.
Horizon's running. I'm gonna chase him down.
Dude, stop sucking my ass. They're fighting in red, by the way. New team.
Oh, new team.
Swap this.
No time.
They're pushing.
Don't have anything.
86, double 86 headshot on grade. You queued back. We're good. Stop running, pussies.
Maggie's one.
Yeah, they're
On my tree.
Raid's popping out a fucking. Raid popped a bat right here.
I have no
So-
fucking. I have no ammo. I have one clip in each. Light and heavy. I
Here,
need light.
I have
heavy.
a lot here. 110.
I dropped 40 on the wall. These pussies run, man.
Where? Where do they run?
They run like choke. I need to loot, bro. I'm out of bats.
I have
I
21,000.
don't know bats.
There's no bats there.
Cringe. They're on there, somewhere. I don't know where.
I want to land on them. You want to?
Rap Rider, good night. Everyone, good night. Everyone that's going to bed, good night. Below me,
Here.
in this fucking
Here.
corner. Oh, dude. The wingman is better than fucking.
We can rip another alcohol.
I have 2% on my mouth. Yo, res. Right here. Holy shit, who the fuck are those? Oh shit, that's 6 motherfuckers. I'm landing here.
A lot of motherfuckers. Yeah.
Balloon. I can't pull up my gun. Fuck it, who's gone?
110.
76 headshot.
One underneath you somewhere. Cracked him here.
No kidding.
Tier players. Crazy, man. Motherfucker still
Can I have an actual shotgun anywhere? On Eva. There we go, musket. Any bats?
I have 4.
That's 0. Please give
Zero
bot
as well.
battery.
And no medkits. Just fucking ass.
No medkits either. Man, they drop us bats when you land. 1 each.
I dropped 2 each.
2 each? What? You have 4.
No. I had 6 apparently. There's 2 hiding.
Cool.
God.
Did you take
One
3?
is
You fuck?
surrender.
Oh wait, never mind. Mouse and key things. I forgot. Mouse and key things. You can drop them in stacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I purposely took 3, bro. To fuck with you, dude. 3 dudes going to choke. Getting ass. Popping a crack. Crack the fucking seer. I am dead. Serious crack.
Under that guy.
Here's one.
Good. Come here, Ripperers. Before we get turreted, then I cry again in my fucking sleep. Drop me a medkit, I have no medkits. Yeah, medkits. Fuck!
I fucking just heard them for like a brief second, dude.
I know I heard something too, bro.
Combat to like.
Cracked one.
Maybe rip another res? No cap?
Yeah, I cracked one. I'll hold.
You don't have a medkit, you
I
said?
think it might just be a solo.
No, medkit. Only have a. I can go look for one.
That'd be nice.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I found 2.
Nice. I only have 1 bat, so. You're on 82, shooting at the air or some shit.
Wait, just like I gotta craft batteries. You bats too?
Yeah. Are they shooting at someone in the choke here or what?
Yeah. Use charge rifle on my shit. He had blue armor. Maybe?
Yeah, there's no.
Oh, they're fucking fine.
Portal back ulted. Jesus.
I'm good now.
Damn.
Come. Come.
I'm not there, I gotta craft.
Fucking hell.
I'm ready.
I'm waiting for this control player.
Just kiss to the
Fighting the
left.
choke, yeah. They're zipping on them from up here.
Dude. Fucking ping, I can't grab.
Come here. You fucking. Ooh. His mom is so fat. I'm popping one more cell, everyone. Actual cocksucker.
Maybe we should just land up here then, huh?
Yeah, that's
I can
What
second
about
left.
landing on these guys?
Fuck it,
I'm
let's
down,
go
fuck
in
it,
this
let's
way.
go.
Absolute cocksucker. You guys are getting. Even if you fucking die doing this, you guys are fucking dead.
I'm landing on stairs.
Oh my god. That was not good.
Take that. 100 on one. What the fuck? I'm betting.
I'm getting double charge back from the
Fucking
side right
hard.
now.
Are you kidding?
I'm fucking him hard, all flush.
They jump.
One's inside, one's inside, one's inside. Don't let him get out,
Fuck
RPR.
him, fuck him, fuck him.
He's down here, by himself.
Push him.
Dude. Bro,
Don't get me.
no way.
You're coming up the zip. Coming up the zip. Coming in. Door.
Goodbye. That the keeping has arrived.
Someone's on the roof. $545 gold. Heal up and then we fucking shit on you guys.
Wait, so like, I'm probably fucking bad.
Holy shit, Jackson! Fuck! Someone's on the roof. Someone's on top. I heard the footsteps. Can you guys stop fucking around?
We're just throwing armors on you. Oh
We
my
have
God.
17, come on. There's no one on the roof. I don't know what you're smoking.
I hear him. Someone's creeping on the roof, 100%.
I think you're smoking. I think you're cracking right now.
Did you check roof?
No, I know. No one.
He must be on the side then.
He's not, I just looked.
Yes, Sam.
You guys heard those footsteps, right?
Nope.
One shot in the tower. Heady, buddy, heady.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
That one on the zipline. Nope, it's not him. Still in the drop. Fuck.
Come
Come on here. 90 on him again. He's gonna climb up here.
Okay, cool.
150 on him. 150 on him. He's fucked right there. Here, going up the stairs. I got 45 again. Push.
What the fuck is going on around here?
Wherever he is.
Fat dead.
Bangalore was low.
Right here, she's fucking flashing out.
What on that? Back to Bangalore.
No way, you're not fucking dead yet, sass store.
I think Papa might have self-res.
Somebody's in like this building or something. Yeah, Pathfinder self-res, I think. In this building.
Yeah, below here. 120 on him. He must be like 10 health.
45 flash. Oh my god.
Got some fighting here. I'm med kill before that. In this side.
Should be dead.
There's no way I got 2 gun sights back to back, dude. Holy fuck.
Come
dude.
here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
Yeah.
Go to the sign. Holy shit, double charge off of cocklords. We can't do this. We actually can't.
Whoa.
We can have alcohol.
I'm fucking not fucking with that.
I will die if I have alcohol.
Yeah, we
And
know
the other guys are here.
Stop being a pussy.
They have to jump down. They have to jump down before we have to move. So.
Alcohol.
We will die. Look, I will die.
I'm not doing that.
No, you're
doing
not.
that.
I would rather
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
the solo.
Scared? You guys are scared?
You guys should
Yeah.
do it.
I actually am.
I'll sit here. I'll watch.
I am scared.
How are you scared?
There's a guy right here. I want to kill him.
It's a video game. How are you scared?
I don't know. It scares me.
Pixels.
I dream about it every
You guys
night.
scared of pixels, dude.
You see this guy in front of me? Right here. $90 purple on him. He's behind a rock. He's queuing out.
Good.
Dude. Come on, man. You guys
No,
are
I
having fun
thought-
up there or what?
You're doing great, design. Tracked of great.
Can't even see them up there.
Dude.
Heady body one.
1 HP in his straight. Can you shoot him once? Monday. Below you, below you, below you, below the building. Right here, this side, this side. Wait, I'm dead to storm.
Haha.
How many bullets did you miss?
Done.
Did you just watch that?
Oh, it's this two fucking cocklords, dude. It's Lolly Uvu and fucking Rate 144.
Holy
It's
fuck,
double
the
charge.
straight transfers, bro. Get shit on.
Damn. You're a really
But
good
there's-
content creator.
There's no spray transfer on fucking controller. You have aim assist and fucking aim smoothing. There's no.
Oh, it's spray transfer.
There's no. You don't control anything. God, this game. Manda, you suck.
I wasn't playing this game.
Yeah.
I was dead 90% of the game, so.
Yeah. For real, for real. Didn't you res us twice?
I'm peeing.
Didn't you res us twice this game? Da 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 ba da. What's up, Astral? Thank you. I'm having a good one. Hope you're having a good one too. Bye bye, Francesca. Keep being soon. You're smoking dick. Holy shit, so much dick is being smoked. Who did you smoke? What did you smoke, Luna? What's up, 1-1? I'm not soon that you guys are fucking wild right now. Holy shit. I'm not hearing it from you guys. I'm not hearing it from you guys, that's for sure. Kiss pick in Japan? What? There's not gonna be any kissing pics. That is what a tsundere says. That yeah, wow. What? So what? If you're not tsundere, then you say, haha, yeah, I'm a tsundere. Like, what is your stupid logic? Luna, you're stupid. Like how are my mods so stupid? Holy shit. No, fuck you guys.
What's your clan stand for, RPR?
It's Kusogaki. It means shitty brats. Or like shitty kids.
Nice.
It's me, Yuris, Krillix, Restia, and Templux. I don't pay my mods, are you just crazy?
Let's go, man.
Oh, these guys are only a year before us.
Did they say? Come on, the Seinfeld, why are you running? A little pussy bitch or what?
I don't have any guns, you fuck.
Punch him.
You have aim assist though. He's one shot. I hit him for 130. 126 actually, to be precise.
Cool.
I don't remember asking. I don't
Ask.
remember. I mean that.
Well, we lost
Good
the
shot.
control,
Good
but-
call right there.
This game is fucking so dumb.
I
It
lost
just
on
fucking
Mirage.
phases away. I just get fucking one click by Lego Star Wars Wolf.
Yeah. Meow,
Just
giggles,
hyping.
he, dude. Just fucking me. Nice,
cool.
shit. You got here.
Stop.
Oh well.
On top of my pussy. Jumping on me. 2 purple armor. He's fucking really cracked. Oh, there's a new team.
Pathfinder with?
Who's this?
There's a new team.
I don't even know. I don't even know. There was a random Pathfinder that wasn't even a part of either of the teams. That just disappeared.
The resident. Damn. So unlucky. Come on, banner.
Are you the Seinfeld?
I've seen like 8 different legends here. I don't know what's going on.
Now get me.
I don't understand this. Just go next.
On that side, what is that? What?
I was fighting a completely different team apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. None of the teams fought each other. I don't fucking get it.
Holy shit, dude.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Two
I didn't know how
fucking
the third party that fast.
purple armor Andes, like Raid and Lifeline rolled up. Thought that was the team
shit.
that killed Design, but I guess not. You going to a maid cafe? I don't fucking know where I'm going, man.
Design, can I have something?
I don't fucking know where I'm going. You got so fucking Donald that he full muted. Jesus Christ. I don't work at a maid cafe. I work at home.
Right here.
Good night, Ramley. Thanks for watching.
Google Gaga mommy milking. Oh,
What are you saying?
yeah, you ever seen that clip?
Yeah, I did, but like, what?
Stop Google Gaga mommy milking me. Holy shit, dude.
Find out the other boss.
Yo, Designful, can I ask you something?
Oh, of course, dude. What do you want to know?
What? Can you explain your Twitch channel?
I'm in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah.
Till I come back, till the return of comp. You think I'm gonna stay retired forever?
Yeah.
You kidding me? I just fucking dropped almost a 4K on your head.
Yeah. In ranked.
Do it on land. And man, the show
I
up
think-
on land.
Yeah. I think our priority drop the 4K damage taken on land.
Yeah, but at least I showed up, unlike you.
That's true.
Dude! I didn't get anything again. I'm getting fucked on these 50-50s. I'm gonna freak out. A bruiser? What am I gonna do with this?
Showed up your ass.
Fuck! I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Give me this shit.
Dude, my thing is better than you. He's one shot.
Getting up the ass. Holy shit, he had purple. Why does he suck?
Yeah, I rolled that guy.
Unlucky for him.
Holy shit. A lot of good land memes came out of this. A lot of good memes.
What are the memes?
Fucking Designful not playing. That's a pretty crazy meme. It's pretty weird, man.
Did you see the impressions
Wait,
though?
We had hell too. Why you all motherfuckers hugging each other and doing all that shit, dude? And fucking
Yeah,
post a picture like 2 hours after hugging homies, dude.
Yeah, I love Hal. Didn't even land in Sweden. He's talking out his ass like he knows exactly what we're doing in the fucking, like we're all having sex in the fucking boot camp, dude. Dude, like motherfucker, shut the fuck up, dude. I should have DM'd him, told him to shut the
These
fuck
are
up.
fucking swapping spit in the fucking boot camp.
He
fucking
didn't even
idiots.
land. He's still on the plane, bro. He's talking shit, dude.
And he's posting pictures with Naughty, saying they're gonna fuck.
I don't know. That was crazy.
Fucking dumbass.
We're gonna sex hard on the plane.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
But fuck you guys at the boot camp.
2000 likes and I fucked this guy in the ass, dude. Hey guys, take it, dude. Hal is the most unprofessional professional in the world, dude.
Yeah. He's only professional
God,
when
yeah.
other people need to be professional, not when he has to.
57? 0? 0? 0? Damn.
Hal is the biggest dumbass I know, and I stand by those words. By
Who?
far. Hal is like the biggest dumbass I know.
Oh, in front of us.
No, I thought it was
Fucking, I
behind.
don't know what my thing is doing.
You know what? I kept getting like,
82.
dude,
Oh,
wow,
now
you're,
160.
you're really nice in person. And I was like, what?
You're an asshole.
You are an ass online though. But you're pretty nice in person. Especially when you had some alcohol.
All the
use.
casters, they're like, dude, you're way nicer in person.
What did I just walk into? No! 100 and soaked in, please! End his life! End his... You fucking cocksuckers, both of you!
Wait. There's two teams. The sign falls.
What do you mean 2 teams?
I just got shot in the back.
By his teammate!
No.
Where's the second team? Ping him.
On my dick.
Calling them up. Designful, did you wait on purpose for that guy to finish me before you knocked him?
No, the other guy finished you.
Cocksuckers, man.
Shot. Juice box.
Guy was sitting on the door when I came out. He was on top of it.
What the fuck is the passenger's box? I want his car. There it is.
Fucking cocksucker, man. Who's Valk? Well, you got him, man. But you could also, you know, do this.
I'm greasing. Can I take your car?
Yeah, take it down.
Do it.
Fuck.
There's like R3s here.
Yeah, I don't care. Take it.
Would you like an R3 instead of a car?
Yeah, I'll
down
take
with
the R3. I'll take anything, bro. I'm gonna fuck. As long as it's a gun and has bullets. I'm almost there. Nice.
Any cogs? Any cogs?
Any bats? That's what I'm wondering.
I got 4. I'm gonna craft some.
Yeah, 2x scope or some shit. Fuck!
What?
I had a fucking 5 in my inventory. I hate this keyboard. You guys play that vampire game?
No. I played it before it was like in the beta. Not
Yeah,
since the new update. It looks
getting-
fire.
He's getting ranked today.
They're getting ranked.
Today, yeah. Okay. Duos and ranked. I played a little bit.
Bro. That dude. What?
That series of
That?
cocksuckers.
It's a Russian wingman. Tell me if you need it.
Get me close to that fucker. I'll put him down. Fucking name it this. There's no way we're able to take this.
Can I take it?
No. I'll go down.
I dropped down.
Fucking sick, boys.
I love that character.
Come here, rip
Nothing
of
on
Alpha right here. Come fast. Come.
I hit the fort.
Hit it again. Fuck are you doing?
I don't know what the fuck we're doing.
I'm trying to rip off alcohol.
We're gonna get stuck on the way up.
Where? Stuck on where? In your fucking dick?
He's getting rest. He's getting rest.
Yeah, I know, but what can I do?
Land right here.
Oh, he's one.
He's very low. Go in.
I have to heal. I could just touch that ladder.
How much crouching has the guy done, dude? Holy shit.
They're coming. Whole team coming.
I'm not gonna lie, we can't get out of this room.
I'm probably medkit, yeah.
You can come up top. You can come up top.
Yeah, I got a pop medi.
They got pulled up on from behind as well.
Under.
45 on this race.
Revenant players, fucking weirdos.
90 on that kid.
He's like,
Thirty's red.
I just fucking. That's the worst thing in the game. His mom is. It's a whole new team, bro.
Just a wraith swing on you.
Whole new
Can't
team.
do anything.
Gangsta!
Why the fuck? I stuck this guy with an arc and I got droned, dude.
I was trying to kill the fucker, but the drone stunned me, and then it took me forever because my mouse moves slow. Fucking Crypto, dude. He sits in a corner. Crypto also.
Money middle.
Yeah, you and 3 dudes, bro. Good luck.
One or two, one guy. Oh, dude, one of them is the literal one.
I don't know how those are missing.
I hit one for 146.
They're all fucking low. What is going on? How am I dead? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No thank you. That's what's everybody. Ripper res.
Rest, they're fucking right there.
No, they're far. You could have ripped it for sure. This guy's chasing you, Gibby.
It's Kine. No, it's some fucking other random guy. With a
Cringe,
fucking
bro.
wingman.
We
dude.
didn't even land. We got thirded. What was that? I
know,
took one
so
breath.
sad. So many fucking people, dude.
I took one breath.
I did.
Crazy.
Took
People
one
just
whiff.
fucking landing, dude. You don't even get to play. Like, we wiped those guys pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, it was really fast. In 40 seconds or something. 30 seconds.
That was fucking
That was
the
fun, dude.
quickest third party I've ever seen.
Same.
They
Didn't even
landed
get
in
to
us.
fucking play.
They landed inside our fucking assholes, bro.
Hey. Hey. Earl on the beat, Earl on the beat, Earl on the beat. I'm mad at him, baby. But guess what is Oprah's thing?
I want to play fucking customs of the new Halo game mode. Like the mini BR with 12 people. Get all the boys.
The Halo sucks. You think BR is gonna be good in Halo?
You think what?
BR in Halo is gonna be good.
Hmm.
Mochi, good night. Thanks for watching. Guys, do you think saying that me going to Comiket was a mistake? Am I gonna have a lot of people running at me in Comiket? Did I make a mistake? Yeah, you are. I'm thinking of, yeah, I'm gonna be there in August. So I wanna go to Comiket. If I can make it. Do you think La Mama will have a stand in Comiket? If Lam has a stand, I'm gonna go buy everything.
Nice. Well, dude, are you from NA design? Or you guys root some other places? Or are you full American?
No, like German Irish.
Wait for Lam's announcement. I could just ask him in DMs instead of waiting for his announcement.
Ah, that's why you got a big nose. I see, I see.
Fuck you.
What? Sound third party.
Let's go, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
There's a balloon here, you fuck.
Don't go fuck. Below me here. Knock the blood on. Cocksucker. You guys like how it feels, huh? Rise on me, crack. You dead? Yeah.
Coming
Just
over.
like that. Cleaning them. 80 on one.
70 flush.
I'm doing parkour shit.
On me, Valk. 80. Shit on. I need that swap. Is that a new team? That's a new team.
Crack the Valkyrie.
Holy fuck.
94 wide armor on fucking Bangalore. That took a while. I was about to say shit. Octane 34 wide.
Fuck.
Oh no, don't
Nice.
fall off. Oh, the Zen is fucking going through it all. Red Hot. God, I'm sucking and fucking. Let's go. Can't wait for VTuber debut. It's gonna be good, man. No cap. People don't expect how good my debut will be. It's actually gonna be fucking
This
good.
guy's fucking stack it, by the way. How long are your fucking arms? Holy shit!
They're hitting all charges in front of me, motherfuckers. Let's go. What are you guys doing there?
Juicing up.
I got motherfuckers on me here. What the fuck is Arad doing?
Ash porter to our height. Ash porter to our fucking height.
I'm
Yeah,
coming,
I
I'm
saw.
coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
I might be dead.
You're not gonna die,
You're
stop
fine.
being pussy.
I don't know how many are up there.
I'm gonna Valkyrie right now and tell you. I see one, two for now.
I wish
You
I could
pushed
take
him?
it. I can't.
I'm resetting. I got Q in 10. 10, 9. 5. Come here, Miranda.
I'm here.
They're pushing over on me.
40 on Valk. I caught
70.
held again.
40 flush.
Fucked. You rancing upstairs?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got Q in 3, 2, 1.
Fun gone, dude.
Get turret.
Armor salt that.
I'm fucking phoenixing. Cover me, 5 seconds, 5 seconds.
You're fucking
Path
hard.
1, path 1. That's great.
There's two more guys.
Blood dead.
Raise one.
Let's go. I know where the third is, but it's all fighting over there.
Path is probably just riding right below.
Who gives a fuck? I'm killing
That's
these
what I'm
guys.
thinking too.
the fuck am I fighting? What the fuck just happened to my face?
Oh shit, what? 110 this guy?
$60 purple in Bangalore. Cracked
shit.
him. In the building. What are you doing?
I'm not
then?
there. He's killing the Pathfinder.
Wait, 25 purple. He's chasing after you. Well, yeah, he's here. Wait, hit 60 purple. I'm running out of juice, man.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Dude, he's pushing without me knowing anything. What?
How am I supposed to know that?
I thought I don't know. I thought you were holding looking over.
I was, but did you see my health?
No.
But
150
then
on horizon.
He's right here.
150 on Bangalore.
They're all fucked then.
Yeah, but I only have slow heals. I hit him 25 flash here.
Oh my god. I'm going further back.
Almost no horizon. Fucking hell. I'm smoked now, and I have no ammo. And I'm just slow heal.
I have a bunch of fucking. I have a bunch of meds.
41 flash on horizon.
You're alone, you're alone, you're
90 on
alone.
Wraith, 90 on Wraith.
I'm gonna raise him now.
I'm just getting fucking lasered through walls. This is fun.
Here.
You good, design?
Yeah.
Okay. I need light ammo.
Oh my god. I have 200. Do you get wall hack when you get sucked?
Yeah, well,
Always?
always.
Oh, that's why I
They're
fucking
swinging
just...
on me. Backing up to you.
They're on the old charger.
Yeah, fuck the rest.
30 flash, 30 flash.
Knocked.
Bangalore.
Knocked. Big G, dude.
Purple.
Nice.
Fuck those guys.
Holy shit,
Not
what a
bad.
stupid fucking fight, man.
No bats.
I got 4. That fight was just straight up fucking annoying, man.
How
I
long
got
are you guys on for?
What'd you say?
I don't know.
For a minute?
I've been on for 9 hours.
9.5 hours.
9.5.
Come.
Why, Mr. D?
Kadak asked me how long you guys are playing. I'm landing on the roof.
No way, they just died like that. Oh, it's diamond players.
Who asked you to play?
Chaotic much.
Up to you, man. We are fucking chilling for now. I don't know how long I'll be going, but when I feel tired, I'll pop off. So, we're good now.
Sure.
We probably shouldn't go too hard, man, since we have a fucking whole day of Apex tomorrow. The day after.
I don't know.
Should probably sleep.
I'll have big energy no matter what.
Are the LCQs match point or just 6 matches?
Match point.
Sick. Is it match point really?
Yeah.
Since when?
Finals is match point.
That's interesting.
Interesting.
At the drop, at the drop, at the drop.
Crypto.
44 more guy. Where the fuck is he?
90 on the ash up top. We're getting shot from behind already.
9.
44 gold on one. Jeez, I got a bat. I got.
One jump,
100
one jump.
on ash, 100 on ash. Red.
Fuck, I want to jump so bad. I'm doing it. So like. Right here.
Shitting on him. Shitting on him.
90 on crypto, 90 on crypto gold.
Horizon's one, bro.
90 on ash.
How did no one die?
They did.
No one
No
died.
one.
Ash crack.
150 on that team out there.
Here.
Yeah, full bats, they-
Valkyrie crack. Right here. On my rockets. Flash, flash, flash.
I think I'm gonna change my weapon.
Nice, thank you.
I don't know. Someone says it's in on Wikipedia it says it's 6 matches.
It should be 6 matches, but I don't know.
I know. I think I read the thing and it just said something else. I guess
Already.
Well, I mean, I was looking at it, it says it has like seeding points and shit. So, like, I would assume, I don't know if I can.
oh, it has seeding
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, going into finals.
If it's just 6 matches and you have 10 points to start, that's fucking strong, dude.
No, that would never do that. That would be fucking stupid.
6 match format. It's seeding apparently. It is seeding.
Okay,
6
then-
match format.
No, there's no way it's
6
seeding
matches with
6
seeding?
match.
Yeah,
Jesus.
No way, dude.
that's straight up. You get a whole free win off the first if you're top
No,
like
no, no,
number
no, no, no.
plus 10.
There's no way.
We just gotta do good.
There's no way that is
We just gotta
100%
get
wrong.
number 1 seeding.
That is 100%
No.
wrong because also their fucking group stage today was wrong, so they fixed it today on Twitter after realizing that their entire group stage was wrong because they put everyone from LCQ2 in the same group and everyone from LCQ1 in the same group instead of mixing them together. So their rules are 100% fucking wrong. And they need to fix them. They're people there.
There's no one there or what?
There's people there, yeah, on my thing. Oh, they're fighting.
Nice.
Oh, there are 3 men pushing this shit. Holy shit. Oh, they're hard pushing. Out the balloon.
It's TTV, lol, you, FPS, 144 hertz.
Yep.
Landing behind us.
Balloon, balloon, balloon. Shit on the guy, the middle guy.
What the fuck?
The last
How
guy.
the fuck did I get hit by that? I hit him for 70.
One of them didn't take it.
No, they all took it.
I swear.
I saw
Also
3
two.
trails. I saw 3 trails in the air.
Yeah, but the first one was running from them.
I feel like we would have a person knocked already if that was true. Up here. There. Right here.
That's just all that was running from them. The other 2 ran flew around to meet up with their third.
He's running in the storm.
Oh, I knocked one, apparently.
He died to the storm. It's
and Pathfinder inside.
There's someone getting pinged on me on this side.
I saw that.
Man, because you're rich and I'm handsome.
I just fucking died. Fuck me.
Oh.
Oh!
Hey, that's one. We lost.
It's a 2v1v1.
No, it's 1-2-1.
Oh, where is this guy?
Oh yeah, 2v1. It's a Pathfinder, he's on the other side. He's still out there. He's still out there. Behind you, RBR.
Really?
Oh, huge.
Yes. Somewhere over there, I think.
I just checked everywhere.
Up top. Somewhere in that spot over here.
You can sit here?
Yeah. Rats. 6, I was like, it's
Damn, this content creator is scaring us.
Dude, if you want to go play with the Cardi, it's fine with me. I'll just go watch videos and shit.
No, you're fine. We're farming.
You just kill Amorant? Yeah.
I just didn't know how long y'all were gonna be on.
No, but like, I probably won't be on for a long time. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
it'll be easier to find the squad, you know?
Yeah. If you want, let's call it LG right here. Yeah, and you go join them.
Well, they need
Gym.
one fucking right now. And he's with Hal,
Yeah.
so that spot will fill up quick.
Just say it then.
You call it.
Alright.
yours.
Alright then. GG's,
Fuck
boys.
you, bitch.
Jeez.
Kiss a
Oh,
homie.
GG's.
Love y'all.
Peace,
Yeah,
peace,
kiss
peace.
you too, man.
GG's. Love you, man.
Kiss you next land, Mende.
Get
What?
COVID
Before
if you kiss
everyone
your next
gets
land.
it.
We're done here. Not playing anymore. Alright.
1 second, let me see if they... Hopefully they didn't.
You got fucking snaked.
Oh no, they are. But
They did get one?
no, they didn't get any.
Yeah, go have fun, dude.
Alright. Have
I
fun.
will,
Peace
I
out.
will.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
peace
Bye-bye.
out.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Peace. Alright, chat. We're down here. We're down here, bitches. That was fun. Fuck all of you. Nah, I'm kidding. Love you guys. Thank you for the subs, for the follows, for the resub, for the everything. That just thank you. You know. I'm gonna host Parka because I love him, and he's the best. Follow my Twitter. Join my Discord if you want. If you want to make friends and shit. Love y'all. See you guys tomorrow for the LCQ. Yeah. Everyone go say hi to Parka. Follow him. He's a professional for ADR, and he is cool. Cool boy. Very nice. Very nice for him. Alright. Peace out, chat. Love you all. Thank you so much for coming. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.